The GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. We are back on the road. Round 4 brings us to the Nürburgring and a 3-hour race in prospect. Here in the Eifel Mountains, the weather is always unpredictable, but this 5-kilometre long circuit that opened in 1984 always delivers good racing. But the emphasis is on a good qualifying effort in order to make sure you're near the pointy end of the grid. The manufacturers represented in the championship this year are numerous, and for endurance we've got the full complement. There's Aston Martin taking on Audi with the R8, the type of car that won the 3-hour race at Monza. BMWs have looked really good in Sprint Cup, not quite so good maybe in endurance this year. And there's the Seoul Chevrolet on the grid as well. Ferraris went well at Spa. Let's see what they can do here on a totally different type of circuit. The Ford Mustangs, much improved from last year to this. They take on Lamborghini's new Temerario, still developing, but it is making progress, while McLarens are numerous across all the classes. The plug-and-play Mercedes AMG, perhaps the car to beat, but Porsche won last time out in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. GT World Challenge, powered by AWS, runs 4 series across 4 different continents. Asia has races in Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan and China in some breathtaking scenery. Last time out at the Fuji International Speedway, Max Hesse led from pole in round 6 in his Team KRC BMW. But it was a 3-way fight for honours, with the Porsche of Lu Wei taking the victory with Laurin Heinrich. Australia traverses the country from the stunning Phillip Island circuit in Victoria to the fast-flowing track of Queensland in the east, with the finale at the iconic Adelaide street circuit that lies in the southwest. The last rounds were at the Hidden Valley track in Darwin. There were some epic battles under the gaze of the local wildlife and the Royal Australian Air Force. Australia will host its next event at the Sydney Motorsport Park in September. In America, 4 different states have hosted GT World Challenge: California, Texas, Florida and Georgia, with an 8-hour finale at the legendary Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indiana. Europe has already visited France, England, Belgium and Italy with dramatic results. And Belgium's CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is where all the drivers and teams can do battle together in the greatest GT race in the world. The Italian track of Misano hosted 2 Sprint Cup races by the beach, while the fans were there to get close to the drivers, and the 42-car field produced plenty of action. The last outing for Sprint was at Magny-Cours in France, with 1 race going into the night. Its pole-sitters, Jules Gounod and Daniel Juncadella, took their Verstappen racing team, Mercedes AMG, to victory with a faultless drive. The following day, Nicky Tim in his Aston Martin took pole, but a jump start gave him a penalty, which would drop him back. His crash brought out a red flag, and on the restart, victory went to the Lion Speed Porsche for a 3rd win of the season. They'd already won Sprint at Brands Hatch and the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. So, to the Nürburgring, and now we are ready to do battle for our 3-hour race, and a conventional one with only the 2 mandatory pit stops. This is a circuit where you feel the ghosts of the past, the Nordschleife just around the corner, and everywhere you look there's a reminder of the Nürburgring circuit's past. But it's the present that is going to fascinate, with the manufacturers good to go. Another really strong entry, 55 cars good to do battle, and number 48 Mercedes could be crowned endurance champion this weekend, even with a race to spare. If that car finishes in the top 4, Maro Engel, along with Lucas Auer and Lukas Stolz, will be crowned Endurance Cup champions. But there are plenty of battles to look for all the way through the field, across gold, silver and bronze. It's going to be a spectacular race for sure here at the Nürburgring. Let's have a look then at the Nürburgring circuit. It's just over 5 kilometres in length. There's quite a lot of elevation change in it and 17 corners. Long, fast pit straight to a really tight and fiddly first corner. By the time you get to 6, the road opens up, you plunge downhill, and then it's a steep climb up all the way towards the chicane. And even that climbs towards 17, the final corner on the lap. Sector 1 has more slow sections. Sector 2 is nice, fast and open. It's a really short 3rd sector to bring you to the end of the lap. elevation range of 30 metres, with the real climb up coming out of turn 8. That's the lowest part of the circuit, and the hairpin at 17 is the highest point. So let's have a look on board. Joe Osborne is your guide.
Here we are on board the number 17 Get Speed Mercedes at the Nürburgring. Going over the start-finish straight, speeds up to 260 kilometers an hour into a tricky brake zone. We brake around 140 meters. It's downhill, it's bumpy, and it's not straight. Easy to outbrake yourself into the slowest corner of the lap. Apex speed just 60 kilometers an hour. Hard on the throttle as we accelerate in first gear. Over to the right, this very difficult lazy left-hander, which is slightly off camber, which causes cars to run wide on exit. You have to spot your apex early here at 3. You can use lots of the inside curve to help rotate the car into 4. It's just a lift off the throttle, wait, and then go hard on the gas. Be careful of track limits on exit. Another overtaking opportunity here to turn 6. You brake just on the surface on your right-hand side, and then you get the car in early. But you want to stay to the left to open up this right. Hard on the throttle before you can see the exit, and you want to get as close as you can to the gravel trap. Still diving downhill into turn 8. We're going to be hard on the brakes. We're going to look to rotate the car in the middle and make this corner into a V shape. So we have one apex, we run wide, we rotate, and we go. You can see the car in front is a good vision point of where our eyes should be looking. Now we start to climb into the Schumacher S's. No brake, it's just a lift, 180 kilometers an hour. Get close to the curb, and then gravel on the exit guards the right-hand apex. Big brake coming here. Use the gantry as your braking point. It's 5th down to 3rd gear. Lots of apex curb here on the left. Really helps the car. Takes out some of the angle. Drag the car back over. Small brake, roll off, and then pick up the throttle and try not to use the gravel on the exit here. You'll lose traction. Through the easy flat out kink at 13, we start to rise again. This makes the braking zone very short, the Vidal chicane. We brake around 90 meters, 220 kilometers an hour, down to 150. It's fast, it's furious. Big curve on the left, big gravel on the right. And again, a huge curve on the exit. And then the last corner, we see lots of incidents here. You want to get to the inside. The pit wall guides it, so the vision is difficult. That was 5.13 kilometers of the Nürburgring.
And the Nürburgring is about to get a whole lot busier than you've just seen on board that. 55 cars ready to do battle. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside, Bryn Lucas and Nina J. Paul down in the pits and on the grid as we get ready for this 4th of 5 Endurance Cup races. It is the 7th event of the year if you take GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS as a whole, and of course there is that combined championship to factor in at the end of the year. We finish in Portimao, so we'll know a sprint champion by then. We'll have an endurance champion crowned at Portimao and also overall champions as well. Busy weekend for GT World this weekend because we have races in Asia as well as America, and after the Asian races earlier on in the weekend, Porsche now has a very slender advantage within the manufacturer points from Mercedes AMG. Ferrari 3rd, BMW M 4th and Audi 5th. Worth bearing in mind that different brands are stronger in different regions as well. So in some areas there are lots of Porsches, in others there are lots of Ferraris, for example. It all makes for a very interesting season-long battle in GT World itself. Let's get to the grid. Bryn Lucas is there with our pole position drivers.
Well, Marco, I spoke to Nicky Team at the end of that qualifier, and he didn't really know what to do. He said it had been a while since it had happened, but you guys are looking really, really strong out here. A great package and a tough, tight qualifier.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, the car felt great in qualifying. I think our one-lap pace has been good all weekend so far. The only question mark we have is a little bit on the long runs, so we'll have to see about that in the race. I think there are some other strong cars out there as well, but if we can manage to be up there when the first pit stops rounds come around, then I think we're in a good chance for a decent result here.
It's similar conditions to what it was in practice yesterday, and you had some long runs yesterday in practice. So where are you thinking you fit in the whole big picture of this race?
I mean, it's two completely different cars that we obviously run. So we have obviously what we can do for quali and what we can do for race, and definitely quali was the stronger one this so far. It's been the stronger one this weekend, but let's see. I think we've done some decent improvements to the car for the actual, let's say, race runs, where it's a notorious track for eating up the rear tires a little bit here. So if we can keep them under us for the whole stint, which is, I remember from the past years, is the most difficult part, and I think we're in a good window.
Well, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marco Sorensen shares with Mathieu Drudi and Nicky Tim. Marco Sorensen will go first, and don't forget that is the car that won at Paul Ricard. One of the quirks, of course, of qualifying is that it's the average of the three drivers. That Aston Martin did not top any of the three elements of qualifying. It did not set the fastest time of any session, but on the average, there it is at the front of the grid. What about number 17 Mercedes? Maxi Goetz, one of the drivers of that car. Second on the grid for that Get Speed car. He's with Nina J. Paul.
Maxi, home race for you here at the Nürburgring. I mean, you were able to translate your pace from free practice to qualifying. Pole may have just escaped you, but you are perfectly positioned to challenge. What is your approach to the opening lap?
Yeah, so it's really, first of all, great to be in the first row at the home race for me and Fabi, but it's also home race for the team. They are not far from here, like only 5 kilometers. It's a workshop, so in the end, really nice. And of course, it's always nice to see no one in front of you, only one car on the right side of us. But in the end, we all know what gonna happen and what could happen. It's really surviving the first lap. That's the main key. Coming back out of the lap 1 on P1, P2, whatever. Just being around there where we started, and then let's see how the race goes. But I think we showed good quali pace, and I think we could transfer also in good race pace. So all is done, all is said. I think we're feeling great to be here, and now we go racing.
It's been a season of ups and downs for this team, I think it's fair to say, but you've got a great view today. It's your home race. You know this track like the back of your hands. He says he's been coming here for 30 years. Do you think he gives you a little bit of advantage?
Yeah, so I feel pumped and fully motivated. Also give something back to the team. They worked so hard over the season. We were so unlucky in the past races. We had great pace since the beginning, but we never had a chance to bring it home. Hopefully on our home race we have some more luck, a bit more luck than in the past races. And of course we want to be on the podium. For sure we want to win as well, but it's quite hard to say. But to be on the podium is already a good step for us.
Well, best of luck. Have a fabulous race.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Maxi Goetz along with Maxime Martin, who will start, and Fabian Schiller, who were half of the Nürburgring 24 winning lineup. The other half, Mauro Engel and Lukas Stolz, find themselves on the fourth row, sharing with Lucas Auer, and as we've been saying, could be champions this weekend. You can see how busy the grid is with not just team personnel, but VIPs and media and officials as well. Very shortly, that grid will be cleared. One formation lap, and then we will be in business. Couple of admin points. One is a grid drop for Charles Weerts, BMW number 32, after a incident in free practice. There's another incident from number 177 Mercedes we'll come back to as well in due course. So looking down on to the grid, another man to watch is going to be Bastien Bous. He lines up third, and he's with Bryn.
Well, after that fantastic result you had earlier on in the season, it's been a tricky one for you. It's been ups and downs, hasn't it? And you just said to me that you weren't expecting this to do as well as it did in qualifying a little bit earlier on.
No, we've had 2 really tough days, honestly. Chasing the usual balance we always have, but team did a good step, dismantled everything yesterday evening, put everything back together, and for qualifying we were there. It's a bit the picture we've had for the full season. So I think we were all somehow confident after yesterday that we would still make it, and here we are in P3 and just 2 more positions to go for 3 hours.
That's all it is. It's so simple, isn't it? And you make it sound so simple anyway. What can you realistically do? I mean, is the long pace, the race pace actually very good in this car, or is it down to this qualifying pace?
Usually with the Porsche we're quite strong on the distance. Let's see, the track has been a bit special over the weekend, so I think it will be a learning for everyone. But for sure we do what we can to make the quickest car over 3 hours as possible.
1 win so far, it might be 2. Good luck.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Tempting to say they should start from the pit lane, isn't it, in order to take the win, because that's how they started at Spa, made history by winning from there for the first time in the history of that race, and also history of Endurance Cup. So down on the grid, national anthem being played now as we get set to go racing. You can see there down on the grid the relative pole positions and where gold, silver and bronze are. The Bronze Cup continues to fascinate because you've got so many good drivers joining bronze graded drivers. And also back on the grid, single-seater racer Abby Pulling here as a guest of WRT. She's with Nina Jade.
Abby, welcome to the GT World Grid. You are here this weekend with Team WRT. We're very much used to seeing you in F1 Academy, GB3, but what is it like being on this 55-car GT3 grid?
I mean, it's a whole new world, of course, like you say, 55 cars, so it's super hectic. A lot of them, actually, some of them I've raced before as well, so it's nice to see some familiar faces, but I mean, it's a whole new world for me, and it's exciting to be with WRT, get behind the scenes and see how this world operates a little bit. They've been looking after me so much, I can't thank them enough.
Have you driven one? Do you fancy having a go?
No, but I was in the M3 touring the 24 hours of Nürburgring car yesterday for passenger laps with Max, and that was incredible. Like, absolute pleasure to watch him drive. And this track as well, I've not been around it, so that was my first laps around this circuit, and yeah, it definitely gives me things to kind of aim for the future and opens up my eyes, and it's a cool place to be for sure.
I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask you anyway. Who are you rooting for this weekend, Abby?
I mean, of course, I'm rooting for WRT, but particularly the 46 car. I grew up watching Valentino on bikes, so he's my hero, and it's cool to be here as a guest of his team.
Thank you so much for talking with us. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
Abby Pulling, a winner in GB3 this season at Spa, and progressing from F4 and F1 Academy to the bigger league of single-seater racing. The grid's starting to be cleared now. This is kind of when you start to realise just how much equipment there is on the grid from the teams, as you see the mechanics standing with the tyre trolleys and any emergency parts. Now, do we have a champion-elect on the grid? What about Mauro Engel's thoughts? He's with Bryn.
Well, Mary, you're looking as cool and calm as you always are at this stage here. I don't know if I should remind you, no wins yet this season, yet you sit at the very top of the tree.
Yeah, it's been a strong season for us, for sure. A lot of hard work by the team and my teammates, and obviously it'd be lovely to get a win, but our primary focus is on securing as many points as possible.
Now, you probably love the fact that I'm going to remind you that fourth place wins the championship in the Endurance Cup anyway. How much are you able to put that at the back of your mind, or are you thinking about that every moment?
No, I mean, yes, mathematically that's what I've been told that it is, and our focus is to try and do the best possible race. Obviously, it's a long 3-hour race in front of our home crowd, so we'd love to give them a good show, and big thanks for all the support, because it's always fantastic here. So yeah, let's hopefully put on a good show for the spectators.
We've had success here once so far this year. Maybe again. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, Mauro Engel, winner of the 24 hours with Lukas Stoltz. And it's going to be Mauro Engel who goes first in that car. So interesting to see how the teams always divide up their driving order. We can hear from more people down on the grid. Let's have a go back down to Nina Jade Paul. Let's get back down to the grid, see who she's got now.
Well, Misha, welcome to the GT World Challenge grid, and you are synonymous with the Nürburgring. But what's it like being here in front of all these GT3 cars?
It's absolutely amazing. As you said, this is my home track, and being part of your racing series, like being guest here at one of the world's best racing series, is amazing. What I really love is not only top-of-the-line drivers and cars, but also supporting series. But the best part is, look around us, you have all these families with children. They're able to come close to the cars, touch the cars, literally meet their favorite drivers. And this is what motorsport should be about, to inspire, to excite and involve the audience. And this is what I really love about the GT World Challenge.
Yeah, the access that GT World gives the audience is absolutely spectacular. I have to ask, who are you rooting for today, Misha?
Oh, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. That's a very hard one. I mean, a lot of people there are actually friends of mine, some actually racing colleagues of mine, some brands I work with closely. I'm just going to enjoy the show. And but I saw you have a Corvette, actually, which is quite an underdog, I would say, and me as a Corvette owner and builder, maybe that. I hope he's going to have a nice time and a good result.
And Misha, if you could drive one of these cars around the Nordschleife, what would it be?
Oh, well, I had a passenger lap in the M3 Touring yesterday, so maybe it's not part of the grid, but I would love to do that. And otherwise, yeah, let's go again with the Corvette.
Thanks for chatting with us. Enjoy the race.
Thank you so much.
the Corvette is not a bad shout in a sense because it's had a BOP break. It's lost quite a chunk of weight, hasn't it, going into the race?
Yeah, 20 kilos lighter, the biggest BOP change on the grid for that car. 5 for the Ferrari, 10 for the Audi and Ford as well. But yeah, I'm not sure the Corvette's the right shout personally. Down on the 22nd row in 42nd place.
If I'd have said to you at Monza an Audi's going to win this race, you'd have said there, that's not a very good shout because they're nowhere up at the front of the grid. You never know. Who's starting on the outside of the front row? Yeah,
Maxime Martin had a quite interesting Monza turn one, didn't he? Just to be at fault, so he will want to amend that and have a nice clean start, I'm sure. Indeed so. Let's hear the thoughts of the number 32 BMW crew next.
I'm not sure what you call all three drivers in one area. Gaggle, I'm not sure what it is, but all three of you here. Jordan's about to get in the car. Charles is just there as well. But Kelvin, what's the frustration that you're 3 places back from where you feel you should be?
I mean, naturally, it's a race which is very important to start up front. I think we were happy with P5 in qualifying, so now P8. Still, I think a solid starting position. I think we need to get to the first corner safely. And yeah, hopefully we can have a solid race today.
I'll remind you that a McLaren won back in 2015 from 24th on the grid, so it can be done. But when you look at history, it is really top 10 or top 5 really for the prime positions.
Well, that's great news that it's possible. We never give up. We've got great guys in the car. Jordan's going to do the start, so I think he'll make the most out of it. And we know GT World Challenge this year has had so many ups and downs, so you never know what's going to happen.
Looking good in the sprint, and you know, you can get some results as well in endurance. Good luck.
Yeah, we're not yet to make up the numbers, so we'll give it our best shot. Thanks.
Jordan Pepper in the car. Remember, he joins them for the endurance rounds, has a different combination for sprint assault. And let's hear, before we go racing, from Nina J. Paul once more as well.
Well, Matisse, you are literally about to get going, so just a quick word. You have the opportunity to wrap up the Silver Endurance Cup today. How does that change your approach to this race?
I mean, as I said before, we have to finish. That's the most important thing. We're starting in the middle of the pack, so the start will be quite hectic. But it's just surviving, staying in front, of course, of the guys you want to stay in front of. And I mean, we're trying to wrap up the title, but if we can gain some overall places, I'm going to for sure go for it. So it's not that I'm going to do a safe race. I'm going to still attack, still push, and we'll see where we end up.
Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Matisse Leesmont will start from the 9th row of the grid with Ignacio Montenegro and Amory Cordial, and he and Ignacio particularly, because they share in sprint as well, they've looked so good in silver this season, and there the WRT BMW is good to go. So we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the race. The formation lap is not far away from getting underway there for 007 versus 17 at the front of the grid. Aston Martin, Mercedes AMG, Porsche, McLaren, Mercedes AMG, McLaren, Mercedes AMG, BMW, Ferrari, Audi. That's your top 10. Nice mix.
Yeah, 5 manufacturers in the top 5, 7 in the top 10, so it's hard to call where this is going to go. Just to circle back to Bryn's point, what's a group of drivers? I would go probably like what Rhinos are as a group, a crash of drivers. I think it's probably our best bet, and that's my feeling of what might happen on the opening lap here.
Right, bundle of joy and optimism you are. Go on then, explain your theory further. Where are the pinch points?
Turn 1, there's such a tight corner anyway. You see cars going deep, just get a late apex contact there. You can run 3 right around turn 2, tightens into 3 and 4 as well. It's one of the busiest starts of any lap we go to, and with 55 GT3
15
cars,
seconds.
The drivers are going to need to be on their best behaviour.
And that voice battling to interrupt Joe Osborne is that of Niels Vittich, the race director, giving the countdown for the start of the formation lap. And it may well be that we hear a bit more of Niels during the course of the 3 hours.
Start of the formation lap.
So we're in business, the formation lap underway, and a final opportunity to get some warmth into Pirelli tyres. Although normally when we come here we're concerned about the weather, and we've had a little bit of drizzle yesterday and 1 or 2 spots of rain this morning, largely it has behaved itself and kept a dry circuit all the way through. It's a very big crowd we've got as well, which is great to see for GT World Challenge Europe. Let's have a look at who's on pole where. In bronze, it's Rhys Barr, Charles Dawson and Cian Jewis. Silver, Ignacio Montenegro, Matisse Leesmont and Amory Cordial. Gold, Tom Fleming, Louis Pret and Benji Goethe. And the overall pole, Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem and Mattia Drudi. Field making its way then down towards turn 1 as we have a look at the grid. Marco Sorensen starts the pole position car, Maxime Martin alongside. On the 2nd row of the grid, it is Bastien Bus lining up alongside regular starter in 59, Joseph Lowe. Row 3, Danny Hunkadea alongside Benji Goethe. The 4th row, Mauro Engel and then Jordan Pepper. Row 5, Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari, the Audi of Alex Arca, ahead of, on the 6th row, James Kell's McLaren and Valentino Rossi in 46 BMW. Then Nico Menzel joins the championship for Boots and VDS in the Porsche alongside Jamie Day's Aston. Then Simon Birch for selected car racing and the Mustang of Arjun Maini. Row 9, Matti Sliesmore and Rhys Barr. They are silver and bronze pole respectively. Row 10, Max Lynn for Team RJN and for Paradigm, the BMW of James Kellett. Row 11, Mikey Porter and Augusto Farf was quite a long way back for the car that was quickest in FP1. The 12th row, Marcus Winkelhock and Alessio Picariello alongside. And row 13 is the other Mustang of Eduardo Cosseteng and Renat Salikov's Winward Mercedes. The 14th row, Konstantin Dressler subbing for Dustin Blattner alongside Sebastian Bode ahead of Tim Tramnitz and Tommy Pintos. Row 16, Etienne Shelley alongside Max Hofer. The 17th row, Jean-Baptiste Simonar and Luca Engschler. The 18th row is Franck Pereira and Thierry Vermeulen. Row 19, Anthony Bartone alongside Sean Gallile ahead of Bobby Thompson and Ariel Leve. 21st row, Chris Frog and Mikkel Mack in the Corvette ahead of Harry George and Matteo Villagomez. Row 23, Gabriel Rindone alongside Matthias Zaga-Zeta. Then you've got Antares Au and Francesco Simonazzi coming next. Then row 25 is Daniele Diamato and Ahmad Al-Hafiz BMW. The 26th row, the Porsche of Ralph Bone, the Porsche of Bashar Mardini. Row 27, the Ferrari of Dylan Medler, and for ComTU's Aston team, Marcello Tomassoni, with Alfredo Hernandez Ortega on his own at the back. He has a 10th place grid drop, a legacy of an incident triggered at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. So, picking a winner is as tough as ever, and Joe's been having a think about strategy and who might be able to stop when. There are kind of short and long stops and therefore, or stint lengths rather, and that plays around with windows particularly.
Yeah, exactly that. So drivers can't go over 64 minutes of a stint unless there's a full course show safety car extended by 5, so it'll go to 69. The earliest they can stop is 40 minutes in, basically, if you work back from that. We saw the 007 car that's on pole this year, but last year they went very short and did the undercut, basically to get fresher tyres on for the second stint and go very short on that one. The winning car was the 98. They went even. They went 28 laps, 29, 28. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I do think the undercut could be a big strategy by the end of the first and second stints.
So here they come then, making their way up towards the chicane. The leading car as it is, the Maserati, will peel into the pit lane. And then we will be ready to go racing. 3 hours. Remember, this Mercedes that you're riding on board with needs to be in the top 4 to take the Endurance crown. They would dearly love to secure that with a race to go. It would be the 3rd year in a row where the Endurance Championship winning drivers don't win a race, but they do have another opportunity, even the other side of winning the title, if that's what they do here. But more importantly for now is the start of the race. As they come out of turn 17, we look towards the lights then. It is on pole position, the Aston of Marco Sorensen, the car that won at Paul Ricard. Maxime Martin alongside. They crawl their way up towards the lights. Remember, they've got to stay nosed behind the other, one behind the other, up to the line. Lights go green. Blast off at the Nürburgring, and a good getaway made by the two McLarens a little bit further back, but Sorensen, I think, has got the grunt in a straight line in the Aston to hang on to the advantage, which he does. Bastien Boost and the Porsche up the inside line. Good getaway also by the Danny Junqueira Mercedes, because that is in the mix, and so too is Engel. He's also gained ground under braking for turn 1. So straight away, everything that we thought we knew from qualifying has changed, and inevitably there has been a coming together at turn 1. It's towards the back of the pack. We'll get to that in a moment, as Sorensen is under attack from a Porsche and a Mercedes as Boost gets up into 2nd place.
That's great from Boost there. I thought he was going to go for the move on the Aston Martin, decided better of it, and now it's Maxime Martin who's on the front foot. This is staying tight. The Aston doesn't have pace at the moment, got a good jump but nothing else.
There, Engel on the outside of Junqueira, so Maxime Martin then in 2nd place. Bastien Boost back down to 3rd. Junqueira out wide in 5th, looking for a way past that Garage 59 McLaren. They come down the hill. Now Engel is trying to fend off the challenge of Junqueira. Further back, Rossi is under attack as well, but Sorensen has a wide old Aston, doesn't he? He's managed to keep them at bay all the way down to turn 8.
Yeah, really do. We're at turn 8 now. I think these two Mercedes have been side by side since turn 1, and they're still running fair. Some gravel being kicked up at turn 1. I think we've lost the 74 Kessel Ferrari. They're still side by side. It's going to be a snap of oversteer for Engel. He's going to lose the run, and it's going to be the 32 BMW coming on our right side.
Indeed, so. And I think we may also have lost Marcus Winkelhock's Audi in all of that as well. The gravel at 8 was being kicked up by one of the two Mustangs. Bastien Boost now on the defensive, isn't he, to try to keep at bay Joseph Lowe as they head downhill then, heading towards turn 13. There is a yellow flag, we understand, at turn 1, but there's been as yet no call for an intervention. Bastien Boost is under attack as they head up towards the chicane. So now then the McLaren goes to the outside line. fine. It's going to be Sorensen ahead at the end of lap 1, seemingly. Martin is second, Boost is third, Loke is fourth, Hunkadea is fifth. Now up into sixth place, Jordan Pepper, and then you've got Maro Engel next in the queue as the cars bounce their way over the curb. Look how crowded it is behind. So they come through at the end of the lap there, treble 5. McLaren being forced a little bit wide coming off the chicane, but they've all survived the opening rigours of the chicane, it seems. That was Jean-Baptiste Simonard. Look at Engel, he's really under attack now, because right on his tail as they drop down is Alex Arca, and Engel in turn is on the tail of 32 BMW. So at the end of lap 1, Aston Martin leads the way. This is Engel on the attack.
This is fantastic. Audi, BMW, Mercedes, all as one at turn 2. The Audi, is come alive suddenly this weekend, and Alex Arca, I thought he'd got the move done on Engel, but this is bunching up. You can see the strengths and weaknesses of the car. Engel's going to try and keep the inside. Contact could be possible here. Pepper thinks better of it, but now he's going to have the inside for the left. Will Engel brave it around the outside? I think for the championship he should try and tuck in, but there's an Audi there.
Indeed, so Alex Arca looking to try to find a way through. So Engel's assault on Pepper continues. He's on the inside line now, heading into 5, and he's done it. Nice move on the inside line, but the danger is he goes a bit wide and opens the door for the BMW, but he's able to cover that off seemingly as they come downhill then. This is lap 2, remember, and Engel now looks as though he might just have done enough to be able to fend off that BMW, but no, Pepper again rather cheekily tries to squeeze up the inside, but it's a big car, that BMW, and Engel has managed to close the door in time.
Yeah, he was so brave to go around the outside of Pepper there. Pepper, one of the feistiest drivers we've got on the grid, always seems to attract a penalty for being just on the wrong side of harshness in the steward's decision. That's not always my opinion, but so far Engel has managed to keep him behind since he got the move done.
I think the one car we've lost is the Markus Winkelhock Audi. Konstantin Dresler was delayed. You were right to spot that. We've also had Nicholas Nielsen, number 51 Ferrari, into the pits and back out again. So Ferrari's woes continue, because that is very much the quick Ferrari, isn't it, out of AF Corsa stable. So that's still on the lead lap, but badly delayed. But it looks like Winkelhock, Haase and Reicher with the Audi could be out of the race at the first corner. So out of the chicane up to the end of lap number 2. May well have been triggered by one of the Ferraris further in the queue from reports we're getting, but we'll try and piece it together when we get time to catch breath, because the leader comes by. Marco Sorensen ahead of Maxime Martin, ahead of Bastien Bus, ahead of Joseph Loke then. So Aston from Mercedes, Porsche, McLaren, then Danny Hunkadea there, 5th, Engel 6th, but Maro coming under attack again from Jordan Pepper. Behind him you've got Alex Arca, then Arjun Maini in the better of the Mustangs, and in 10th place is Benji Goethe, and the cars now making the run down to turn 4. Let's have a look. There's a Ferrari mid-pack, I think, that gets up the inside. So Nicholas Nielsen, I think, is delayed, and then around goes the Audi, and that gets sort of headbutted, doesn't it, by Dresler.
Yeah, I think Dresler there starts all right. He turns around the Audi and they have an awkward standoff, but it's all on the blue and white Kessel Ferrari. You see him lunge now to the inside, turns around the Audi. Nielsen has already been delayed by a McLaren as well, I think, and then the CSA McLaren gets involved too. So messy start, could have been a lot worse, however, and all cars have escaped the scene, bar that 84 Audi.
So for the third time, the cars make that climb up the hill, and as they do so, Marco Sorensen still trying to edge clear of the opposition. Sorensen's gap was only half a second over Maxime Martin. The Mercedes we were concerned about yesterday, because they didn't seem to have that much pace. The same was true of Porsche, but here we are looking at a really different day compared to yesterday, as we were scratching our heads to understand yesterday as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Maxime Martin has done the fastest lap of the race in Mercedes already as well. So Mercedes has pace. We now go into the second phase of a stint. We've already done the first 3 laps effectively. So now the tyres have stabilised. We're going to see what the race pace is like, full of fuel, but still fresh tyre. And for me, this Audi is looking very racy, leading the gold class. But at the moment, I think Alex Arca will be looking more than just a class lead. He's looking at overall positions.
We have also one of the Contiu Astons, not the leading car, but number 11 further back in the queue. That's been given
Race
a
control
30
to all
second.
teams. Car 11, a 30-second time penalty because of decision number 14 from the stewards. Car 11, 30-second time penalty to be served with the next pit stop for decision number 14 from the stewards.
And that was the one I was about to try to explain, which is that the car had a spin in qualifying. They asked for a new set of tyres. They were given those tyres, but a penalty comes. It wasn't wasn't determined to be force majeure, because if a driver spins, well, it's kind of on you, so you can't be given a free set of tyres for pushing too hard. So a 30-second time penalty will be given to car number 11 on the first pit stop. You just heard Niels Fittich, the race director, explain that. Marcello Tomassoni is at the wheel of the car at the moment.
Yeah, here we can see the Paradine car 991. Kellett aboard the wheel, leading the bronze class, so he's got past the 2Cs 222 car for that 16th overall, and actually looked like he was hustling Jamie Day in 15th in that Volkenhurst Aston Martin.
Alex Arca, fastest lap of the race. There he is in the Audi, just going through turn 8, running currently in 8th spot. Sorensen trying to build the lead. You see a good BMW battle here. Valentino Rossi just being able to keep Mathis Leesmont at bay. That's Pro versus Silver, and Mathis Leesmont is the leading driver in the Silver Cup. The leading bronze is James Kellett for Paradigm. The leading gold at the moment is Alex Arca in Audi number 99 as the cars come over the brow up towards turn 11. So we're 3 laps in, and as I say, Arca's Audi is the quickest car on track, and we've got 54 of the 55 circulating.
Yeah, I think WRT need to swap those positions. They need to get Valentino Rossi to let Leesmont through, because he's holding him up, and he'll want to try and get that silver class gap even bigger to the Mustang of Costume that's 3 places behind.
Indeed. So James Kellett's opposition is Reece Barr in the 2Cs Mercedes in bronze. Alex Arca's opposition is Benji Goethe in gold, and there's only one car, Arjun Mainy's Mustang, between those two. So lots of different class battles to factor in as well. To the eye, as they come over the line, Maxime Martin, I would suggest, might be a little bit nearer to the leading Aston and Marco Sorensen. This is how we stand in silver. And Mathieu Montenegro, Amaury Cordeel and Mathis Leesmont would be champion-elect in silver, but we're a long, long way off thinking about that, with still 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. As there, look, Bus is under attack from the McLaren of Joseph Loke, and Bus is just starting to fall back a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, the odd-numbered cars, first and third place, are definitely getting attacked from second and fourth, respectively. Maxime Martin took 2/10 out of our race leader last time by, and similar story for Joseph Loke as well. Loke had a good start. He was slightly conservative. I thought he was going to sweep around the outside of turn 1, lap 1, and even get up to second place. Decided better of it. Benji Goethe has dropped places. That's very unlike him at start. Normally, he's your man to put in the car and go forwards. I saw he went for a gap in the middle into turn 1, and it must have closed up on him, unfortunately. But Maxime Martin looks like he's looming, doesn't he? He can catch, but can he overtake?
Another car delayed on that first lap, Tommy Pintos, who's made a pit stop but has rejoined for Greystone 53rd. So he's got a long afternoon ahead of him, as does the rest of the team, as the cars now dive downhill once again. Interesting, isn't it, that we're now getting a little bit more excited about BMWs, but they're coming from WRT, not Rover, who were good in free practice and have a good track record. They won here last year.
Yeah, and they were almost dominant last year as well. Farfus had the fastest lap of the race. Interesting, he set that on lap 4 of the race last year, very early on for a 90-lap race to be able to pump that in. Cars that have stopped already because of issues won't be able to get to the end on a normal amount of stops, just to clear up. No pit stop windows, but the stint lengths dictate that.
And Rossi still trying to defend from his teammate, Mathis Leesmont, who looks, as you say, like he's got the pace. And now Leesmont makes the run round the outside. That's nicely done, and that should give him the inside line for the chicane. Mathis Leesmont goes ahead. Nice, nice move.
Really, really good. Takes a load of gravel as well to throw that. Valentino didn't give it, but didn't fight it. Now Valentino needs to worry about another BMW, this time the Paradine car 991. Kellett right on the rear. Remember, this 46 car, so fast in Q2 under Max Hesse, wasn't it? Yep. Fastest in the session, but doesn't seem to have the pace consistently.
And there, Maxime Martin getting a little bit nearer to the back of Marco Sorensen. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, now. Mauro Engel, who is running in 6th place. Top 4, remember, will be enough for the championship. But the Mercedes have certainly found some pace from the last 24 hours. And even in qualifying, they didn't really look to be that good. Certainly the Winwood car seemed to be all at sea, but it's getting back into contention now. Maybe temperature is affecting it. It's a little bit warmer than it was at the start of the day. Meanwhile, you're looking from the drone at James Kellett then, all over the back now of Valentino Rossi. James Kellett currently leading in bronze. That's the car he shares with Darren Lung and Dries Van Thor. That's a formidable combination as you look at Engel.
Yeah, different teams, but of course Darren Lung racing for WRT in the World Endurance Championship, so there'll be some communication there, I'm sure, to help out. Go on board with Mauro Engel, fastest lap of the race. And talking about temperatures, I wonder if these guys just set their tyre pressures slightly lower. That's why it was a tough start for Engel. Now they're coming alive. He's caught right back up to Danny Juncker in that MaxVerstappen.com 2Cs car, and suddenly this car looks livelier than the ones around him.
So you've got the Winwood car chasing the 2Cs, but they're both chasing the Get Speed Mercedes AMG. Second overall currently is Maxime Martin as the field turns. They're now up through turn 11 and 12. There you can see now how much ground Mathis Leesmont has pulled over Valentino Rossi, can't you? Having been released, as it were, finally jumping past his decorated teammate. He's got away. That's Thierry Vermeulen in the JMW Ferrari that steps up to pro this weekend, because Vermeulen and Constant Lapalainen switch into that car because of the clashes of World Challenge Asia and America. Lots of driver shuffles have gone on, but with an absolutely stellar lineup, it goes up to pro, and Vermeulen trying to get up through the pack. Sorensen leads, but he's not getting away.
What's happened here? Pepper's on the inside of Engel further back, so Engel has had a problem at the final chicane. I think he's now going to lose a place to the BMW of Pepper after being right on the back. This is not good for the jump ship. Alex Arca wants to make it 3.
Contact between the two then as they get to the braking zone. Jordan Pepper up the inside. Engel gets run out wide, and that's going to help the Audi. Look right. Is he going to come around the outside? Yes, it is. And Engel's being whacked on that right-hand side again, isn't he? So the danger here is that Engel's car picks up damage. He's lost another place round the outside of the BMW. Then goes Arca, but he's going to run out of road. Engel tries to get back up the inside. Engel in that yellow Mercedes has got to defend also here for the Mustang of Arjun Maini. Maro Engel saying, let me on the track. Gets his elbows out himself this time rather than being picked on. He picks on Alex Arca. He's going to go back through, diving into turn 5, but that was all very, very physical, and Arca hasn't done yet.
No, Arjun Maini as well in the Mustang is sniffing. Engel, interestingly, did a track limit out of 4. That's one thing. But did he use that momentum unfairly to get the move done? Race control will look at it, of course. It could just be a track limit, or was it overtaking with an unfair advantage?
Meanwhile, Arca, having not stayed ahead of the Mercedes, is under attack from the Grunt and Go Mustang of Arjun Maini, who is taking along for the ride Benji Goethe, and also the Porsche of Nico Menzel behind. Nico, another Porsche star. His father, Christian Menzel, multiple Carrera Cup Asia champion. So that's Alex Arca going through. He is leading in gold, but the opposition, don't forget, is the McLaren there of Benji Goethe, and then Nico Menzel also in gold. So that is a very fierce fight right now.
Really is, and the gold battle rages on. Very fast drivers in all of those classes, but the Gold Cup seems very competitive this year.
It does indeed. Matthias Liesmont well clear for the moment in silver. There's a yellow flag now at turn 3. And it looks as though 177, the Mercedes of Alfredo Hernandez Ortega, has had a moment. So that's triggered a yellow flag within that stadium. That they won't be far off. There is the Mercedes. Scott going again, so that'll clear the road. And by the time the leaders get there, no dramas.
Yeah, all cleared, nice and easy. Our car that started last has fallen down the pack. Tough start for them so far today.
Leaders go through, but Sorensen just not getting away, is he? There you've got Maro Engel, still under attack from Alex Arca. Maro Engel trying to get himself back onto the tail of the BMW of Jordan Pepper, but as they come now through turn 1, Engel's pace not there. Might need a lap or so just to sort of steady the ship, but for now at least, he is under attack, isn't he? And he's not being able to drop Arca and get back onto the tail of the BMW.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the mistake was, because it looked so good for him on the onboard when we were right behind Danny Juncker, just done the fastest lap of the race. Life is sweet from Maro Engel, and then suddenly it was quite the opposite. He was having to bang side to side with Pepper, bang side to side with Alex Arca in that Audi. They're two guys that you don't want to be fighting when you're going for a championship.
Absolutely right. That's the bronze leading BMW of James Kellett. The Yorkshireman goes through. Darren Lung, team patron with the beard and the headset, watching, studying as Darren does, totally committed to his racing and his team, which is looked after by Simon Traves from his base up in Skegness. Simon Brisker, Formula 1 stock car racer as well when he's got the time. So there is the leading BMW in bronze. And 14th is Kellett, second in bronze Reese Barr, and he is 20th overall. So in other words, quite a few cars between them, a number of which are from Pro Cup. Right, let's have a look at Engel. He's already had one biff, hasn't he, from Pepper, and another one from Arca, and then this was that move at 4 you were talking about.
Yeah, so the track is to the white line. He runs round the outside, and then for me, he's got the momentum because he's run wide. Yes, Arca squeezes in there, but Arca's in front. For me, he dictates it. I think he'll get away with it, but just by 1% or 2. Race control at the moment haven't said they're investigating it.
Well, the Transor Attempto Racing say, oh, have a look at this. They are entitled to do, but it may or may not get them anywhere. Alex Arca then having to concentrate once more on his Bronze Cup lead. There you've got Simon Birch, who was a GT2 winner at Spa back in June. He's got Matthias Liesmont behind him. Simon Birch coming up towards the line. Marco Sorensen's advantage now half a second, that's all. And there is a drive-through penalty being given for car number 111 for causing a collision. 111 is the Arthur Rougier CSA Racing McLaren.
Okay, and the 74 as well, so both are judged to be at fault. I could see the 74 one for sure. I didn't see what the 111 did to get that penalty, but race control acting pretty fast. Penalties within 15 minutes of of the incident.
Yeah, they've got so much data to look at, haven't they? They've got the CCTV cameras, they've got some of the onboards, they've got our cameras. And I think it was 111 McLaren tags the Ferrari, which then sort of triggered all the mayhem. So we'll have a look in a moment as you see the leaders come down the hill. Bastien Bus still staying in touch as best he can. So have a look. We're looking for the black and gold McLaren. It's on the inside. Look, diving into the corner. Rougier brakes late. He's half alongside, but then that tags the Ferrari and he knocks him straight again. And while that is happening, there's another incident, look, because around goes Winkelhock and he gets headbutted by Konstantin Dresler.
Yeah, so it was exactly the same thing times two, wasn't it? I missed the 111 but yeah, for sure that was a dive bomb down the inside of 51. And 2 correct penalties there. Drive through here at the Nürburgring will cost you just over 22 seconds.
So on track, we've got Aston Martin, Mercedes AMG, then Porsche, then McLaren, then Mercedes AMG, then BMW, then Mercedes, then Audi, then Ford, then McLaren, and then Porsche. That's the order as you see Nico Menzel go through out of turn 12. The top speed there claimed by the 2 Mustangs, Arjun Maini, 227 kilometres an hour, Eduardo Cosateng, 223.
Yeah, turn 12, a good aero corner that leads onto it, so the Mustang showing it's got good aero balance, but also a lot of grunt as well. Maini was clear. He's, of course, in the slipstream. He's been busy flushing his headlights as well, which as a driver must add at least 20 horsepower, so that explains why he's the top.
Have a look now for the blue and white Ferrari. Diving to the inside is Konstantin Dresler, and he clips the Audi, which is turned around, and then he gives him another little hit head on. So the reason he found him facing the wrong way was because Dresler had already tagged him. Dustin Blattner, the absent Dustin Blattner, won't really know whether to laugh or cry here, will he? Because it's not yet going to affect how things are in the championship for his car and his point score, but for the teams, it will if they can't score.
Yeah, exactly that. It'll be bittersweet for sure. Maxime Martin looks like he's struggling now to stay with with Sorensen as much as he was. Dertier will lose some of the downforce, work the tyre more. Jordan Pepper seems to have found some pace now, doesn't he? Got past Engel, is now caught up to the back of the Verstappen.com car, so he's got some pace in the 32 BMW all of a sudden.
So the BMW then going after Mercedes. This is Nico Menzel. Got to say, he's been a big asset to Boots and VDS this weekend. He's chipping away at Benji Goethe. Look back from the McLaren as they make that climb out of turn 8. Then Goethe is ahead, but he's having to defend still. Nico Menzel behind him, and then a small gap back to Mathis Leismon up into 12th place now, the leading silver, and then go back to 14th, and you've got the leading bronze, which is James Kellett.
We've also got an investigation going on 555 and 992. That's Bobby Thompson and Simonau in the McLaren down in 32nd, 33rd. Obviously, Bobby Thompson, British Taxi Touring Car Championship, kind of probably got his elbows out on that one, would be my guess.
So as you look here at Thierry Vermeulen, he's trying to keep at bay Max Hoffer. This is for 27th and 28th. Max Hoffer in silver in that pure racing Porsche. And they sprint their way down the hill, and they climb the other side to the chicane. To the left of them, the Nordschleife, busy as ever. And here, coming over the timing line, Nico Menzel is about to make his move finally against Benji Goethe for second in gold. He'll brake as late as he possibly can, gets the job done, moves across to take the line. Nicely done that by Menzel.
Yeah, super nice move. Staying as close as he could to the McLaren just to get the side draft. Of course, the slipstream, very strong when you're behind, face full of dust as well. But the car punches a hole, and there is a pocket of air next to the doors as well, so that's why the drivers stay so close, try and keep sneaking that slipstream. And now Goethe needs to look behind at that BMW, the silver class leader. Just seems like that 58 has got no pace. It had no pace in free practice 1, a bit better in free practice 2, good in quali, and it's gone back the other way, it would seem, pace-wise, for the gold class car of Benji Goethe right now.
111 has served its drive-through. I think I said it was Arthur Rougier at the wheel. Forgive me, it's James Kell, and James has taken the penalty. So he's done his bit and now has to sort of rebuild that stint. Frustration because they were good at Magny-Cours. Wide here, look, goes Goethe. And does that give Menzel a chance to get up the inside? It did.
Yeah, all stemmed from the first left of the chicane. He ran wide there. You hear the car bottoming out, sound like a sea lion clapping from some mackerel. It's a horrible feeling in the car. It goes all the way through your spine to your eyeballs. You don't want to do that every lap. And the engineering side as well, when the car's bottoming out, the tyres are unloading, so you have less grip as well.
Valentino Rossi into picture, keeping at bay for now at least. Jamie Day, then Augusto Farfus, they're in 19th place now. Reece Barr gaining ground because of that drive-through for James Kell. Number 5, Michael Porter for Optimum. That's another of the McLarens that operates in the Silver Cup. A little bit further back, you can see Farfus 17th for Rover, Tim Tranmere 20th. Those Rover BMWs, their pace has just disappeared.
Yeah, got nothing, have they? It's so strange, and I'd be surprised if they've changed the setup of their car. I'd say it's more the track has gone away from them. There's a problem for the Lamborghini there. Is it a rear right puncher potentially?
Luca Engschler struggling. It does look as though it's a tyre that's come off the rim. It's certainly low, isn't it? So Engschler heading for the pit lane. That car still in its development stages. Seemed as though they'd unlocked something in it at Manicourt, but somewhere along the line it's picked up a puncture, may have run over some gravel, may have sliced over a curb. Either way, it's bound for the pit lane, and now the task is to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, Max Lynn there in the RGM McLaren trying to get past Shelley in the Audi, but he's got Vermeulen right up the rear, and there's contact. Vermeulen has spun him round, and that was a lunge. Max Lynn get the clutch down, hopefully get the car going, but there's a huge amount of traffic coming. He may have to wait for another 5 or 6 cars to get a space.
And he's just about got away with that, but that was very, very close to disaster, wasn't it, as that little pack streamed past. But anyway, Max Lynn is moving again, albeit badly delayed. That will have given a few heart-stopping moments in the Team RJN garage, won't it, as the Cut 7 liveried McLaren, echoing the famous E-Type number plate of Dick Prothero's car, carries on down towards turn 5, goes now through that 5-6 sequence. Let's have a look at what Vermeulen did. Went for a gap on the inside, contact, and the McLaren goes around.
It's just not an overtaking move there at turn 2. That'll be a drive-through all day long for Thierry Vermeulen in the 60 JMW Ferrari.
You heard it here first. Right, so in terms of circuit performance, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, the quickest brands across the sectors. As you look at the cars coming out of turn 12, Valentino Rossi a little bit wide up the curb. Marco Sorensen, you're right, he's edged away a little bit from Maxime Martin, but you know, it's still not north of a second. We're still talking tenths here for that lead gap. Let's have a listen in to a rather frustrated number 23 McLaren.
Hey, is there anything I could have done about that? No, there was nothing you could do. We caught the last bit of it on TV. He just dove on the inside for no reason.
Max Lynn almost just checking for his own confidence that it wasn't anything he has done, but the team saying no. We saw it on the pictures, and Thierry Vermeulen, they believe, is at fault. We'll see what race control decide to do as the leaders come out of turn 3. A little bit of debris lying in the road. There, Mauro Engel still keeping 7th place ahead of Alex Arca, and that incident between Vermeulen and Lynn has been noted.
Yeah, I think it'll be acted on quite quickly, and yeah, I think Lynn there is just like, surely that wasn't my fault, just needed some help from the team, and the engineer we know, Arjen, very good on his radio messages, but yeah, had been good start from Lynn, so hopefully he gets head down and just try and get that car back up there, and they'll be praying for a safety car.
29th overall is Bobby Thompson. Just going back to Joe's earlier rather disrespectful description of his previous racing exploits in touring cars, but he's doing all right for his second time out in GT3, except I think it was his debris, wasn't it, because he got roughed up by the Jean-Baptiste Simonard McLaren. So that was the incident that was noted, and that is a bit of a BMW rear end from Bobby Thompson's car lying in the middle of the road. So first race at the Nürburgring and throws straight into the heat of battle, the Bobster. So race leaders currently work lap number 13, and Marco Sorensen's advantage has finally gone up to 11/10 of a second. He is starting to edge away from Martin. We've got 34 minutes of this first hour to go, and if you're trying to make this a short stint, you're coming in when?
Another 14 minutes minimum, so another 7 laps, I think, until we can see anyone pit. I don't think anyone inside the top 10 will take it. It's too much of a risk. Why? Because if you do that and then a safety car comes out, you effectively lose a free stop. So I don't think anyone that's in the mix will take that one. But we'll look further down the order. That bit of bodywork's right on the cusp, isn't it, for needing an intervention. I think Niels Vicic will leave it and actually secretly hope someone hits it and gets it out of the way, and that will be his job done.
In indeed. So the other question that race control will have late race is the amount of gravel being dragged onto the circuit. We had a free practice session stopped so the track could be swept because there was virtually no line, and you can see already how much is creeping into the outside of that part of the circuit. Valentino Rossi with a big whack of the curb just dives into the gravel there, goes straight across it.
Yeah, too much curb on the left. It lifted the whole car up. I think he must be frustrated with the lack of pace in that 46 car, and he's trying things to get up the order, but 15th at the moment for the Doctor.
So there's the lead situation, and having said the gap was 11 tenths, it was a promise, but it's back down now to 8 tenths at the start of the lap and 7 tenths at the next sector timing point. The fastest top speed overall, again, perhaps no surprise, Ford Mustangs, 251 km/h from Eduardo Cosseteng, then Arjun Maini, then the BMW of Mathis Lismont, Alex Arca's Audi, and Jordan Pepper's BMW. Those might not be the 5 you would have anticipated.
No, the Mustang is always strong. It's one of its strengths in terms of where they developed that car to sit in the BOP window, but it seems to be struggling a little bit under braking, and that's why it's unable at the moment to make inroads inside the top 8.
Through they turn then, with the race leaders on lap number 14 right now. Looking further down after a pit stop, Nicholas Nielsen has got himself up to 48, so still struggling. Luca Engschler has got back into the race after the puncture 51st. So inevitably there are some hard luck stories here, and for some it's going to be a really long slog to get to the checkered flag. As you see there, 64, this is Arjun Maini. 9th he is, Alex Arca's Audi up the road, that's the target as the leaders come by. Sorensen 8 tenths of a second up, with Martin second, with Boost third. In 4th place still it's Loke, 5th is Honkadea, 6th is Jordan Pepper. Small gap back to the Engel Arca battle, and then Arjun Maini next up with Nico Menzel up in the top 10 now, of course.
Yeah, I think Pepper's the most likely, isn't he, inside the top 10 to make a move forward, and it would be on the Danny Juncadella 2C Verstappen.com Mercedes. Engel's pace is okay, but Alex Arca easily able to stay with him there, and Pepper has got a good car. You can see how easily he's placing on top of the apex curve down at turn 3. Alex Arca, I think, will be happy with the start of this race. He's got a fast race car underneath him.
Yeah, that Audi can be very, very quick, and it can be very, very unlucky. Not just that particular car, but the whole brand for Trezor Tempto's efforts. They can go from a win at Monza to being eliminated on effectively lap 1 of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. But Alex Arca, we know he's quick, perhaps a bit underrated still, but always fiery and always a man to watch. As you see here, Jordan Pepper starting to edge closer to Danny Honkadea, the Mercedes AMG versus the BMW, coming up the hill out of turn 8. Honkadea in that 2Cs run, Verstappen Racing Mercedes, Chris Lallam and Jules Gounon to do the other 2 stints behind the wheel. Amaro Engel now ship-steadied, trying to consolidate the end of this stint. I'll be interested to know whether or not those repeated rubs on that lap did much damage. Certainly not to tyres, but it may have just tweaked the geometry.
Yeah, for sure. We're talking about millimetres for the toe, so a slight knock can just take it there. Normally what the drivers do after a contact, you let go of the steering wheel down the straight and just see if it pulls left or right. That gives you a good inkling to see if everything is A-OK. And yeah, it's not what you want at the start of a 3-hour race.
Very true. It's not what an incoming driver wants. At least Maro can kind of adapt to it in the stint, but if you get into a car, I guess, that's different from how it was when you last drove it, however subtly, it's going to play on your confidence. Jordan Pepper comes out of turn 17 then, still being chased by Maro Engel. The lead gap 8 tenths last time, 7 tenths this time. Sorensen to Martin, then Boost. Joseph Loke has done a good job, hasn't he, because he stayed pretty much on the back of Boost, never quite having the opportunity or the advantage to make an effort. Arjun Maini brakes late, closes up a little bit more onto the back of the Audi R8 ahead of him, and then Nico Menzel rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Menzel's pace has been good, hasn't it, to get onto this. Really, it's the whole lead battle. There isn't a gap inside. To say maybe here to Juncadella in front to Loke is the biggest gap, but I think Arjun Maini here is going to do a big send at some point on Alex Arca into turn 1.
Maro Engel just a little bit sideways there, coming out of turn 3, but hangs on to it. As we see there, Alex Arca, the Gold Cup leader. Nico Menzel second in gold, just in the back of the shot in the Porsche, and then Benji Goethe third. But he's dropped away, hasn't he? Having lost that place to the Porsche, he's fallen back. But Alex Arca then doing a good job. Simon Birch's Ferrari fourth, Tim Tramnitz's BMW fifth in gold. Mikkel Mack in the Corvette is next, ahead of Harry George, and then James Kell recovering after the drive-through for causing that incident on lap 1. And you see there, climbing the hill, Nico Menzel. He's second currently in gold in that almost Red Bull liveried Porsche, the alternative colour scheme for Boots and VDS.
Yeah, exactly that, and he'll be hoping Marnie puts a move on Alex Arca so he can then directly attack as we look at this, I think, struggling 58 car. Not with a problem, just some kind of setup tweak that hasn't worked for him. I've gone in and out of the Garage 59 garage a bit this weekend. It has been on the flat patch, seemingly to me, quite a lot. So they're obviously trying to hone in a particular setup. When it's fast, but when it's not, it's not.
That's incredibly technical, but I'm with you all the way. Well done, Joe. So Matty Sleesmon you're looking at now. And that is the car that leads in silver, and behind him is the car that leads in bronze. In fact, that's James Callett, and it looks as though James might actually jump ahead of Matty Sleesmon before much longer. He's much, much closer, isn't he? So Formula BMW revisited this, but it's silver versus bronze. Matty Sleesmon for WRT. For Paradigm, it's James Callett as they come over the line. And then behind the pair is Simon Birch. He's another in the Gold Cup. Second of the silvers is Eduardo Cosseteng in the other Mustang. And then third silver, Mikey Porter's Optimum McLaren.
Yeah, and just trying to see where times are going. Mara Engel still has the fastest lap of the race. Times are dropping away. We're roughly a second a lap slower now, dropped to the 57s. We were in a 53.0 for qualifying as our fastest car. That's the RJN car of Ben Dorr. So the track has really slowed up today. And I think that's what the drivers were saying as a collective. After quali, they were all surprised how much grip the track has. And Marnie's trying to use that to go around the outside of Arca. It's not going to work. Is that going to give a chance to Menzel in the Porsche?
I think it probably will, won't it? Nico Menzel, not short of racecraft, that's for sure. Arjun Maini in the Mustang now, coming downhill. It's rather Cyclops-like, isn't it, with a very bright left light on that angle, but then as it catches the right-hand side, that camera, so all the emphasis goes to the other side of the car. That huge rear wing hanging off the back of it, under which Nico Menzel's going to try and stick the nose of the Porsche on the climb up the hill. Alex Arca, of course, by having to go defensive, has just dropped back slightly from Maro Engel. Menzel dancing over the curb. There's Goethe. Then you've got this Leesmon Kellett battle in the BMW. Simon Birch next in the Ferrari going through. He's 14th. So the field coming out of the Schumacher S. That's Eduardo Cosseteng, second in silver in the other Haupt Racing Team Mustang. And then the third of the silvers, Mikey Porter's McLaren, just a little bit further back. But I think Haupt, as a team, will be pretty pleased with the fact that both cars are still going, and both cars are certainly far, far more competitive race by race.
Yeah, certainly after that disastrous Monza start, not their fault, but that was going to be a mega result for them, wouldn't it? Logically, you would have said they were on for a podium with both their cars in their respective classes. Rossi now with another battle pack behind him. Reece Barr started first in the bronze class, down to second now, but still doing well in the overall class. And there is Mikey Porter, third in the silver class. Mikey, super fast young British driver, very good extracting the most out of the width of the track. You'll always see him running the white lines.
Comes up towards the line as Tim Tranmit goes through, another ex-single-seater racer, having his first real year in GT racing in that Gold Cup BMW, the Rover car, the purple and white one. Just ahead there, look at number 2, the Boots and VDS Porsche of Alessio Picariello. Odd that car is 21st when the Gold Cup entry is 10th, but you know, Picariello, fast driver, but that car, again, doesn't seem to have unlocked something this weekend.
Yeah, just not quite there. There's a huge amount of dust kicked up under braking there for the 6-7 chicane, and Kellett really trying to force the issue on our silver class leader. They both know it's not for class, but they both want to get to the end of the race as quickly as possible. I do think at this point Leesmont should realise it better to roll out of the throttle as we look at the second place silver car chasing them down the hill.
And it's Reece Barr at the wheel of it. Charles Dawson, Kian Jewis, the other two drivers. Really good combination of this. And you can, a rotation for 45 Ferrari. That's the Rinaldi car. Gets going again, but it's cost itself a little bit of ground as a legacy of that. But the Ferrari does at least rejoin. Yeah, I was going to say, as you see Dylan Medler having that spin, but the way that 2Cs are doing this is kind of, if you like, more within the spirit of bronze. They've not got a ringer who's a platinum. They're doing it with, you know, two quick young guns and a quick am.
Yeah, and Dawson is a very quick am, luckily for them. But him and Kian Jewis have been together for quite a few seasons now. Remember how strong Kian Jewis was in that British GT season when he was against Maxi Goetz in the sister car at 2Cs. So yeah, you're right with your statement. They haven't just hired a very fast driver, but they have got one that they've helped develop.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Kian Jewis didn't get the recognition out of the press last year that he deserved, because quite regularly he was able to pull away from Maxi Goetz, and yet some journos had Gertz as their star driver of the season. We've got now number 555, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, being given a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision at turn 3. That must be the one where he nibbled the back of Bobby Thompson's BMW.
Yeah, it was his fault for sure, and there was some damage to the car that we can see laying in the track. But yeah, quite a punting decision there, I would say. Maybe could have gone down as a racing incident, but their next pit stop will have to be 10 seconds longer.
And the pit stop times are all dictated by the refueling connection time. There's a regulation time minimum that the refueling hose must be connected for. So with 001 on the Lumi rank, 007 leads the way. Marco Sorensen fending off this challenge of Maxime Martin. And then you've got Bastien Boost still in third, still in touch in that Lion Speed Porsche. But you get the feeling now, don't you, as things have sort of stabilised, that much of the shuffling is going to be done on the pit work on that first stop. Sorensen a little bit deep at 8, but managing to hang on to it.
Yeah, and worth just touching maybe on the pit stop procedure. So the only real thing the teams are worried about is the fuel has to be connected for 44 seconds. The tyres and the driver change will happen within that 44, and then the pit lane speed limit is 50 k's, so it will take them 27 seconds to do that. So it really is how quickly and efficiently you get the fuel nozzle on and off, but the bigger difference is what lap do you pit, because when you put that second set of tyres on for the second stint, you will be quicker for those first few laps, and that's how you create the undercut.
So there, the lead cars work lap number 19. The Vermeulen and Lynn incident is also now being investigated, so that's not gone away. Leaders come out of the chicane. That's Boost third, Loke fourth, Honkadea fifth, Pepper sixth, Small Gap, Engel seventh, Arca eighth, Miney ninth, Metzel 10th. And that top 10 last time covered by just under 6.5 seconds, with so many different brands in that mix as well.
So next time by, for me, is when the window opens to get to the end of this race on just 2 more stops. Like I said at the start, I don't think anyone inside the top 10 will risk it, but the window will open.
We'll see where the clever strategists put their money. So we've gone for over 40 minutes or so with no major dramas, a few spins, a few clashes, but no necessity for the race to be suspended. As there, Cosseteng makes a big, bold effort up the inside of the Rover BMW, diving down towards the first corner. Not quite able to squeeze his way by. Augusto Farfus doing his level best to fend him off there, but Eduardo Cosseteng using all of the horses under the bonnet to try and get through in a straight line, and also now to stand his ground on the outside at 3 for the inside at 4. Makes a lunge up the curb, through he comes. Hold my pint, I'm coming through, says Eduardo Cosseteng. That was really, really bold. Farfus, though, is going to brave it out. He'll have the inside line for 5. Cosseteng has to give way.
Cheers to that, Cosseteng. That was a great send. Reece Barr, though, I think wants a piece of it, decides better of it. Cosseteng just drove to the apex before in a straight line with full gas. Fair play to Farfus, given the space. I think Farfus knew he had the corner for the inside, but the battle rages on.
Does indeed, and then Reece Barr looking to try to buy into this as well, as Farfus does hang on to the place. Cosseteng looking for a way through. Big cars, the BMW and the Mustang, and they're absolutely nose to tail, but it's really helped Reece Barr, hasn't it? He's joined the party as well now, so Farfus rides the curb coming into the Schumacher S. Cosseteng proving how well the Haupt Racing team Mustangs are going at kind of their home race, the German team, and then you've got Reece Barr for 2Cs next in the queue. All of this going on then as they wriggle their way through for 17th, 18th and 19th places. Here it is again.
It was a great initial lunge. Farfus closing the door, then realising the Mustang is there. Then they run side by side. It's okay through turn 2 because it's a new surface. It's okay. But then at 3, you can see Cosseteng has no grip. Farfus leads him to the outside. Yes, he's off the track, but I think that's all okay. Then there's no grip for the Mustang. But watch this. He just goes in a straight line from this point to the apex. And Farfus is like, well, I can't do anything. So has to give him the space. But knowing that they both run wide, but Farfus has the corner. Hard far racing from my side.
And Reece Barr closing up. There's a little rub between the two, and Barr trying to get up the inside there. Look, as you see now, the live battle for third place. Bastien Boost under attack from Joseph Loke, and Thierry Vermeulen is being given a drive-through for causing that collision when he turned Max Lynn around, and Vermeulen in fact serving it right now. As you see the leading pack come towards us. Sorensen still not really able to get away. 9/10 of a second, that's all. Martin tantalisingly close, but it's going to be very interesting indeed to see what pans out in the middle third of this race as the cars drop downhill. We're about 20 minutes away then from the end of the first hour, and we'll see very shortly when teams start to think about making pit stops. Exclude Vermeulen from that list because that's, as he's just exited the pit lane, was a drive-through, not a routine stop.
So does that mean I could be a race director? Because I said Vermeulen should get a drive-through. I said that about 10 minutes ago.
Race director didn't apply that, the stewards did. So the answer to that, definitely no. You could be a steward. Please, I mean, please go.
I've been called something similar.
There you've got Bastien Boost then, hanging on a third place. Joseph Loke's in the same sort of situation, isn't he, as Martin? He's close, but cigars not being offered. He just can't make that move.
Yeah, it's really frustrating here at the Nürburgring. So many fast-flowing corners, so many corners that require aero grip. So when you're following, you just lose that in the dirty air. So then you're relying on the mechanical grip, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the overtakes either being a mistake from the car in front or just a big lunge and hoping for the best. And that's why at the moment the top four running in the same order as they finish the first lap.
Out of turn 17 then, Porsche, McLaren. The gap between them last time was only a fifth of a second. They come over the timing line, and as they do so now at the end of lap number 22, it's gone up slightly, half a second, but Joseph Loke still very much in touch. He's been a real asset, hasn't he, since he came into GT racing. He's not doing a huge amount of racing other than these endurance rounds in GT World Challenge, but he always delivers.
Yep, the Macclesfield driver, very well thought of within the McLaren fraternity, I know, and he's been super quick, and this introduction to him to GT racing seems to be going well for his motorsport career.
Does indeed then, winner of the BRDC Young Driver of the Year award, which has had some very famous and high-profile victors over the years, but Joseph Loke, after another season of Formula 3, making that switch to go into GT racing and possibly get paid rather than pay for a drive. And I think McLaren grateful that he's on the books. Benji Goethe 11th in the other Garage 59 car. The battle of the BMWs, still Leesmont keeping Kellett at bay.
Yeah, and so my idea of Leesmont rolling out the throttle wasn't received by him, and he's decided he can hold that car of Kellett behind him without losing pace. Paradine here will be slightly frustrated because this is time they would want to be using to build the gap over the other bronze class cars.
But all's fair, they're battling for an overall position. So Mathis Leesmont is trying to keep Kellett at bay because he'd like as many cars between him and his silver opposition as is possible. So they ride the curb, and there Bastien Boost coming under attack all of a sudden. Joseph Loke very nearly alongside. That possibly was because of the traffic. 177, the Alfredo Hernandez Ortega Mercedes being lapped, and maybe Boost just found him at the wrong part of the racetrack.
Yeah, you'd say he found him through the chicane. That's why he was having to defend into turn 11 there, and now Loke, closest he's been, flashing the headlights. It's not an overtaking spot. It's such a short brake zone. You're only on the brakes for 70 metres into the chicane, so there isn't the speed delta, but there is into turn 1, and that's where he'll try and stay close. Loke may even just try and run a bit wider here at the last corner, keep the clean air, and then attack the throttle, maybe even use a track limit up on the exit of 17 to use it. Can he get in the slipstream of that Porsche?
Let's see Jordan Pepper, though, make his move against Danny Hunkadea in the background as well. You can see Arca is coming under attack from Miney, so it's all changed maybe on this lap. The BMW does go through. Jordan Pepper is ahead of Hunkadea as they get down to turn 1. So Jordan Pepper up into 5th, and Miney makes his move against the Audi of Arca finally, and that's going to give Menzel a chance to go for the Gold Cup lead. So Mustang through, Porsche around the outside of Audi. Menzel leads gold.
Great move. Menzel will now try and close the door on Arca. I don't think he wants to attack Miney just yet in the Mustang, although it looks quite opposite. Now Arca coming back at him is a good move by Pepper. I thought that was the move that was going to happen inside the top 10. I didn't envisage this contact there as Menzel just runs him to the white line. All fair at the moment. Benji Goethe now sniffing around. All of that really happened because of the traffic, like you said, to Bastien Boost, the 177 Mercedes. That's going to be more of a theme, obviously, as the race goes on.
So Arca's lost his lead of gold, and he nearly lost second there. As you say, Goethe back at the races now, sniffing around the back of the Audi. Nico Menzel having gone through, getting away a little bit, and Arjun Miney finally pulling that move. That's been in the post for lap after lap.
Yeah, it really has. Lap times I'm just looking at, sorry, dropping away massively. Traffic affected for some, but another couple of seconds slower this lap than the fastest lap of the race. This will push the teams into wanting to do the undercut even more. But if you go too early, one of your stints has to be longer than the others. So that's where you then start to be on the back foot later on in the race.
Yeah, that's right. The traffic is going to become a little bit more of a factor. We've got 15 minutes of this first hour to go, as through now goes Joseph Loke's McLaren. Makes that run down the hill once again. Sorry, not Joseph Loke. Benji Goethe's McLaren makes that run down the hill from 11th place. Loke still chasing Boost. So both the Garage 59 cars in the mix in their respective classes. Jordan Pepper, Danny Hunkadea, Mauro Engel, Arjun Maini, Nico Menzel, Alex Arca, then Benji Goethe, all of them using that curve out of the chicane. And way up on the exit curve there was Goethe.
Yeah, and it hurts you for the next corner because you're actually trying to brake while you're on top of that curve. And here's the move then, Pepper cements it, but look behind, you can see the Audi of Arca. I thought he was going to keep it pinned off track, but Maini just eases him across. Menzel sends it round the outside. At this point, I think Menzel wants to slot in and just take the place away from the Audi, but actually he does try and go round the outside, and then suddenly that gives a chance for Arca to come back at the Porsche.
Yeah, he seemed to close on the Mustang very quickly at 3. That gap just evaporated. Here it is from another angle. So, yeah, as you say, he was looking to slot in, and then all of a sudden it got very crowded indeed, and Arca really with nowhere to go. He ended up on the outside and then couldn't get back on. The contact really was him, I think, trying to say, come on, I need some tarmac.
Yeah, he gave him a little nudge, didn't he, just after the apex. I think that actually unsettled the rear of the Porsche, and that's why he got the run. Here is Maxime Martin's car as the Aston Martin runs wide. That isn't the leader. That is a back marker of Tomasi, so that did catch me, but you can see the Comptu leading car of Nicky Team still in front.
Yeah, Tomasoni then a lap down, but getting it up the curb. Top two are broken away from Boost. Yeah, the traffic has affected that Porsche McLaren battle as they now go up the hill. This currently lap number 24. And more gravel kicked out. That was Hunkadea running wide at 8, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Tyres starting to drop off, so you'll see cars having bigger snaps of oversteer. The drivers will try and manage it through the traction control just to put it up and look after that rear tyre. But they're greedy, these drivers. They want to be on the power hard and early, and that's what takes the life out of the tyres. We have seen the 991, the bronze leading car, get past Leesmont then, and he has dropped him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If only he could have done that 5 or 6 laps earlier, that would be important. Charles Vert's waiting, which makes me nervous when the helmet isn't done up on the driver. I think I'd rather really be done. The other bronze class thing worth mentioning is Renat Salikov is the leading bronze class driver that is the bronze. So they've gone with technically their slowest driver first, whereas the first and second bronze class cars have yet to use their bronze drivers.
Race leader through. Marco Sorensen then 7/10 up on Maxi Martin, and there other drivers getting themselves ready. Maxi Gertz then to take over from Maxi Martin, leaving Fabian Schiller to the end. Lote getting a bit more towy against Boost here as they come down to turn 1. Porsche fending off McLaren, but as they are battling, so they're losing touch, aren't they, now with the leaders, because they've dropped the better part of 3 seconds. As coming out of turn 3 is that lead, Aston Martin versus Mercedes fight. What's going on still in Silver? Matthias Leesmont ahead of Eduardo Cosateng, and then Mikey Porter in that 3rd spot. So from the drone you look down over the back of Joseph Loke's McLaren, but yeah, all of that traffic really does seem to have ripped Boost away from the top 2. Engel gets up the inside of Tomasoni, so does Arjun Maini, but the top 2 now with a much bigger gap.
Yeah, it's just flowed for them well, isn't it? Potentially going to get 1, maybe 2 more back markers before the end of their stint. They've got the 89 Porsche Mardini and Dressler in that Kessel car that was spun around that they may catch before the end of their stint, which has got another 15 minutes maximum, unless we were to have a full course yellow intervention.
Alex Arca still pressing on as best he can in the best of the Audis. Etienne Challis' Santalot car is 24th. And Ariel Levy for Tresor Attempto is in 26th. We are aware of another incident being looked at, and it is the Lutronic Porsche of Antares Au versus 89, the Lion Speed Porsche. So they've had a little rub, Bashar Mardini, so that's being looked at. Remember, there's the graphic. Mauro Engel, Lukas Stoltz, Lucas Auer. If they're in the top 4, they are champions, but there's another round to go. Let's have a look here in replay. Number 6 Mercedes getting into the back of 66 Audi. So Anthony Bartone versus Ariel Levy, and then Bobby Thompson tries to get in on the act as well. Race leaders through. 25 laps done. Sorensen 1.3 seconds to the good as Arjun Maini now comes up to have a go at Mauro Engel. This for 7th place. Mauro Engel, who's not really been able to fight back after those places lost and that contact. Maybe, I said it at the time, but maybe there is something not 100% in that car because it just hasn't been able to fight back in the way that Mauro would want to do.
Yeah, or it's just got a very sweet spot with the tyre pressures maybe, and it was in that window lap 4, not before it and not after it, but yeah, definitely something is not right with that car like we're used to seeing, and I am worried that that Mustang is going to get a move done on him in the next few laps. So I think the Mustang into turn 1 will be licking its lips laps if he can get a run out the last corner on that Manfilter Winward car of Marl-Engel.
News from the pits, Bryn Lucas has been having a word with Maxi Gertz, who's saying, yeah, everything's okay, but one of the things that's on their mind is, because the field now is quite spread out, gaps have opened up over the course of the 5 kilometre lap, what you're going to be released into. It could be traffic or it could be clear real estate, so they're trying to second guess really when best to bring a car in relative to where you would be for the traffic on the exit. And Tara Sau is being given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. This is in replay, the McLaren bouncing its way over the curb and over the gravel of Mikey Porter, and sideways he comes back onto the road, spitting gravel at anybody in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think he's probably trying to get past that Mercedes behind that he would have been lapping as efficiently as possible, and has probably just tried a full send there.
Now, Danny Hunkadea 6, let's listen into his radio in the Mercedes.
I think I have a lot more pace than the cars around. I saved a lot.
Interesting, just saying I've got more pace than the cars around me is how I read that, but was that before Jordan Pepper overtook him? Because if you've got more pace than the car that's just overtaking you, one of that part of that statement is wrong.
Bastien Bus into the pit lane, so he's bailed from third, having said he'd lost touch a little bit with those two leaders. That's the first of our leading cars in, and that's 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes before the end of the first hour. Is that a strategy call, or does that suggest a problem?
Yeah, that's the undercut, so let's see when they hand over, who's it going to be that takes over that line speed car? Is it going to be Feller? Is it going to be Preining? I will keep an eye on their lap times, and it's basically compared to whatever these cars are doing. At the moment, their averages is high 57s. If Preining can bang in some 56s for 2 or 3 laps, he could be the race leader by the time everyone cycles through the stops.
Augusto Farfus in, Alessio Picariello in as well, so 1 or 2 more starting to serve their first of the regulation stops. Ford Mustang's going well. There's Arjun Maini. That car sort of came alive at the same time really in the equivalent race last year. It was what, 20th from memory on the grid and was third, but then a penalty cost it more paces at the end. So Nürburgring is a Mustang-friendly circuit, and that is Tommy Pintos, who is in the gravel, and that, I fear, is going to be a safety car.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be. Full course yellow, I think, will be called relatively quickly there. Is that the exit of 12?
Attention all teams, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow is coming. That's the voice of Neil Svitic. Yeah, I think it is the exit of 12, isn't it, coming down the hill? Whether he pushed, whether he fell, we'll try and elicit the 10-second count given then. So a full course yellow is coming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So the first intervention of the race, and a full course yellow. This will help or hinder some, won't it?
Yeah, what happens here then? So it's with the Get Speed Mercedes trying to go round the outside of the back marking car. Hard one to call. I can see why he's gone across the front, Tommy Pintos, but I don't know where he expects the Mercedes to go.
Race control to all teams. Please inform all drivers that they have to stay to the right side at the exit of turn 13. To the right side of turn 13, because we have the recovery ongoing on driver's left.
And there is the recovery on driver's left, as you see, and others now taking the opportunity to pit. So those that pitted before the full course yellow,
turn 12,
help or hinder.
Drivers need to stay on the right side of the track, not to hinder the recovery.
So it's going to be interesting here. People at box now think this is going to be a short full course yellow.
Let's get to the pit lane. Bryn Lucas is ready for us. Bryn?
Well, Bastien, it looks like it's hot and sweaty work inside the car. It seemed like an early stop. What's this, the undercut? What was the thinking?
It was the undercut because it's usually quite strong on this track. It's of course a risk, but if a car would go off, of course, a full course yellow within a gap of, I think, 3 laps or something, or 2 laps, which just happened. So I don't know. Let's see where we are afterwards. Car's quick. I think this can cost us a lot.
Yeah, so the frustration is because this full course yellow has come at exactly the wrong moment for your pit stop.
Yeah, we did our pit stop on the green, and now cars are driving slow on the track, so we're going to lose massive time. And in a 3-hour race, it's going to be tough to catch up with only 1 pit stop left. So, of course, it's always a bit of a gamble, but yeah, there's not much we can do now.
Roll the dice. There you go. Thanks, Bastien.
Great disappointment from Bastien Bus. You see how many cars are pouring into the pit lane. Bastien didn't quite say so, but it doesn't do a great deal for their chances, does it now?
No, they effectively lost 40 seconds by my calculation, so they're going to drop well outside the top 20 by the time we go back to green. Everyone's cycled through. Silver class leader, WRT doing their thing. A little bit easier than the Sprint Cup pit stops for the mechanics, where it's as fast as you can do it, all dictated by the 44 seconds of fuel, which is now done. And this was an interesting move by the 17 and the 007 just to stay out another few more laps. They know it's not going to be a short full course yellow because Niels Vitic has not closed pit entry, so it's going to go long full course yellow into safety car, but I think they will box at
just
the end of this lap.
additional info from race control to all teams: please warn your drivers. We will see sweepers on the track between turn 9 and 10, and in the chicane turn 14, 15, 16 we will send sweepers out to use the intervention at the moment to sweep gravel off the track. Warn the drivers to expect sweepers out in these two areas.
So the sweepers on track. 991, by the way, leading bronze, has been given over to Darren Lung, and it's kept its bronze lead. Renat Salikov in 87 has not pitted, so even allowing for a pit stop, the car has kept the lead. That illustrates how you can make these work to your advantage, especially if you're, for example, near the pit lane when that full course yellow comes.
Yeah, exactly. So under green flag, you are stationary and you lose 1 minute and 12 seconds. But because everyone's doing 80k, suddenly the averages swing in your favour massively. So if only you had a 20-second gap, that's enough to keep the position effective. That's what's happened for the 991, which you can see there in front of Renat Salikov. It won't be a disaster for Salikov if they can get their pit stop done under the full course yellow, which they should, and it will then just be status quo. It's just a good visual of how much it helps stopping under full course yellow.
What's the benefit for the top two then to stay out as the sweeper heads towards the traffic? Now you can understand why Niels Vitic was telling the teams to tell drivers, get them to stay to one side of the road. What's to be gained for these two by coming in a lap later? A clearer pit lane?
That, but also, wow, a clearer pit lane not, because why was that Porsche going so slowly? Was that a late call to go there? Nicky Team navigated, but still would have been a second or two loss. Basically, so their next stint starts a lap later. It can go a lap longer, so they get a lap extra of luck to wait for a full course yellow to do their second pit stop.
Okay. So Sorensen in, Martin in, and pretty much everybody else that has not yet made their first stop coming into the pit lane as well. There's the Porsche.
So you just spawned there. I can only imagine the engineers told him box, 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 but he must have driven over the curb around the back of the bollard. I think that's going to be a penalty for that. Was it Basha Mardini in the 89?
I think it was, yes. And we had a car doing something similar, didn't we, yesterday, which copped a penalty for crossing the white line, never mind the curb. So, yes, assuming that's what happened, rather than it having a problem and hesitating in the pit lane, then, yes, you can imagine a penalty heading its way. There, then, is Maxime Martin out of number 17. Maxi gets ready to get into the car. Arrow Engel brings 48 in as well. So let's see whether that's going to bring that car back into contention. We confidently expect number 80 Porsche then to drop back. If you're a Porsche fan, it's bad news for the Bastien Bus, Thomas Preining, Ricardo Feller entry. 17 then rumbles down the pit lane.
Yeah, will the 007 get back out in front? We'll see it pull out any second now. There it is. Looks like exactly the same pit stop time, doesn't it? Just wait for Winwood. They've got the 48 in, but could they actually get the 87 in? So little room between that yellow car and the WRT BMW.
Yeah, I think the expectation would be that by the time 87 arrives, 48 will have gone, so they don't need to worry about stacking. The BMW 32 then gets away. Charles Wirtz, we thought was getting into that car, did we not? Away now goes 48, just ahead of the Mustang.
That's how they were before it went full course yellow, and that is as close as you want to get for an unsafe release. And actually slightly slow, I think, from the Mustang and Drudy, going from pit lane speed, which is 50, to full course yellow, which was 80. So that gap went up ever so slightly.
Yeah, Tyrell Drouet into the Mustang. Lucas Stoltz is in 48. Chris Lallam has taken over number 3. Mathieu Drudy in the number 7 Aston Martin. So full course yellow continues. Of course, the longer a full course yellow, the more likely we are for a safety car. Now that sort of helps a bit because it bunches everybody up, so you gain some of the time back. I'm thinking about Porsche number 80, but what you don't gain back are all the places you've lost. So you might be closer to the opposition, but you're still going to drive past a load of cars.
Yeah, and you've seen how hard overtaking is. Mara Engel kind of trudges away when he sees he's got the fastest lap of the race. I generally think he'll be confused by that because it didn't feel like that apart from the one lap he did it. And a wry smile from the German.
Yeah, Mauro recently was a guest at the Dutch Grand Prix, wasn't he, and presented the pole position award and had a pretty cool time. And he's also been at a MotoGP round. So if you've got a day off, you go motor racing in Mauro's world. Job well done. There's the other Winwood car then rejoining. So Rinat Salikov brought it in. Gabriele Piana takes it out. As we were saying yesterday, a rare weekend this for Gabriele, not having to think about GT4 at the same time as GT World Challenge Europe. Right, Nina Jade Paul has gone to find Mauro Engel. Let's hear from the championship leader.
Oh, watch out for the tyres. Mauro grabbed you just as you got out of the car. That wasn't of the easiest of stints for you. There was some contact as well between yourself and Alex Zaka. What did you make of the challenge on you?
Yeah, not the easiest stint, but glad to get through. And obviously, it's a motor race, so you know there's going to be challenges, so just have to accept it.
Are you carrying any damage or issues from the contact?
No, car's handling well. Yeah, it's just a bit tough this weekend. We haven't had the most amazing space, but hopefully at some point we can get in clean air and then the car will work well.
I know everyone's talking about the championship and the Endurance Cup title. Does it alter the amount of risk you're willing to take when you're fighting in these battles?
No, we're just trying to do the best job we can in this race.
All right, good luck. Thanks for talking with us.
So, not a damaged car, just needs some clean air, effectively. That's what Mauro's telling us. So, the full course yellow continuing here, but we anticipate to go safety car to scoop up everybody and then release the cars. The longer the full course yellow period goes on, the more likely we are to have a safety car period the other side of it. That's still the leader then, number 7, with Mathieu Drudi at the wheel. Now, Maxime Martin, another Mercedes driver, a better stint. He was second, and he's with Bryn Lucas.
Yeah, the race has been pretty impressive too.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a good race at the moment. It's still long. The start was a bit chaotic. I mean, nothing major, but it was good to keep positions. And yeah, and then I think I was faster than the Aston, but impossible to pass here. So we collected a lot of pickup. So it was a bit tricky at some points, but at the end we did a good pit stop, good strategy. We were a bit good with the full course yellow. So yeah, now 2 hours to go, but we're still there, so it's good.
Well, Maxi said to me, you know, sometimes it's that you roll the cards or roll the dice, sorry, and see where you land when you come out of the pit stop, field spread, things like that.
Safety car deployed.
Has it worked out for you?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, there was a collision with the Aston and the Porsche and the pit entry, so we lost a bit of time, but I mean, we are still P2, and yeah, I think we all had more or less the same strategy to pit on the second lap of the full course yellow. I think it's more a question of you know, the teams, the cars we have in the team, just to make sure we have a clean pit stop, which we had. So, like I say, for now it's good, and let's see how it goes.
Happy hunting ground. Let's see how you get on. Thanks, Maxime.
Thank you very much.
And as you heard during the course of the interview, the safety car has now been deployed. So this allows the cars to go faster, allows them to get everything back up to temperature. It might only be a lap, but it does help the pace. And then when the cars are released, then tyres temperature and pressure and the brake temperature as well, all at the optimum level. The risk, of course, safety cars breed safety cars, so with everybody in a line, there's the potential of drama. 44, Tommy Pintos, by the way, is out of the gravel, and the car is still circulating. Now, Marco Sorensen is out of the lead car, and that gives him the opportunity to talk to Nina Jade for us.
Well, Mako, a relatively straightforward stint for you. Still in the lead, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing, yes. We had a decent start. Obviously, we were under pressure from some of the other cars. But yeah, throughout the stint, it was kind of managing the tires a little bit. And obviously, I know how good Maxime is, but he was staying right behind the whole stint. And it was like annoying every time you made a small mistake, he would get closer. But kind of with the aero wash you have here, I think he struggled to get closer. And then probably a lot of the time he was overheating a little bit. But in the end of the stint, we managed to get a little bit of a gap before the full course yellow came.
I mean, the margins are so tight. There are quite a few manufacturers in the top 10. What will be the key for your teammate in this next stint?
I think, honestly, if we manage to just stay in front, it's obviously really hard to pass here. We're not having the strongest race. Let's say the race pace of the car is not the strongest as it is right here. But if we can kind of manage to stay in front, I think the others are struggling more when obviously they're behind. But I think if Maxime would have managed to get, if he would have managed to get past me that stint, he would probably have pulled away because he definitely had more pace in the car.
Thanks for talking with us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Marco Sorensen then, job done, and Matteo Drudi is now behind the wheel. Safety car is deployed, so the pace quickens, and what you also end up with now is, of course, one long line rather than the cars dotted around the circuit.
Yeah, no wave by in GT World Challenge 3-hour races. Only in our 6 and 24 would a wave round procedure be placed. So, for example, that Porsche, which made a mistake, has gone a lap down, so that's really hard on the 89. So you've got first and second together. You've then got the McLaren behind that Porsche. So, yeah, it's worked out well for the McLaren because of the 80 line speed boxing just before that full course yellow.
Another star of that first stint, James Kellett in the lead of bronze. 11th that car is currently, and he's with Rin.
James, it's fair to say that was a pretty amazing stint. You're beaming here.
Yeah, I was happy with that. I mean, you can always do a little bit better, but the car performance was great. I was super confident with it, and yeah, I mean, it wasn't ideal, the safety car coming out when it was, or the full course yellow, sorry. But being a bronze car, we just have to live with it and push on. But as a three, me, Darren and Dries, we're a good team. I absolutely love starting, as you can tell. Racing is probably my best bit of me, so yeah, I was happy, and ideally I wanted to stay out there. I could have kept on going, but we have to box and let the others go.
We know the graphic says that you're still in the car. We know that Darren's in there right now. I mean, pace-wise, he's not going to be as quick as you. He shouldn't be as quick as you, but he is a pretty rapid AM, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd say he's probably one of the best AMs in the world right now. I really respect Darren. He's got great racecraft. I mean, he's super high up in the grid now, so hopefully it doesn't get overtaken too much by some of the pro cars that are coming past, but we just have to keep it clean. It's still 2 hours to go, and we've got like the main man jumping in at the end, the absolute legend of Dries. So I'm sure Darren lets a few through. That's completely fine. Dries jumps in, we'll take him back. So we're pushing for a top 10 here.
Amazing. Well, safety car's going in now, so rest up and watch on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, safety car in this lap as we stand. The only title that could be clinched at the moment is silver in both endurance and overall.
Is there any wave by procedure in the 3 hours race? Negative. Feedback from Marco is compared to practice, the front end in the middle of the corner is a little bit better. But just does mean you have to be a little bit careful as the rear tires go off with the entries.
Good feedback there, and I think why he's asking is because he's going to go early to use that Porsche to block the McLaren. Yeah. No overtaking before the yellow line. So yeah, sure enough, he's gone early to try and spread the field out.
He'll take with him Maxi Goetz, but Matteo Drudi then coming up to the end now of lap 31. Leads at the Nürburgring. We're ready to go back racing the other side of turn 17 where the green lights will be on and the green flags will fly then. So with an hour and 52 minutes of the race to go, we are back live now. Up to the end of the lap they come. Matteo Drudi leads the field. Maxi Goetz now doing the chasing behind him in the Mercedes, and only now can Dean McDonald think about making a move. That car, of course, now up into third place. The Lion Speed Porsche, you heard Bastien Buss's frustration, 22nd they are now, so the timing of their stop relative to what happened, they couldn't have predicted it, but it's really cost them dear.
Yeah, rolled the dice and the dice fell off the table and exploded. Couldn't have gone any worse for our Spa winners, but they had nothing to lose in sense, but they were on the podium as now Charles Wirtz is just trying to let Patrick Kolb, he's ready to overtake the lap car.
Exactly, that's the other Lion Speed Porsche, Patrick Kolb, one of the two people who created that team, Patrick and Jose Garcia, who's also been racing this weekend in the GT3 Revival races, so that Porsche is the lap down. Charles Wirtz is behind him, then you've got Chris Lallam, there's Lucas Stoltz, who at the moment ain't going to be a champion, he needs a couple more places yet, top four will do it for him as they come now the other side of turn 6, but actually Stoltz is having a go at Lallam and looks like he's got the initiative as well as the pace to have a go. The field streaming out of turn 8, making the climb up the hill, and as they do so, going nicely at the moment, is then Matteo Drudi trying to continue to build that gap. Also looking good there. Look, number 9 Porsche, that now has been given to Alex Malikin, and he's already gaining ground. Yellow money there as McLaren there, but a bit hip and shoulder, squeezed out wide. He loses out also there. Look to Gabriele Piana in the Winwood Mercedes that goes by.
Yeah, that Winwood Mercedes, you need to keep an eye on the bronze class. Like I was trying to explain to you earlier, David, they were the only driver, the only car in the top 3 that done their bronze stint first, so now they've got their fast drivers to the end, whereas the 2C's car just in front has Dawson, the bronze grade driver, and then Darren Lung in the 991 in the lead of that class.
And there's Ricardo Falla trying to get himself back up the order at the expense of Lawrence Leclerc's Audi, but it doesn't work, and behind him is Piana, so there you've got the bronze car on the tail and closing on, in fact, the Pro Cup Porsche. Gabriele Piana has kind of been pigeonholed as a GT4 only driver, but he's far from it. Very good in GT3 machinery as well, especially this Mercedes, and he also specialises in the Nürburgring, so he goes very well around here no matter what you put him in, whether it's this configuration or the Nordschleife. Leaders go through, Drudy to Gertz, 6/10, and Dean McDonald still in third place. Here you've got the Mustang of Thomas Drouet thinking about a move against Lukas Stolz, but it doesn't happen for him. This is now full 6th place.
Yes, exactly what we saw in the stint one, wasn't it, with Engel, Marni, and then the Porsche was driven by Menzel, wasn't it? Now we've got Stolz against Drouet, and that looks like it's going to keep raging on, and Knutsen just behind in that Boutsen car wants to be a part of that party.
Yeah, Robin Knutsen is next in the queue, and behind him is Alessandro Frasinetti in the ex-Alex Arca car. He's been cycled through his. So there is Robin Knutsen now into the lead of gold. Frasinetti second in gold, and Louis Pret behind in the 58 McLaren. There it is from Garage 59. That is third in the Gold Cup, so that's been the shuffle there. And fourth in gold, another couple of cars back, Malte Ebdrup in 71 Ferrari. James Kellett, meanwhile, still ahead of Charles Dawson, and then Gabriele Piana within the bronze battle.
Yeah, and the silver battle car just behind our gold top 3 as well, so it's all running tight. Darren Lung has started his stint well so far, but being surrounded by pros is hard as the bronze. And actually, just talking about what's hard, is Charles Vert still has not got past Patrick Kolb, has he? That's been a tough restart for him, and that's really allowed the top 3 to escape him.
Has indeed. So Mathieu Drudy still trying to build this lead over Maxi Gertz, and Charles Wirtz trying to work out where he can get past Kolb. Of course, they have that in-car marshalling display, so there will be a blue flag alert after a given number of sectors. I would have thought that was happening now for Patrick Kolb to let that quicker car go, because he's been ahead of Wirtz for nearly a lap and a bit.
Yeah, because we had the rule, didn't we, at Paul Ricard, which got a lot of penalties. If the blue flag was flashing to you and you didn't get out of the way within 2 sectors, you got a drive through. It was amended after that, but yeah, this has gone too far the other way now, especially for WRT. They will be screaming to get past. Looks like Wirtz will get it done into turn 1 this time by.
He does indeed. He gets up the inside and he goes through, and also Chris Lallam thinks, well, if he can do it, I better make the move pretty quickly because I've got Stolz bearing down on me. Stolz is bringing Drouet along for the ride as well. So now that Patrick Kolb has had to let one go, maybe also the team will be on the radio saying, right, just let this wave go, Patrick. There's more fun and games down at turn 1. And is that Charles Dawson being roughed up? It is. He was trying to get past Darren Lung, and as they come through, has he succeeded in so doing? Yes, 991 of Darren Lung dropping places here, hasn't he? It kept its lead on the pit stops, but Darren Lung, for whatever reason, tumbling down the order.
Yeah, it's just that element I was talking about, an AM driver against pros. They just get roughed up, pushed wide, get down on their tyres, then lose grip, then get overtaken by pros. Push. It's such a hard rut to get out of, and Dawson looks like he's done well to get the lead. Now Darren Lung, it still says Kellett is in, but it's definitely Darren Lung in the car. Yeah. Just needs to try and find some pace and some consistency to knock those times in, but that's what happens when you're in the world best GT race. 54 other cars all want to get past you.
So Gabriele Piana then leading in bronze right now. Charles Dawson up to second, and then Darren Lung there, 991 down in third. Fourth in bronze, actually not that far behind, look, is Eddie Cheever, because there's only one car between Cheever on the lights and that orange and white Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, the Herbert run car, and Darren Lung, who is chasing. So this is Cheever's view, and that Ferrari going out wide is going to give him an absolutely perfect chance to challenge. He does. He goes through on the run to turn 11.
Got the Ferrari on the inside, and there was contact there. You can see the Ferrari in the mirror. Great move from Cheever there. Asked the question, and is now going over the final bronze class podium.
They come here out of the turn 12 right, and as they do so, Darren Lung in jeopardy, isn't he, here after that great start that James Kellett did. Darren's had a tough start to his, and Cheever now, who is a higher graded driver, Eddie Cheever, tucked up on the back of that 991 BMW. They come up towards turn 17. Lung just able to dart across, cover off that inside line. Eddie Cheever, the gold graded driver, on the back of Darren Lung as they head over the line. Darren, British GT champion. We've now done 34 laps. We've got an hour and 3/4 to go.
As cars are filtering past Kolb there, and that's Charles Wirtz, is it being overtaken by a McLaren round the outside? No, sorry, it's the 30 car. I couldn't quite see the distinguish, and Cheever has got past Darren Lung.
Has indeed. So Eddie Cheever hustling on in that Herbert run car. So good stint this. That car really we didn't talk about in the first hour of the race, but it's arrived now, hasn't it? And there is 992, which is the second of the Paradigm cars. Christian Hahn took that over from Bobby Thompson. So an awful lot of shuffling going on with everybody having been bunched up under the safety car. How is Ricardo Feller getting on? He's up to 19th, so he is making progress.
Audi going slowly there in the mid-pack. Looks like he's getting out of the way, but yeah, the 992 sister car to the Paradigm one. Again, and contact there, 97 and the 45.
That's right, the Retronic Porsche then is off into the gravel, and also the Rinaldi Ferrari. So Ricardo Pera and David Perel. Peril in jeopardy there, I'm afraid, and they've got a long, long way off the road, have they not? But 2 cars out of the race, that's for sure. Trying to piece together where all that was. I think it was coming out of 5, wasn't it? They're wet on the inside of 6.
Yeah, exactly that. They've made contact under braking for turn 5, and yeah, Peril and safety car straight away. What did you say earlier, David?
Something about safety cars breeding safety cars.
Is that how you get more safety cars?
Well done. You get catching on fast. Now, you can't do much here on your strategy with the pit stops, can you? Because you can't pit now because you just can't break up the stint. So they've just got to sit here. They can't use this to their advantage in any way. Let's have a look and see. Pera didn't get a tag. He's sideways and then he comes across the road. And I think he harpoons the Ferrari. Yeah, he does. That was a bit Monza-esque, but I think Ricky Pera got a tap from the back.
Yeah, definitely from that get speed car of Jaden Ojeda. I think it's fired in the back of Ricky Pera. So yeah, not the best driving from the 12 mark there.
David Perel out of his car. He's okay. Let's try and work out what happened to Darren Lung. So here he comes out of the chicane. 87 gets up the inside. That's Gabriele Piana. So he gets the class lead. Charles Dawson is in the mix as well, but also Ricardo Feller comes into it. So Darren Lung's lost his class lead, and now he has the Charles Dawson Mercedes looking for a way through, but also he's got to try and defend from all the other cars around.
I think David Pera wants to go and have a word with Ricky Pera. He will not believe the excuse of Ricky Pera saying that wasn't my fault. I promise you I got hit. I think they're actually struggling to get the door open, but this could be an awkward communication because I wouldn't believe Pera saying that wasn't my fault. But at the moment, quite sporting. Let's make sure it stays that way, boys.
Yeah, I think Ricardo Pera has taken a whack in that, hasn't he? Because it was quite a big moment, and going backwards into a car, he's rattled his ankles and his knees and his legs in the cockpit, I think, as he's bounced from hitting the Ferrari and then into the gravel. So no wonder it took a little while to get him out of the car. So this could be quite a few laps, I fear, under the safety car.
Yeah, the Nürburgring do so well at recovering cars. It's easy for them on this small circuit to them, but yeah, a lot of damage, and yeah, Jaden Ojeda making his series debut in that Mercedes. I think will get investigated regular in GT World Challenge Australia, and has won several races out there, so no means an inexperienced or slow driver, but good to see, and yeah, class on both drivers. I think Pera on the right is just going, I just got harpooned from the rear. He might not know who it was. I think they're just trying to dissect what's happened there.
So safety car on track and an hour and 42 minutes to go. That incident is under investigation. Laurence Leclerc in the Audi that you spotted going slowly, the Santa Lot car, that has also headed for the pit lane. So clearly that's got a problem. So again, safety car on track, everybody bunches up, but we're looking at 42 minutes to the end of the hour, so there's not much anybody can do strategy-wise here. They've just got to soak this up.
No, this is this frustration period for the drivers, and this is a replay. So watch in the top of your shot, the blue Porsche. The blue Porsche is coming across, I guess could be another angle to the argument, but I just feel like the contact was made by the Mercedes on the Porsche, and the Porsche then hits the Ferrari pretty side on. And I think that's what's happened. Ricky Pera's probably slapped his ankles against the roll cage, and yeah, from experience I can tell that's particularly painful.
And Ricky Pera is a very, very handy Porsche racer, so it's not like he's being a rock ape and throwing it off the road. So Jaden Ojeda, it looked like, was just trying to switch sides, just slightly misjudged it, didn't he? Tagged the back of the Porsche, but with pretty serious consequences. Marshall getting into the car to help tow that out of the way.
It's the best Grand Theft Auto I've ever seen now. Still haven't got Grand Theft Auto 6, but we've got Grand Theft Auto Nürburgring.
So the recovery team getting cars out of the way as rapidly as possible. Meanwhile, Lukas Stoltz running in 6th place. Still not enough for the title, but they do have another round in which to win it.
Yeah, exactly that. And they'll know that. No risk needed. Be cool to wrap up here and have a nice holiday in the Algarve at the end of October. Anyone looking for a plan to go and look at a race, for me, that was a lovely one to finish the year at, right on the Algarve. One of the best modern circuits ever built as well, the Autodrome Algarve.
And there, waiting for their Uber, are Ricky Perra and David Perel. The more exasperated Ricardo Perra tries to be, the more it seems to placate David Perel. That car now being dragged through the gravel. The danger always here, of course, is that suddenly front valance comes off and more damage is done. But the DMSB team, well versed, as you were saying, in this, so all good. Get that car out of the way. Then they've got to move the Ferrari as well, so another lap or two, that's all.
Yeah, exactly that. There's always a frustration as a driver when you crash out. You see the damage there on the 45, is when you crash out a corner really far away from pit lane. It takes ages to get back. You end up begging, stealing a ride back with a marshal and just try and get back to the pits. Otherwise, it's a long, long walk. That'll be 2.5, 3 kilometres to trudge back to pit lane.
So through the chicane, Alessandro Frassinetti's Audi, you just seen leading in gold. There, another of the Astons, Christian Cronje's 13th. The other Mustang now in 16th place, Nico Bart at the wheel. The same Nicolas Bart whose dad owns ComTU, but he's been dropped into the Haupt racing team. Ricardo Feller's Porsche, the Lion Speed car, you'll see in a moment, coming onto the pit straight, down now in 19th place. And that is turn 1 in front of the arena. The cars then filing their way through. So 55 we started with, and gradually, I'm afraid to say, we're losing a few. So the drivers will presumably, as they go through turns 5 and 6, have a look at what's going on, and that will give them an idea as to whether it's going to be 1 more lap or 2 more laps. But largely, what else can you do other than look out of the window under a safety car like this?
Yeah, keep the tyres and brakes in the window. This is actually something I tried to implement development at McLaren. I was like, when we're under a safety car, we're saving fuel, roughly half. But by the end of the stint, you've still got that fuel and you don't need it because there's a minimum fuel. So is there not a map where we can turn it into a flamethrower and just burn off the excess fuel so we're as light as possible? And yeah, sure enough, the engineers looked at me and we never discussed that once more. But I still think I'd rather have 30 kilos less fuel in my car and a big flame out the back at some point.
That withering look that you're so familiar with.
Yeah, that one you're doing right now.
Yes, that's the one. Yes, well spotted. Through turn 8 goes Matteo Drudi, Sprint Cup champion, of course, with Ricardo Feller when they were Audi drivers for Trezor Attempto. And then the band broke up. Ricardo Feller went to Lion Speed and Matteo Drudi to ComTU. If you look at the Lumi rank, it does sometimes trick you into thinking it says GT2. It's GTZ, the short code for Maxi Goetz in second place. Dean McDonald third then in the McLaren. Charles Wirtz fourth, Chris Lallam fifth, and Lukas Stoltz in 6th place ahead of Drouet, Frasinetti, Knudsen and Pret. Right, that's the Ferrari nearly sorted out.
I don't know why they don't lift it a slight bit higher, because it's just dragging along ever so slightly. Those splitters on the Ferrari, so expensive. 4,500, 5,000 euros for that one carbon piece on the leading edge of that Ferrari.
You can see the necessity to get the road clear with how close the circuit was coming through turn 5. Silver, Amaury Cordil is your leader from Nico Bart, from Alex Malikin. Bronze, Gabriele Piana ahead of Charles Dawson and then Eddie Cheever. We'd seen Darren Lung falling back. And the leaders are just going over the timing line. As you can see, all the yellow lights flashing around the circuit. Through they come. Another lap ticked off. That now puts 38 of them in the book. And 96 minutes on the clock still. Grandstands on that pit straight. Very, very busy indeed. Allowing the fans a good chance of looking at the cars through that first sequence of corners. Have a look here as Darren Lung in replay was deep into the chicane and just seemed to struggle coming out, didn't he? Sort of that allowed Piana to go through, and then on the wrong line, quicker cars up the inside. But I think you're making the point, weren't you, that when an AM gets sort of slightly put off their stride a little bit, it just opens the floodgates.
Yeah, it was all set off by the red Porsche shot now overtaking Darren into the chicane. That forced him offline, couldn't get on the throttle, and then
Race
he's just
control to all
offline.
teams, safety car in this lap.
on the dirt and unable to get the pace, and it's just that snowball that keeps growing and growing. And Darren is one of the fastest bronze drivers out there, but a pro being 5 to 10 tenths quicker is just going to get past you, and it's then just trying to get back in and slot in, and at the moment he's been very unlucky with that.
As you've heard, safety car is in this lap then, so we're ready to go racing, and this time very little traffic to help Matteo Drudi, so he will have to work out when best to pull the pin and try and accelerate away. There is the Luca Stoltz closing on Chris Lullen Mercedes battle, and Review looking down from the top of the hill all the way down to turn 8. That steep climb, crest it here coming into 11. And then you start to drop down, but then there's another climb all the way up towards the chicane at this circuit that opened in 1984.
Safety car lights off.
This configuration, Grand Prix circuit. And the lights out atop the safety car. So Matteo Drudi then ahead of Maxi Goetz, ahead of Dean McDonald, ahead of Charles Wirtz. Will go racing at the end of this lap. And Matteo Drudi, no stranger to being able to control restart, so let's see how he gets on. But he's got one of the best in the business behind him.
Green flag at the line.
Green flag ready for them at the timing line. The marshal opposite us is waving it in anticipation of seeing a car soon, and here they come out of the chicane then. So now Drudi does accelerate away, but Goetz goes with him, and Dean McDonald then in the McLaren in third place, also part of that leading group. So we go back racing then at the end of lap number 39. Drudi it is who leads. That Aston Martin not yet headed, even though it's never had much of a gap. Goetz is second, third is McDonald, small gap back to Wirtz next, and then you've got Lullen and Stoltz. Quite a few cars still trying to get tires up to temperature. Lullen with a big send to the inside of Wirtz. Doesn't work, but it was worth a go, and he might be able to have a run round the outside at 2. He thinks about it, but he's going to run out of room.
Of course, Lullen would say that as intentional. To me, it just looked like he outbroke himself and had to fill the space. It then turned into an overtake. Wirtz wisely took some steering lock out of his car in the BMW to allow Lullen the space, and then has reclaimed it. But that has cost him a lot of time, hasn't it? You see the gap in front of the BMW now to Dean McDonald and the McLaren. That shows you what battling does in terms of time loss.
Indeed so. You can also now see the momentum that Stoltz has got. There's a bit more rubbing a little bit further back. Look, Amory Cordial losing out to Christian Cronjes. Also 46, Max Hesser is going to make a move on the inside of his WRT stablemate. So that's Pro versus Silver. Amory Cordial here needs to pick his battles, doesn't he? He can afford to let some of the traffic go, but not too much, because that white Mustang in the background is the class opposition.
Yeah, exactly, and that's coming quickly. He needs to tuck in behind Max Hesser, the teammate in the 46, and try and get away from Louis Pret in that Garage 59 McLaren. You can see everyone now starting to get frustrated. That's strange. Louis Pret, has he got a problem with that McLaren? That was dropping quickly.
It is indeed. Ugo de Wilde goes through in his BMW, and there the Mustang goes by as well. Nicolas Bart at the wheel of it. You're on board now with Ricardo Feller. He started the lap in 19th place, and he's looking to try to find a way past number 58 McLaren. So Louis Pret was 10th. That indicates how much ground he's lost.
He's even got a puncture or something's not right on the rear suspension. That McLaren's swinging all over the place. I'm not sure that's going to finish the lap for sure. Something on the rear end not compliant.
And only one light working as well, so something has gone amiss, hasn't it, for Louis Pret, and that's bound for the pit lane. Seemingly you could tell there's a problem, because he doesn't try to defend any of those places, does he? He stayed on one side of the road, let them go. So Pret pits seemingly this time, comes out of the chicane. No, stays out. How bizarre. So Louis Pret, with not much fight in that car, does stay out, but the team may be telling him to do that while they try and look at data.
Yeah, Dawson, I think, here is going to lose a bronze class position as well to Eddie Cheever, who's fighting with the Aston Martin hard as well. It's going to be 3 wide with a middle of 3 at the moment with Eddie Cheever. Dawson to the left. This will take a place in the bronze class. Look back. Cheever needs to get it stopped, but not use the Stella Corvette as a brake.
And he will get up the inside, and there's just about room for him. So the Porsche goes through. Nicely done that by Eddie Cheever, chipping his way forward. An incident for the Lucas Stoltz, Lucas Almaro Engel Mercedes in the pits has been noted, so we need to try to get to the bottom of that. But something in the pit lane has been noted. It may have been that release that you said was very close to an unsafe one. Pret still hemorrhaging places here.
I can't think what it is. It looked to me like a dynamic issue on suspension, maybe a throttle position, sensors being noisy and not giving him full throttle. I would not want to be Louis Pret right now driving 2 or 3 seconds off in this field.
But staying out there, so whether that was his choice or the team's, we'll try to get to the bottom of. There's confirmation of that pit lane infringement for 48 that's been noted by race control. I'm not saying it's being investigated. And look, Pret just like a snail heading down the hill, and there's a damaged dynamic Porsche behind as well. Look, that's Tanat Sutter and Tirakul losing places. He has picked up some damage somewhere with bodywork rubbing against the rim.
Yeah, I can't see anything super obvious. Maybe the rear bumper just stoved in. The RGN car getting lit up from the air. Of course, Ferrari behind as well. This is getting hard to know where to look. Drivers getting frustrated with traffic. They want to be the ones overtaking, but when everyone else does, that's what we get. And at the moment, the Porsche's got good pace, but a lot of smoke.
Yeah, that McLaren was Horatio Fitzsimon, I think, being given the hurry up by Tommaso Mosca, but they survived it all, as there you can see Charles Dawson. Darren Lung, I think, now possibly regrouping a little bit, isn't he? So he's racing against another bronze, and maybe that's why it sort of looks better, because now you've got comparable drivers rather than different grades.
Yeah, exactly. And Dawson was really the one that got roughed up, wasn't it, last time by? So Darren now trying to see if he can get that position back off Dawson, and that would be for the final podium position, so it would be important. Is he going to get some reinforcement from the sister car, the 992, the blue car there? Christian Hahn might be able to help him.
Out of 17 they come then up towards the line. So Darren Lung on the tail now of Charles Dawson. They're 26th and 27th overall, and 3rd and 4th in class, still with an hour and a half to go. We've just nudged past the halfway mark. Big lunge by Christian Hahn, trying to get up the inside of the Ferrari there. And as they come off the corner, Gilles Stasbader is ahead and then tries to fight back. And they lean on each other, and Stasbader secures the place. And now the McLaren gets up the inside. That's James Higgins. Higgins in his first GT3 race gets up the inside, and he moves ahead as well.
Yeah, I think Han's going to come back at him, though, and probably claim it back. That's the problem when you try and go around the outside. You just get forced wide, and that's why you see drivers so adamant they're going to close the door and finish a move early on to make sure that the other car can't come back at them.
And one of the cars in the queue behind all of that was Jake Dennis in the Rover BMW in 32nd place. That was another, remember, that pitted just before we had that first full course yellow. So badly compromised. It had dropped back anyway, and that has not helped the situation at all.
Yeah, 58 Louis Pret is in the pit lane, as is the dynamic Porsche 54 as well. So those two cars that we saw with obvious problems are now in the box.
Yeah, 54, we hear from Bryn, has got a puncture after contact. I think we saw the tyre going, didn't we? But it has gone by the end of that lap. So Drudy it is, still in the lead from Gert second, McDonald third, Witt, Lallam, Stolz, your top six. And you can see there how the standings would be if things stay as they are, if come the end of this race. Our Engel, Stolz then 82 points to the 59 of the Aston Martin drivers. Not enough for the Mercedes drivers to win it here. They've got to be in the top 4 in the race.
Yeah, just wonder if they're going to factor in any manufacturer help. Would 2Cs let them by to get 5th? Would Get Speed in 2nd place let them by to get 4th? I think not, but I'm just going to throw it out there on a bit of a long string to reel in later in the race if needed.
If it were the last round, maybe, but I think if you don't win it and you've got another race to go, then it's on you, isn't it? As you see now, the BMW there of Hugo de Wilde under attack from Nicolas Bartz. That's silver ahead of gold, and Ricardo Feller is with them in 16th place. Feller is doing everything he can here, carving his way through the pack. People tell you can't overtake around here in GT3. Nobody has told Ricardo Feller.
Yep, 6 places gained for him since the start of his stint. Remember, super unlucky with the timing of the full course yellow. They rolled the dice, got unlucky. They pitted from 3rd place. Are they going to rue that potential podium loss because they got greedy?
Nose to tail there. A little battle developing now between Christian Cronjes and Max Hesse, who topped his group in qualifying. Hesse in the so-called Rossi BMW. Dan Harper being kept to the end. There's Hugo de Wilde with WRT last year, switching to Rover this year for that Gold Cup car, taking over from Tim Tramnitz. But it looks as though here Feller is on his toes, ready to make a move. He's not going to be able to do it at turn 8, I don't think. Trouble for Feller is, of course, now the further up the order he gets, the harder it becomes, because you're getting with quicker and quicker drivers, but he's trying everywhere he can.
Yeah, he's all over the back of the BMWs. I expect them to box super early again, one, because they have to, because the stint time will be up for them, but they could go to 69 minutes, but I expect them to go short again and box with around an hour and 5 to go to try the undercut once more, as an Optimum car has got a problem. The 5 there, rear left puncher for that one.
That's Oliveira. Guillermo Oliveira limping up the hill. He's got a long way to go, and important that he tries to stay off the racing line here. We've seen in the past what happens if slow cars are on the racing line. Oliveira doing everything absolutely right. He's got to cut across sooner or later. He wants to be on that side of the track for pit in.
He's very lucky that everyone has got past him already, so actually the next car to overtake him will be the 54 car that did the puncture change, and then this group. So I think he'll get back to pit lane safe, but gutted for Optimum after what's been quite a strong weekend for both their cars.
Race leaders go by then. There is Stolz still in 6th spot, and it's that pit lane infringement Let's have a look. And in the background, there's a mechanic either bringing out tyres. There he is. And placing the tyres on the pit lane ready for the mechanics. And that is what is being looked at. That should not be being done, I don't think, by an extra team member. But that's the sort of thing that Winwood have done. They've done pit stops so often, and then the tyre falls over anyway, but I'm surprised that's being allowed to happen by the team.
Yeah, you've got to be in a fireproof suit, helmet on, if you go into pit lane.
All teams, we have a slow car on track going now into turn 13 on driver's right. This one will be covered with white flags.
That's confirmation of Oliveira limping back with that tyre well and truly off the rim.
I suppose how slow he's going. Is this where he gets it, runs up on the exit curbs that take it off? No, already happened. The whole tyre just flies off, but yeah, I suppose how slow he's having to go.
Just info, slow car is still on driver's right, exit turn 13. Please warn the drivers, this one again will be covered with white flags.
All I can imagine is Optimum run a very loose differential, so it's sending all the drive to that left side. He's unable to actually get up the hill as that RJN car in the super slow-mo trying to get past the Paradigm 992 contact on exit as well, and it's going to be a spin. Surely there's no way he's going to save that one in the 23.
Horatio Fitzsimon in that car, 992 Christian Hahn.
I really don't like where the Optimum car's going slowly in the final sector. This is going to be really dicey for a lot of cars.
So here they come out of the chicane. So Guillaume Oliveira trying to limp back to the pit lane. That Ferrari, I think, is the best place, isn't it? Malta Edrup. And that McLaren, yeah, in a sense, it could do with being on the grass, couldn't it? The drivers have hopefully been told about it under the white flag. Oliveira crawling on. It's almost come to a standstill, like it's now lost drive.
I think they need to go for a full course yellow, in my opinion. This is getting risky. Oliveira hasn't done the best job.
Oh, there's the contact. We feared something might happen, and it has. He's been collected. So it's that McLaren, I'm afraid, the Greystone car that's just clipped the back
Attention
of it.
all teams, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow is being called for, but Jaden Kelly didn't plough into the back of it, just skimmed it, but it's been enough to put that car, I fear, out of the race. Look at the damage done, and look at the damage to that car. Full course yellow is coming.
It's hard. You can see the contact here. Jaden Kelly is completely unsighted, of course. The teams will have warned him.
Full course yellow. Just for info, we have the stationary car at the entrance of the chicane in turn 14, 13, 14. Be aware, car is stationary on driver's right.
To make it even more awkward, they're next to each other in the garages. You can see the Greystone turquoise bumper over the back of the boarding. Two British teams running McLarens, but yeah, like I said, Oliveira, I think, has just got no drive whatsoever. What could he have done differently? Could have got off the track, go to the left side, get off it. We've known for a good 300 metres the car wasn't going to make it up the hill, in my opinion, and I think the drivers sometimes need to be educated about on what to do when things go wrong.
Let's hear the thoughts of the teams then. Bryn Lucas is down in the pit lane, surrounded by McLarens.
Well, you can imagine the frustration. Mikey watching on just there, almost disbelief when that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not too sure how he got the puncture. Obviously some sort of contact, and then we've just been taken out there whilst we were stopped. I think he almost bottomed the car out, spinning an inside wheel. So yeah, we were very unfortunate. We've had almost little to no luck this year in endurance, especially. Yeah, so gutting to have a chance of a good result and yeah, come to nothing again.
I was told it was side-to-side contact with another car a little bit earlier on. I mean, your teammate was trying to get the car back. It's unusual to see an incident like that happen, though.
Yeah, it's strange. I think, obviously, we were over a lap down by that point, so we were pretty much out of the race anyway. But, yeah, I think he just got stuck on the track almost because we had no tyre on the rim. So he got stuck on the track and just got collected from behind. So, yeah, I think we wouldn't have been able to fight for place anyway, but that just makes it even worse.
Don't buy a lottery ticket tonight. Wait a week or so. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
So Mikey Porter forces a smile. Guillaume Oliveira, by the way, is under investigation for dangerous driving. So there's that contact. Wasn't quite ploughing into the back, but Jaden Kelly, just a couple of inches away, really, for missing him.
Yeah, you could actually see the wheels spinning around, couldn't you? I remember watching a rally on board once and seeing them lose a tyre and the differential sending the drive. And what they actually then do is put their left foot on the brake, the right foot on the throttle, and that's enough to load up the differential. And I did actually try it once in that 720, and it does work, so maybe something learned for the team as well of trying to get the car up the hill, but that was brutal. A lot of work for the team there as well. And I agree with race control. I think I said it just before the incident. I think they had to go to full course yellow, though. It wasn't an incident at the time, but I just wonder if we could have saved that one.
And dangerous driving is the way it's been described, but if the car has no drive and it expires where it expires, you know, Guillaume Oliveira was doing what the team probably wanted, try and bring it back. So he's between a rock and a hard place. Yes, okay, the car's struggling, you park it, and the team will shout at you for parking it. Now he's got a damaged car, he'll get shouted at for that. But anyway, he's going to be looked at. We're under full course yellow conditions. The car has to be moved, but now also there's liquid and there's debris to clear off the track as well, yeah?
Exactly. It's going to be a little bit of a long wait here. And interestingly, where they're having to put that quick dry down, I think it's right in the turn-in phase of the chicane. So this could make it quite lively on the restart as well.
So the marshals hard at work as the field then come over the line. We've done now 45 laps of the race. And under full course yellow conditions for the second time. We've had one full course yellow to safety car, one safety car, and this is a full course yellow that probably will go safety car as well.
Yeah, exactly. And this will then go extended stint time. So the stint time you can see at the moment, all in the 40s pretty much. They could go to 69, but let's flip it the other way. If they pit now, they wouldn't make it, but in 10 minutes, they would. So if this stays out long enough, I think we could see a very busy pit lane and everyone will box with 70 minutes remaining. The only thing that will be bad about that is that you've got to get a whole stint of 70 minutes on one set of tyres, of course. That is going to be a big ask. We saw the drop-off really in stint 1, so that could be a consideration. Maybe another team outside. Would Lionspeed go the opposite? Would they stay out and maybe pray for another safety car full course intervention and then box after that? But I expect to see a very busy pit lane in just over 9 minutes.
Have a quick look at the classes while we have a chance. There's Alessandro Frasinetti leading in gold, coming now down through turn 8, so that Audi that has had one of its better days. It's been quick and consistent thus far. Find some wood to touch. And we've also now got the Greystone McLaren being looked at for speeding in the pit lane. Was that when it came in with its damage?
Must have been, mustn't it? Not surprised Jaden Kelly would have been full of adrenaline. Maybe has just missed the line getting down to 50 Ks, that is. But race control don't miss a trick, do they? Even though you're out the race after quite a large accident, they will still investigate the pit lane speed.
And it's all there, isn't it? There's so much data these days, it's pretty much a slam dunk. When it says it's under investigation, basically it's telling the team that there's a penalty brewing. And yeah, maybe Jaden Kelly thought, well, the car's damaged, it won't be going that quickly, but it's going quickly enough to trigger the beam. Right then, full course yellow conditions prevail, and it is still Mathieu Drudy there, your race leader. That car has not yet been headed, despite the fact we've always had a really good long bunch. The Aston has always been able to combat it. Heading for a third safety car, seemingly. We had 4 way back in 2020, and there's what's left of the McLaren just being cradled away. Again, it's not lifted very high, is it? So the front continuing to drag on the ground. It's slightly perplexing, that.
Yeah, I really don't get it. They plug directly into the roll cage, that's a bit, but the telehandler can obviously, oh, there we go. It's good they're listening to you, David. At least someone does. And yeah, I just wonder, we'll go to safety car relatively early, I think, and then I think Nils might give him a couple of laps on safety car just to have a look at the conditions here, going over that quick dry. You can see the cars are throwing it up out the way, but that will be a big change of grip. For me, if I was looking at that now as a driver, I would be approaching, I'd brake 5 meters earlier, look to probably turn in slightly later and rotate around it, but I know if I turn in later, someone behind is going to think they can overtake. So it's an interesting dynamic for the drivers to have to work out on the fly.
So leaders come through, 1 hour and 17 minutes to go, and we are heading towards that interesting pit stop strategy zone that you were just describing as the field comes towards turn 1. Number 32 BMW continues to surprise, because that car was really nowhere in qualifying. It didn't seem to have mega pace yesterday either, and it had that grid drop, but there it is in the hands of Charles Witt in the mix in 4th spot. Frasinetti, Knudsen, Ebdrup, the top 3 drivers within gold, Cordial and then Nicolas Bart together on the track in silver. So the big gap that number 30 BMW had earlier on has pretty much now dissipated, and much nearer is the number 65 Mustang. So let's get to the pit lane. Number 3 Mercedes, 5th, Chris Lulham at the wheel. That means Danny Honkadea can talk to Bryn.
A lot of head scratching and watching screens at the moment here, but your teammate's doing well. You're currently P5.
Additional info from race control, there's a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a race where we're all bunched up with not a lot of chances to overtake. It's difficult to overtake here. First stint was good. was trying to save some of the tires in the early stage, and I think I had a lot of pace at the end, but I couldn't really use it because there was a full course yellow, which was well timed for us because one of our race contenders, the Porsche, had already pitted, so we gained one position there. But yeah, it seems to be a bit of a race where we're all in the same window, so let's see if something spicy happens.
They always say safety cars breed safety cars, don't they? I was talking to Jules yesterday, and he was saying that essentially you guys have got a completely different philosophy for this track, and you were kind of rewriting the rule books and working out how you can get more time from that car. What did you have to do, and what were you looking at?
Well, the thing is, we tested here in March. We found a very good baseline, but lately, the races in the summer, in sprint, we've been going away a little bit from that philosophy, and it's been working well. So we came back here thinking, should we go with what we used in March, or should we go a different philosophy? And we started with a different philosophy, and then we realized we were not in the right direction. So felt we've been catching up a bit, and we've missed a session more of practice to really go back fully to what we tested in March that worked. And yeah, now in the race we did another change, and I think it's been positive. But unfortunately, it's maybe a little bit too late because, yeah, this track you need to start at the front.
Well, with Jules still to go, anything can happen. Good luck.
Yeah, he will send it.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to Chris Lullum yesterday about that setup they were talking about. Then they tested in March. That was with Max Verstappen, and Max watches every single session live, Chris was saying, and is massively involved in the setup of the car and where they think they should go. So even if he's not here, he's not driving, he wants to be involved, and you can see drivers being ready for this, I think, very busy pit stop window, which I think will come next time by. Safety car lap roughly nearly, well, 3 minutes 49 last time by. So I think this will mean the window is open for cars to get to the end of the race after this stop. And I think that was Montenegro getting ready to take the silver car. You can see there, cars trying to work out where to go over that quick dry. It is getting thrown up out of the way. It will only be a problem for the first lap or two, I suspect, when we go back to green flag, which I think could still be anything from 6 to 7 minutes to go. And then what will happen? We really have had this safety car period, haven't we? 3 safety cars, like you said, David. Now we're getting on to the top end of what we've ever seen here for a Nürburgring GT Challenge race.
Yeah, I think we had 4 one year, but that was for a 6-hour race. So we've now got our third for a 3-hour, and they've all come as predicted in quick succession. Safety cars, breed safety cars, and all that. We are back at the safety car conditions now. Coming down the pit lane, 98. So Jake Dennis, BMW, that was way back, coming in. Also, I think you got one of the Boots and VDS Porsches. So 1 or 2 are rolling the dice here.
So your maximum stint is 69 minutes. It's rounded down to those minutes, so you could do 69 minutes and 59 seconds. The fastest pit stop's been 75 seconds. So I'm working math on the fly here. I just can't see that they're going to have enough stint time remaining by the time they get to pit exit. Stint time starts on pit exit, just to clear it up, but I think they're going to be over that. So they're going to have to do a stint reset at some point.
So the teams go to work. It was the Boots and VDS Porsche in the background. Maurice Schöring, that's from 36.
Race control to all teams. Safety car in this lap.
I suppose if you're that far down, then it's worth a go, isn't it? But other drivers are getting ready, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out for them.
Yeah, I thought the safety car was going to stay out longer than it has, so this really hasn't worked into a busy pit lane. People are going to have to go long, so stint time remaining. They've got another 20 minutes effectively, 10 laps around here at the Nürburgring, so it's going to keep it fair for everyone. But the 98 on a wild strategy, they're going to have to do a stint reset, and they'll be hoping for another full course yellow or safety car to do that in.
Boots and VDS the same, aren't they, for number 2 Porsche? So they're the ones to watch. Raffaele Marciello has taken over number 98. He's back on track, so he'll be able to join the back of the queue. And then, of course, he'll be able to buy back some places as others make their stops. For Silver, I mentioned this a moment or 2 ago, but Amaury Cordeel there is ahead of the Mustang of Nicolas Bart. His first race in that car, first race for that team, but he's up to 2nd in Silver, and they are together, as you can see, on the track. So that Silver fight's going to be good until the next round of pit stops, and then, of course, it's going to be affected. Ricardo Feller at the back of that queue as well. He's up to 16th. Safety car lights out on top of the Maserati, so it will come in this time, and the race is going to get back underway yet again. Matthew Drudy leads the cars to a restart.
Yeah, 3rd time. He went early, he went medium. Was he going to go late this time? As Kelvin van der Linde looks on. Interestingly, the 98 Rover BMW is not going to catch the back of the chain. So
green flag at the line.
I think that was a bit of a roll of the dice, and the quick dry looks okay, so still hasn't dropped it yet. Drudy goes now in the middle of the chicane.
Accelerates out of the turn 16 part of the racetrack, then heading up towards the line, ready to go back to green flags this time around with 1 hour and 11 minutes still to go. Here they come then, the green flag flies. Mathieu Drudy storms past the pits, and as he does so, he takes Maxi Goetz with him for the ride. Drudy trying to get the heat in the tyres and also break the slipstream effect as they come down towards turn 1. Big weaving going on further back from Thomas Drouet as they break for turn 1. Nobody really bold enough to send it up the inside though.
No, everyone was kind of equidistant. It's impossible to suddenly break 5 metres later than anyone around you. Lulham having to defend at the moment from Lucas Stoltz. Didn't want to get dive bombed. Some dive bombs going further down the field here. There's our silver class leader trying to get past the Valkenhurst Aston Martin of Cronjes, and he's now got a gap between him.
And Cronjes has already got shuffled out because Rossi has got past him and Cordeal has got past him. So Christian Cronjes is the one going backwards here, as you see Valentino Rossi very much on his toes as he takes the battle now to Malta Emdrup in the Ferrari. Then Cordeal, who has still got Nicolas Bart glued to the back of him. And then you've got Cronjes, so he's lost round about 3 places there.
Yeah, Matt Hesse really on the aggression, isn't he? Fastest in Q2, like we said earlier, but he wants to get moving, and now suddenly the silver leader has now got the Mustang right back on him. Nicolas Bart having a phenomenal opening drive in this Mustang. So used to the Aston, front-engined of course, quite different cars, but he's seemingly loving life at HRT.
Yeah, apologies, I'm going off the timing screen, which is still calling 46 Valentino Rossi. The graphic you've got does say Hesse, and that's the correct one. So there's yet another gremlin in the system for the driver ID that's not been switched in the car, seemingly. But Max Hesse trying to drag 46 a little bit further up the order as the leading Aston Martin. Then Mathieu Drudy at the wheel, ahead of Goetz. Then Dean McDonald third, Charles Wirtz fourth, Chris Lulham fifth, Lucas Stoltz sixth. Coming out of turn 12, where the Ford Mustangs remain the fastest cars. Nicolas Bart in his stint not far away from Arjun Mainy's top speed. More dust, more gravel flicked onto the circuit as they come out of the chicane. Then up towards the end of lap 49. Through they come then with Drudy still up front then, but only by 0.6 of a second as they head over the timing line once again. Drudy, Goetz, McDonald, the top 3.
Yeah, cycling through there. Lulham's had a very good end of that lap and has actually got a nice gap back to Stoltz. You can see the Mustang looking down the inside, more just trying to catch the eye, try and make the BMW of Cordeal miss. A big smoke there on the Mercedes, and that's very similar to the Porsche. There's been some rear end contact for the car that was involved in the first of our safety car instances.
That's Jaden Ojeda, isn't it, at the wheel still, and he's got damage, as you can see at the back, bodywork folded up against the rubber, so he's about to lose positions. He just turns in anyway. Ferrari alongside, that was Lilo Wadu, I think, on the inside line, but Jaden Ojeda there, rather oblivious it seemed to that Ferrari, turned in for the apex of the corner. Maybe he was rather more focused on the damage, and we'll try and work out how that was picked up. Ahead of him you can see the number 74 Lorenzo Petresi Ferrari. That goes ahead of Darren Lung. Here comes Ojeda round the outside. Heads up towards the chicane, thinks about going around the outside and can't do it. Then he needs to get back into the traffic, but the BMW of Darren Lung's going big deep into the corner, so the Mercedes has to try to get in somehow. Super slow-mo shows Darren Lung over the curb, but here comes the bang against the Mercedes, I reckon, because look at all that traffic behind. And he's going to get a whack from somewhere. Darren Lung comes back across the road in front of him, and yes, there. Oh, lifted off the ground even. That was quite a whack from the Herbert number 91 Porsche, wasn't it, that lifted the car into the air. Huub van Eindhoven in the Porsche, so that explains the damage.
Yeah, it really does, and that's going to be hard for him to get to the end of the stint without another pit stop, I think. So keep an eye out for that. It's been a rude first stint, and actually have had to pull over, and is that going to be in a safe enough place? That's on the run out of 6-7.
Darren Lung is under investigation for crossing the white pit entry line. He didn't do it, James Kelly did, but that car is being looked at. So maybe Darren Lung's race is going to fall apart around him here, because he's lost another place to Callan Williams, the quick Australian, and now that car being looked at for something that may have been done by James Kellett. So that's another one under investigation.
Yeah, it's been an amazing start to the race for the 991, but it's really unravelled quite quickly, hasn't it, for that Paradine team.
Yeah, really strange, because it's a very un-Darren Lung-like stint as well. You can see in the background Ricardo Feller going into the corner. He's ahead now of Hugo de Wilde, so another place gained. Yellow flag at least now at turn 6, turn 7 area. So turn 5 and 6 is the sequence. 7 is the kick down the hill. But let's have a look here. So that was Darren Lung going into the pits and coming back out again. So it wasn't James Kellett coming in, it was Darren Lung coming in and going back out.
It's strange. I don't think Darren wanted to be in pit lane. I think that was just legacy of all the contact coming out of the chicane. I don't. Maybe it was the lap before, so it was before that. So maybe he thought he had a puncture and he didn't change his mind. But yeah, you rarely see that one being crossed that way.
Yes,
out to in.
Right. Apologies, James Cabot, but it made no sense to think that Darren was in the pits and coming out. But that's what the camera shows us. So Darren Lund being looked at for that. And at least that is on him. He did it. He's the man behind the wheel at the moment. As you see there, the silver fight. It's not quite ignited, has it? The BMW of Amaury Cordeel maintaining that gap, modest as it is, chasing after Malte Ebdrup as they come through. And there you've got the lead 3. Dean McDonald almost on the back of Gertz, who's almost on the back of Drudy.
Yeah, it's almost, isn't it? As the stint times come up, that number can't be greater than 69 and 59 seconds for the stint here. And I think everyone's going to stay out and just try and go long. These tyres haven't had many green flag laps, have they? As a Garage 59 car is going to, they're going to bail. They're going to try the undercut then.
Okay, that's with 65 minutes at pit in. So it'll be around about 63 plus when they get back out, and that'll do them to the end of the race then. So a bold move that by Garage 59. So Dean McDonald comes in, Marvin Kirchhofer to take over that car, and it's Drudy, Gertz, Weert now your top 3. And in fact, they're not the only ones trying that stunt, because in has come Christian Cronjes, and Ricardo Feller is in as well. That could be an inspired decision from Line Speed. Yeah,
it's all they've got. They've gone back to green flag, so they'll be happy to see that. Anyone in pit lane now really wants green to the end.
They do indeed. So number 80 Porsche will put Thomas Preining behind the wheel. There is the Garage 59 McLaren. Dean McDonald out, Marvin Kirchhofer into it, and that is Maxi Gertz, who has spent all of this stint looking at the back of this Aston Martin. He's also spent some of it at a slow pace, given all the interruptions we've had in this middle hour. But now down the hill again goes Gertz. Behind him is now Charles Weert, so then you've got Chris Lulham in 4th spot. Gertz is not giving up, that's for sure.
No, really not. So we're now looking at these lap times of the leaders versus outlaps of Kirchhofer to see if he can get that jump. He basically needs to find 2 seconds, but we don't know when these cars are going to pit. Who wants to blink first? It's a risk coming in under green from what we've seen already with Line Speed, but it's a risk if you go too long and you get undercut from cars stopping earlier. So now that McDonald is out of the car, we've got Kirchhofer aboard Line Speed there. You can see the gap there. So we're going to have to wait for this to see. But Kirchhofer has got clean air, importantly, so he is just going to have to send it as hard as he can. There'll be no stint management on tyres. He knows the first 5 laps are going to be what wins or loses the race for him.
Through the chicane comes Drudy, then Gertz, looking a bit more competitive this time, but they're both going to come in at the same time anyway. So 2 relatively early stops. In also is Lulham to give way to Gounon, but we've got Lukas Stoltz staying out, we've got Drouet staying out, there's another BMW bailing. That was Amaury Cordeel to give up the lead of silver to Nico Bart. So the Mustang, Nicola Bart driving it for the first time, is going to take the lead of silver. Much as you don't wish ill to WRT, it'd be great to see the Mustang take a win, whether it's overall or a class victory, wouldn't it? Yeah. So pit lane getting busier and busier and busier now.
It's going to be busy in pit lane exit as well, with Get Speed being before Come To You in the Aston, so they will already be in the fast lane. The car controller for the 007 has got to decide, can he get that car back in front? They're a nose to tail. I think they both boxed this lap because they were called the bluff of the 59.
87, Gabriele Piana leading bronze, 5-second penalty for a pit lane infringement. That'll be served on the next pit stop. I wonder if that's a similar offence to that what we saw for 48.
So I think what Wynn would have done, it's not the 48 crew, it's the 87 crew that have done the penalty. So the penalty should be for 87, not 48.
Because they were bringing the tyres out for that car, so maybe that is it. Right, good thought. So we've also got a drive-through, should the car keep circulating, for Jaden Ojeda because for causing a collision, so he's picking up a penalty. That was against the 97 Porsche, wasn't it? But of course his car is now hors de combat by the side of the road, but if it does move again, there's a penalty in the system. There is now Nicky Team, and look, the Verstappen Mercedes has jumped ahead of the Get Speed car, so there's been a change there. Jules Gounon is going to come out just ahead, and the McLaren is going to jump both of the Mercedes there. So the big winner on the stops is there, number 59 McLaren. The big loser, seemingly, is number 17. Fabian Schiller is at the wheel, but he's gone from 2nd to 4th.
Yeah, so now we've got Kirchhofer up to speed. It's going to be interesting, still busy in pit lane. So Nicky Team needs to get up to speed, and it's now Garage 59 up to 2nd with that undercut. That's why the 007 and the 17 had to box that lap. If they'd stayed one more, I think Garage 59 would be in the lead.
So right now it is Aston Martin from McLaren. Two British brands. You've got, therefore, Nicky Tim ahead of Marvin Kirchhofer, and more pit stops now being undertaken. That's going to put Charles Wirtz into the lead of the race on the road, but of course he owes us a pit stop.
This is going to drop get speed massively. They lost 5 seconds in the pits for no apparent reason. I don't know who's braver, either Bryn or Nina Jade, to go and ask why, but 5 seconds have evaporated out of them, and that's why they've dropped positions.
Get Speed has never had a endurance win, but doesn't look as though it's going to come today either, does it? So that car, as you say, dropping back, and some drama in the pits that has cost them quite a chunk of time. 32 BMW is in, so for the last stint, Kelvin van der Linde will be on board, and not only here do we have Marvin Kirchhofer up into second place in that McLaren, but he's also right there on the back of the leader. And the number 48 pit stop, no further investigation necessary, say race control. So that's a sigh of relief for Winward's yellow mechanics, if not so for the turquoise ones.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think that the 48 crew were not guilty. It was the 87, hence why we've seen that. Makes sense to me, and is nice and logical.
So there are your leaders, but the one to watch possibly now is Jules Gounon, isn't it? Because that Mercedes in third place getting a bit closer. There going through is Fabian Schiller, and we'll have a look at the proper order once all of these last stops have cycled through. You've got Dan Harper taking over 46 in the background as away goes van der Linde. And that's going to be in the mix, isn't it? Look, because there are the race leaders, and is he going to hang on to third place? Yes, he is. Kelvin van der Linde jumps ahead of Gounon, so he's back into the fight for the race lead, and this 007 Aston is now going to have to become, for 59.5 minutes, the widest thing ever to be created, because Nicky Tim doesn't seem to have the pace to drive away, and he's got a McLaren snapping at his heels, rather terrier-like. Marvin Kirchhofer at the wheel of it.
Yeah, the Aston has repelled the 17 Mercedes all race long, hasn't it, in second place, but now it's got a different car in the McLaren, different strengths and weaknesses for it. The McLaren good through high-speed aero corners and top speed, but the Aston is a very strong car all around. The drivers with all the tools at play as well. ABS, traction control, different mapping, different throttle maps. The team will help advise from the live telemetry on what to do as we see the final pit stop coming now for the 48.
We understand that the 17 Get Speed Mercedes, they had trouble firing up the engine, so something as simple as that took a few seconds to get it to fire. Down the pit lane comes Lukas Stolz. Lucas Auer is ready. Two very different heights of driver. The very tall Lukas Stolz, the less tall Lucas Auer with his seat cushion. He will jump aboard to bring that car home. Top 4, remember, for the title. Full course yellow procedure just being looked at, but that's standard. In goes the seat insert, in goes Lucas Auer, and there are the leaders. And dare I suggest that Nicky Tim is a little bit further away from the McLaren?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Now his tyres are fully in the window. He wants them after that. Looked like a difficult half a lap on the outlap, but he looks fast now. Door fully closed by Stolz. 44 seconds, the fuel has to be connected. They'll pull off and go. Where are they going to end up in the order? It's going to be somewhere 5th or 6th would be my guess.
And behind, look, you've still got Charles Wirtz's car now in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde. Pressing on, 4th is Gounon, but I can't see this Mercedes really being part of that leading battle. It's still in the pit lane. Here come the leaders, look. The Mercedes now is on its way down the pit lane. It's not going to be the leader, it's not going to be 2nd, it's not going to be 3rd, it's not going to be 4th. It might just be 5th, and the Mustang might be 6th. Yes, it is. So Fabian Schiller's car, 2nd it was, 7th it will be now after the pit stops. 6th on the inside line, maybe. Schiller on the attack, gets up the inside of number 64 Mustang. Fabian Schiller does take the place, so he's up to 6th spot, but this is the race that's got away from Get Speed.
Overtaking off track, question mark from Fabian Schiller.
Hard racing, question mark.
Not sure, question mark. I think race control will look at it. It's a Nürburgring quirk that you can use that sort of extra concrete area on the exit of 1, but Schiller did well there. He sent it in super late on the brakes on the Mustang just to make sure he had momentum.
And that was Fabian Schiller getting past Fabio Scherer in the Mercedes Mustang battle. As you see, Aston Martin, McLaren, BMW, Mercedes, the leading 4. So 5th is where you find Lucas Auer. So he needs to gain a place somehow to win the title. And if number 3 were to just casually skip out of the way, well, there you go. Mercedes take the title. But like I say, I'd be surprised if that happened still with another round of the championship to go.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. Different teams running it. Yes, both Mercedes, but funding coming from different areas. The 30 car there leading Silver over a lot of curb. I think drivers are going to be careful of using the extra bit of gravel there, because that curb edge has got a real good sharp edge that could cut tyres quite happily.
And we've seen what can happen when tyres are cut and the knock-on effects. So quick recap that we've still got a number of pit stops cycling through. This is the car leading on the road, but owes us a second pit stop yet. So Alessandro Frasinetti leading the race, leading gold, but due in.
Yeah, everyone that hasn't done their final stop is praying for a full course yellow. We saw the illustration of what that did to line speed. That would be the same for everyone that has completed their 2 mandatory stops. So they could squeeze another couple of laps out of this stint as well, as long as the Audi has got good enough fuel mileage.
There's a whole load of dust settling, I can see out of our window from the chicane, as other people have been running wide, but Frasinetti then leading the way. Behind him on the road is another of the Audis, but that's a lapped Audi. So Gilles Magnus has taken over number 10, Porsche. That was in second place, but drops down after the pit stop. Gabriele Piana is due in as well. Hugo de Wilde is due in the 998 Rover BMW. So still a big shuffle to come, and then we'll have the true order going through the last 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, debris flag being shown at the chicane. Don't know if it's a gravel bit of bodywork on the exit, but these drivers have to guess how much grip there is every time they're going through.
Guillermo Oliveira's so-called dangerous driving is going to be investigated after the race as the leaders go through. Frasinetti staying out for another lap here, and into the pit lane comes Eddie Cheever to give way to Chris Froggatt. No, Peter Dempsey, I think we're putting into that car, aren't we, for the last stint?
Yeah, exactly. 998 making its pit stop window by 30 seconds. So they really rolled the dice nicely on that. Zigo Tempesta coming to a stop on the marks perfectly. Engine off, fuel on straight away. It's so important to get the fuel on quickly because that is where the time is gained and lost. 87 coming in. Remember, they got that 5 seconds, so they shouldn't touch the car for 5 seconds.
Andrea Frasinetti still leads the way in 99 Audi. Andrea staying out for another lap. Door now open, so Gabriele Piana to get out of the car. Marvin Dienst to bring it home then, and the tyres are there. There's number 93, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche. Peter Dempsey, always good value. So that's the next one to watch. Still got Eddie Cheever on that Lumirec. We'll correct that once the car drops down and all the processes are completed. Tear off windscreen on the Mercedes AMG, and there Peter Dempsey finally gets to drive. Didn't do so at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, but he gets a run here. So the lead train has gone through. Fastest lap of the race now done by Nicky Thiem. But Marciello and Boccolacci, BMW and Porsche, are ahead. So the Windward Mercedes slow to get away, but we'll have this confirmed at the end of the next lap, but I reckon that Marciello for Rover and Boccolacci for Boots and VDS have jumped ahead of the Aston Martin for the top 2 places.
But they need to come in before the end of the race because they won't be able to get to the end on their stint time. That was frustrating for Windward. You could see the 5 seconds as the racing goes on. Let's talk about this for now. The 74 Kessel eased out of the way. There's our leader finally coming in to serve their final stop. Frasinetti in the 99. But Windward, you can see the car controller waving him out, but Deans couldn't get it fired. But that was a loss of position, and that was for that 5 seconds given to them for the pit stop infringement on the previous stop.
I wonder if that's the same sort of issue that Fabian Schiller had. He couldn't get that car fired up and get away on his most recent stop, remember. So there is Schiller, who is coming back at Lucas Auer rather than anybody helping 48 to take the title. So yeah, Marciello and Boccolacci have jumped ahead on that most recent round of pit stops, but as Joe makes the point, they are going to have to do a reset because they don't have enough. There's too much time in the race relative to their available stint time.
Yeah, so if they did it under full course yellow, they're only losing 30 kilometres an hour for 400 metres pit lane versus track, essentially. So it keeps them in the mix, but they need a full course yellow at any point now to do a stint reset effectively.
So what they need is a drive-through and a short stop, don't they, to sort of balance it out. There is the Andrea Frasinetti Audi into the pit lane as he hands that car over then for the final stint. Remember, that's still fighting for a gold win. It's going to be Dylan Pereira who takes that car over, who's also been racing this weekend in the Zolder 24 Hours, but the car that he was driving broke after 3. The engine broke, so he has been able to concentrate on the Nürburgring to a greater level than he might have anticipated. So Pereira back out on track and finds himself straight into the battle, doesn't he, against the Boots and VDS Porsche, and contact straight away. The car gets sideways. Right up behind him is Gilles Magnus, and then you've got Max Hesse. So this is 4 honours in gold. So Dylan Pereira up the curb. Magnus has got the inside line for the Porsche. Does get its nose up the inside. It does go through. It crowds the Audi out wide, but Dylan Pereira ends up losing the class lead. But that was very physical, straight out of the pit lane. That was a wake-up call. And look at Dan Harper splitting them as he comes down towards turns 5 and 6. Dan Harper in number 46 BMW. That was another inspired move up the inside.
Yeah, I thought it was a great move from Magnus. Nice and hard, but I think fair enough. So gold class lead now swings in their favour.
So it does indeed, and as they come downhill, Gilles Magnus then comes out of turn 8. So Simon Gachet currently in the pit lane. He was the race leader, but now, having inherited the lead, has to serve the pit stop that he was owing us. Tanat, Sasha and Tirakul will do likewise, so that will give you Marciello and Boccolacci, but in this sort of phony top 2, given that they need to box again because of the stint time. So Marciello and Boccolacci will be together pretty much for the lead battle. How much time have they got over the opposition? So we need to see the gap, really, don't we, between Boccolacci and Nicky Tim. So the race-leading cars powering their way through lap number 59. Nicky Tim straight into his stint, a lap ago, did the fastest lap of the race, and he's just come across the timing line as Nicky, and he's now getting away from Marvin Kirchhoff, and the gap's up to 1.7 seconds. So Nicky Tim has steadied the ship, and another one is off the road, and that's Romain Andriolo into the gravel for CSA Racing.
Turn 12, isn't it? Same place we saw Pintos off earlier. He's not stuck yet, but I think as soon as he tries to move, that car will dig itself in. This would help the 98 and the 2 with their stint reset. Could help this sister car massively. It does not now. Damage on the front, actually, of that car. Bonnet sitting rather proud.
Alessio Rovera's Ferrari, 10-second time penalty, causing a collision at turn 4. So still the stewards are being busy as the McLaren there is released. That's the surviving CSA racing car that's back onto the circuit, and we've still got this yellow flag out on track, and there it is, not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's beached. It's in a safer place than any others we've seen. Could they recover it locally? Maybe, but I think this could be a short full course yellow, which would close the pit lane potentially for the cars needing to do a stint reset. I still think Nicky Thiem is definitely in a very strong position.
And it's almost unheard of to lead all the way. Well, they're not technically leading now, are they? Because there are cars ahead, but it's still in the box seat. Those on the correct strategy, if you like, or the more sensible strategy. There's the big slide from Andriolo that gets the car unsettled and puts him through the gravel, and the car comes to a halt, and there it stays. And of course, as soon as you try and engage gear, it just starts
all
to dig
teams. Pit entry closed. Short full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Right, don't look so smug then.
It's so cool being right. I should do it more often. So yeah, that hurts the 98 and the 2. They can't
10 seconds.
reset their drive time. So that throws them out the game and keeps this car as our dominant leader.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Again, this is a short full course yellow.
So it's our 4th interruption of the race, and it comes with 48 minutes on the clock for treble 5 Romain Andriolo's McLaren to be brought out of the gravel. So delta speed, the gaps don't come down depending on where you are when that's called, and Nicky Thiem does lead the way. Having said all of that, though, Kirchhoff is nearer to him.
Yeah, it comes down at 80 Ks. Of course, no safety car after this, so it's ready on the trigger to get back up to speed. Teams have a real strict procedure. There will be no radio chatter whatsoever between driver and team. The team will call it green. The driver's job is to look for the marshalling display in the car and at the flag. So it's going to be really hard here for anyone to get a massive gain. But let's listen in to the 48.
Can you move it or not?
Oh, sorry.
No, we don't. PS4 on the dash. Yeah, I'm stuck. I cannot go and move. Yeah, copy. Potential wheel bearing failure maybe or something then, okay. If you cannot move, wait for marshals. No, I can't, I'm stuck.
Yeah, sorry, I thought it was the 48. It's the 555. This car we listened into, Mark Wynn, the engineer there. I did think on the first replay when he turned in, the rear left pointed out at a strange angle and spat him off. So I think what's happened there is something on the internals of that wheel. As he's turned in, the car's gone toe out. It's felt like a forklift truck, and that's why he can't move.
So not so much the driver's fault as something mechanical, although it could have been he's bounced it over a curb and assisted something to break. However, the net result is that it's in the gravel. A short full course yellow means that we can go back to racing on short notice, as it were. We don't need a safety car unless, of course, this process suddenly, for unforeseen reasons, takes longer than anticipated.
Yeah, it's warm enough, isn't it, today? Track temp 21, so at this moment, if we went back to green, drivers would be okay. In another 2 minutes, just about. Anything more than that, then yeah, you're right, safety car may be needed to get the tyres back into a safe operating window.
So there's Lucas Auer ahead of Fabian Schiller coming down the hill. And if number 7 were to drop into second place, 48 only needs to be 7th to secure the title. So more computations of the numbers here, but it doesn't look as though Nicky Tim is in any mood to be giving up that race lead. Hovering over the circuit, and that great shot from the drone, looking all the way down to turn 8, the hairpin at the bottom. You can see what a green and pleasant area it is. I know it's dubbed the green hell, but on a day like this, it is a spectacular part of the world, and it's a good area for not just motor racing, but for tourism as well these days. The focal point remains the Nordschleife. So this short full course yellow gone on for a little bit.
Attention all teams, full course yellow ending on short notice.
And we're now ready to go back to racing. This full course yellow rather scattering the plan of Rover and 98, that's for sure. Here we go.
2, 1, green flag, green flag.
Away blasts Nicky Tim then to try to build up that gap once more over Marvin Kirchhofer as they head up towards the chicane. So the Aston Martin, the car that won at Paul Ricard, leads the way into the chicane. Drivers getting themselves back up to speed very rapidly indeed. Then you've got Van der Linde, then you've got Gunnar, then there's Auer, then the Schiller, and then Fabio Scherer in that Mustang.
Yeah, really good even restart by all. Still some weaving going on, trying to generate some temperatures. You might think, why don't they just go back to green slightly earlier than everyone around them? All the cars have GPS signals that are getting sent directly to race control. So if they were to go too early, it would get pinged and they would get a penalty. There is no way to gain an advantage unfairly in full course yellow.
So here they come with the next big challenge coming from Thomas Preining then to try to get up the inside. Preining in the line speed Porsche was 17th. He's trying to be 16th from Enrique Chavez alongside him in that Valkenhorst entry as they come now down towards turn 1. The Porsche just about alongside, just about goes through. The Mustang trying to buy into this as well. Look, so on the inside line there, Nicholas Callas in his first race in the championship. Certainly not shy, is he? Trying to get involved round the outside of Cronjes. The next car in the queue is Jens Klingman, another hugely experienced BMW driver. Cronjes brakes late at 3, gets up the curb on the inside. Callas will have the inside line for 4. Hard stuff from Callas. He's gone through, gains the place.
Yeah, really handy working from Callas there. And I think Chavez in the Aston just didn't really have any chance to get his rhythm back and is still having to look in his mirror at Jens Klingman, of course, winner in GT World Challenge Endurance before, so super fast in that Rover 998 car.
Yeah, that Valkenhorst Aston not really coming alive. This is a replay, though, of Preining going deep into the chicane, heading for the gravel. The big launch, so he gained the place, Preining, and then he ended up losing it back. It's another wild ride, isn't it?
Yeah, Porsche rally cars always look good, but not sure that's how the one that left the factory in Stuttgart was imagined to be.
Kirchhofer's coming back at the leader, isn't he? So look at this, Nicky Tim now coming under a little bit more pressure from Marvin Kirchhofer. You've still on the road got Tanat Satra and Tirakul ahead, and that car has made 2 pit stops, but one of them was for a puncture, so I don't think that was a routine stop. And then you've got this Marciello and Boccolacci pair out of sequence.
Yeah, and yeah, all 3 of those owe us a pit stop, so there's really nothing we should look into in strategy there. There's nothing they can do to manipulate that to get to the end. But look at this, Aston Martin, McLaren, BMW, Mercedes, Ford all together, and the Porsche just hanging in there. That could get somewhere near the back of the Mustang if the tyres start to come alive in the last 42 minutes.
Mercedes getting closer to one another as well. Now all 3 bunching up because you've got there Jules Gounon, Lucas Auer, Fabian Schiller together. There is a drive-through for the Team RJN McLaren for an unsafe rejoin. Was that the one where it got turned into a spin quite a while ago now? Really a long time ago, wasn't it? It was turn 2, got turned around by the JMW Vermeulen Ferrari, and yeah, I winced at the time. Nothing actually happened, but I can see why it was perceived as unsafe. So there is Fabian Schiller, really frustrated, no doubt. That car that was running second for the best part of 2 hours, now finding itself back down in effectively 6th place with a lot of work to be done. So Marciello to Boccolacci, half a second, but as we've been saying, they owe a pit stop. Now here in bronze is a good little battle. Marvin Deans has just got ahead of Peter Dempsey, so we've had the change for second, but it's Cian Jewis leading the class. You're on board with Dempsey here.
Yeah, aboard the Porsche, beautiful sound as ever. Third gear through turn 6, then 7 straight away. See all the lights on the dash. He's locking the rear axle a lot. You can see that through the wheel, but also the ABS lights warning him. Shift up when you see blue. Racing drivers, very simple creatures. So all race cars effectively have the rev lights, but then they all use blue. It's the easiest contrast colour. Oh, look at the slide from the Winwood Mercedes in front. This bronze battle is going to be really fun to watch to the end. Both of them look like they're massively struggling with rear tyres, and yeah, Dempsey has struggled in the last lap or two, losing a place to Dienst, and you can see why.
Yeah, somewhere new for Peter, of course, because he's not done much racing in mainland Europe. Comes now towards the turn 11, 12 section of the circuit, where the road now 12 just starts to drop downhill a little bit. Still a fast part of the racetrack, and heading down now towards the so-called Ad van Bogen, and then the climb the other side as you look at Kelvin van der Linde in the BMW. Jules Gounon behind him, Lucas Auer behind that. Then we've got Fabian Schiller and Fabio Scherer in the Mustang next in the queue. Thomas Preining, and then I mentioned 16th. His next target, Ignacio Montenegro, who is leading in silver. Gold is Gilles Magnus in the Boutsen Porsche, the blue and red and yellow one. And he in turn ahead of Dylan Pereira. Dan Harper is still between the two of them.
Yeah, just looking at sector time, see if there's a car that stands out in any sector. The Mustang very strong in sector 1, so that could be an overtake potentially for that blue car on the Gatsby car, which has really had its race unravelled with one small error. Car not starting on its final pit stop, losing 5 seconds, has really lost them a podium position today.
Yeah, it has indeed. So there you can see the gap between the true race leaders. They're running 4th and 5th on the road, but with others ahead owing pit stops, then this is the real lead situation. So 54 Porsche on lap 63, due another pit stop, and its last one was only 52 seconds, so it wasn't a full pit stop anyway. And 58, the Benji Goethe McLaren, we understand, is due to come back out after being in the pits for a long time with a gearbox issue. That's why Goethe was losing places. Nina Jade's got on top of that for us, so that explains part of the Garage 59 story. The other part is Marvin Kirchhofer, who is 8/10 of a second.
So we touched on it earlier, didn't we, with Mercedes team orders. Would they swap positions? I still actually agree with you, David. I don't think they would with 1 round to go. I think they're very strong, 2 completely different cars. There's not much love between customer teams, and I'll expand on that. They all want to be the fastest. They want to be the best. So actually the team you want to be isn't another manufacturer. It's all infighting there at Mercedes. They want to prove to Mercedes-AMG that they are the best customer team. And as we look at the 3-pointed star from the Mercedes arena, I don't think Mercedes will swap these cars.
Jules Gounon hanging on to his place. Dan Harper, by the way, has dropped back behind Dylan Pereira. The significance of that being that Dylan now is able to get a run at Gilles Magnus. You've got the 2 Gold Cup leading cars, one behind the other, just under a second between those two. As there, the BMW, Mercedes Ford fight comes out of turn number 4.
Yeah, the Mustang can get very close, can't it, in sector 1, but then I think the dirty air that dominates sector 2, the fast-flowing nature of it, just struggles to stay closer as we see the gold battle here raging on. 11th and 12th overall at the moment. This will become the top 10, though.
And Pereira looking very rapid indeed, having cleared Dan Harper. He's caught right up onto the back of the Porsche, so Pereira all primed and ready to go here, isn't he, as the cars come down the hill once again. As far as the Gold Cup is concerned in the championship this year, we've had a win for Fleming, Pret and Goethe at Paul Ricard. It was the Schandorf, Ebdrup, Birch, Ferrari at Monza, and Hugo de Wilde, Tim Tranmitz and Jens Klingman in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. So either way, for these two, it would be a first Gold Cup endurance win of the year.
I don't think there's going to be much love lost either. Remember, the outlap for Prairie was roughed up by the Porsche. I thought it was fair, but it was right on the level. So Magnus almost has set the level of engagement and now might have to live with what he has sowed.
Yeah, a little bit of flapping bodywork on the right-hand side, the right front of the Dylan Pereira Audi. So towards us comes Gilles Magnus then, 11th overall. There's Dylan Pereira splitting his time this weekend between here and Zolder. Looks like it's going to be a happier result here. His entry in the Zolder 24 Hours going up in engine smoke, but through the chicane, the Audi looking very, very racy indeed.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the performance, doesn't he? The Audi there on your sector, strong in sector 1, and it's this car that is the fastest out of anyone, and the Porsche not strongest in 3. Aston race leading car, quickest in sector 2, and then the Winwood man Filter Mercedes quicker in sector 3.
That lap that Dylan Pereira has just done, the absolute best first sector of the race. So shame that the car has got speed. It might be one of the older cars, and I know we still lament the demise of Audi Sport as a fully invested brand in GT3 racing, but in the right hands with the right team, these cars can still deliver. And look, as the Porsche goes wide, now Pereira crawling all over the back of that 911. Dylan made his name as a Porsche racer, really. Porsche Super Cup champion, for example, and now he's giving energetic chase to that 911 up the road ahead.
Yeah, Magnus got no pace whatsoever. He's still got 35 minutes remaining, 17 more laps. How robust is his defence going to be? Does he think he can hold the lead, or would he rather settle for a second place without damage? I think this is going to get very tasty. To me, it looks like Magnus wants to win at all costs.
Indeed so. Gilles Magnus and indeed Robin Knudsen have had a really tough season with that car. Remember, eliminated at Monza, eliminated at Brands, eliminated at Paul Ricard at the early part of the season. Dylan Pereira right there behind. And you can see how the lap times have been looking with the Audi fractionally quicker than the Porsche. Gilles Magnus is no slouch, of course. Very, very successful touring car champion before he made the GT switch, and has always been a very, very capable driver. Pereira crawling all over the back of him.
Yeah, the Porsche just really looks hard work to get into the corners, to get onto the throttle, and this early on into a stint, I can only imagine tyre pressures are too high, and they're just starting to go over, and it just makes the car feel like it's on jelly and you're unable to carry the speed. This is going to be so hard. He's going to ask every lap how long is left, and the engineer is going to have to just politely say 2 minutes less than last time you asked.
Indeed so, with 35 minutes of the race just under still to go. In silver, by the way, number 30 BMW is on target to win the endurance title in this race, but not the combined, given the way the opposition is. But one title ticked off. That's going to be quite something for Montenegro, Cordil and Lismont. There's your gold battle over the line. What's going on in 46? Because we saw a good stint by Hesse, a good start to the stint by Dan Harper, but now he's dropped back behind Pereira, who is really late on the brakes at 1, and that BMW was fading away again.
Yeah, it's very yo-yo, isn't it?
Yeah.
With it. And I couldn't believe how bad it looked for Dan Harper in qualifying, and then Q2 Hesse, and they're both very fast drivers. Yeah. They're within a tenth of each other every single day of the week, and then Hesse was fastest in Q2. It's like there's an intermittent fault with that car, and it won't be electrical, it'll be chassis or something, as we see the bronze class battle here. Ray John Dempsey on the big defence here from the 74 Kessel.
And it's Dennis Marshall at the wheel of the Ferrari. As out wide now goes Dempsey, and Dennis Marshall now tries to go all the way around the outside. You've also got Dries Van Thor in the red BMW, not that far behind as well. Dennis Marshall now to the outside line, tries to clear Dempsey, who doesn't give him much room on the outside, but Dennis keeps on coming. Marshall goes through. Marshalling the troops, goes through on the inside. Dennis Marshall then up one place at the expense of Dempsey, and it is Arthur Leclerc next in the queue, and then Dries Van Thor. So Leclerc to the outside of Dempsey, and Van Thor thinking, right, is there a gap? Do I go for it? There's not quite a gap yet, but I think this is rather irresistible, isn't it, that the BMW was going to get past that Porsche.
Yeah, brutal for Dempsey. Racing in the World Endurance Championship for TF Sport Team Turkey in a Corvette, and now Dries Van Thor roughing him up. Dempsey is really getting desperate here. He's going to get himself fired off if he closes the door like that. But in World Endurance Championship, so different, so few cars compared to GT World Challenge in the GT3 element of it, and I think Dempsey has just got his eyes wide open.
Yeah, Peter was always a forceful driver in his Formula Ford days, champion in the UK and winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy, the Silverstone Formula Ford competition on more than one occasion. And there is Van Thor, who's about to launch up the inside. He made that look easy.
Yeah, he sold him the dummy. Dempsey didn't defend. It's quite odd when drivers go super aggressive on the defence and then 3 corners later give up. But not dissimilar to the Boots and VDS Porsche. It doesn't seem to have much grip whatsoever, entry or exit for this Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche.
But Van Thor's day is about to get worse, because he'll have to serve a drive-through penalty for Darren Lund going across that white line at pit entry. So a penalty is coming for 991. So Van Thor's just gained a place in class, but he's going to have to give it back by serving that penalty pit stop. We've now got just 32 minutes of the race to go, and it is still up front, Marciello and Boccolacci, a second between the two. Their stint time effectively now 40 minutes, and we've got 32 to go.
Yeah, exactly, and they can't go over 69, so be agonising close, but 3 minutes over effectively.
Here you've got then the battle for gold honours. Down the hill they come. Still Gilles Magnus ahead of the Dylan Pereira Audi. Frederick Schandorf is in third place in gold in number 71 Ferrari, but he's just a little bit further back in a car that's gone well early on in the race, certainly when Simon Birch and Malte Ebdrup had it, but I think it's really just the timing of the pit stops that's cost them some places.
Yeah, and the Ferrari just hasn't shone this weekend, has it, in any session whatsoever, so I think it's just been a tough weekend for anyone in that 296.
It's still Porsche versus Audi, though, for the top of gold. Yeah, the best placed Ferrari is that of Frederick Schandorf, so that car run by AF Corsa, but ahead of the big name entries, if you like, as down the hill comes Magnus, comes Pereira, who's having another think about where he can make a move. Everything he's tried thus far has come to naught, so he's got to think again.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, if I was Pereira, where would I be going? Is that lunge into one that's so obvious, but it's so hard to set the move up. It starts now in the chicane to get close, and then just to go in a bit deeper here, manipulate the line. He's done the opposite. He's gone in tight. Normally when you go in early, you run wide early, and that means you can't get on the throttle as early. So normally to get the cutback, you go in deeper, rotate the car and go, but Pereira feels like he can't do that in his Audi right now.
So past the pits go Marciello, Boccalacci, and then Team. Nicky Tim's last lap was a 57.1. He's lapping quicker, actually, than the two ahead of him anyway, as Pereira thinks about the inside line and can't get there in time. So he's boxed off again by Gilles Magnus. Pereira to the inside line at turn 2. So irrespective of the pit stop strategy for Marciello and Boccalacci, they're being caught by Team anyway. So he's going to get up with them before much longer. Out of turn 3 they come. Still, Gilles Magnus is ahead.
Yeah, I really feel Magnus has got his ship much more steady now in the last 2 or 3 laps. Pereira caught up at an alarming rate. Some of those graphics were 6/10 quicker, 6/10 quicker, 2/10, and these are our fake leaders. And just to reiterate why they are our fake leaders, because the stint time is too great. See the stint time there for them, 42 and 41. That can't be more than 69. So when you add up 42, 41 to the 29, they're over basically. So they cannot get to the end without one more pit stop.
What's your penalty for being over on the stint length?
It is normally a drive-through plus a lap, I think I remember seeing. So it's very
So it's
hard.
not worth taking a punt. It's not worth staying out and risking the penalty, because you'd end up way, way down. It's more costly than a drive-through stint reset.
Yeah, I think the only way it works is a red flag with 10 minutes to go and the race isn't restarted. That would be an interesting.
Let's have a listen to Dries Van Thorn.
Sorry, Dries, we have a drive-through penalty. We would like to serve it this lap, please. Drive through the pits this lap. Do not stop in the box.
For once again, the drive-through.
The pit entry is Darren Smith.
A brave engineer that blames the boss, but anyway, it was Darren. We saw him do it. Darren will hold his hands up and say, yes, why he did what he did, we haven't got to the bottom of, but we know what the penalty is for. So it's not anything that Dries has done, but this is all part of racing as a team, isn't it? Sometimes you have to take the pain for your teammates.
Yeah, pretty calm Dries Van Thorn, wasn't it? Didn't sound like he was doing 250k in a 600,000 euro car, and this is a good chance for the Audi, I think.
And it is Dylan Pereira who's going to launch it up the inside for the lead of gold, side by side into the corner. It's a very, very tight right. Pereira is ahead. He comes out ahead of Gilles Magnus then. So a driver that used to specialise in Porsches goes ahead in his Audi, and a man that started his GT career in an Audi, now in a Porsche, loses out. Pereira up front, but Magnus comes back in full send up the inside, all over the curb, into the side of the Audi, and it does not work. But Magnus had to have a go, and he's not giving up.
I don't get it. He didn't defend a single iota in turn 1, then tries to door him at turn 3. I would have personally defended 1. He's done a good job in the last 10 minutes, like I said a few laps ago, but left the door wide open, put a bottle of wine and some flowers out, and Dylan Pereira in the Audi just took the gold class lead.
And also Dan Harper's got a bit closer to them as well, so you're riding on board now in 46 BMW, coming downhill, Porsche ahead, Audi ahead of that. Bit deep into 8 maybe went Pereira, but he's able to V that corner off and power out the other side then. 28 minutes and counting to go as they make the run up now towards the Schumacher S.
Yeah, riding on board here with the 46. Can't see an obvious handling deficiency, can't hear anything, but yeah, just has not been at the races at all today, has it? And we haven't said that very often about a WRT car.
No, indeed, and it's total contrast from number 32, which is set for third in the race, isn't it? But this car is, you're right in that description of yo-yo. Some laps, some sessions, some parts of the weekend it's been really strong, and then others it's almost forgotten about.
Yeah, really tough. They'll regroup, of course, and try and find the issues, trawl through the data. Teams sometimes, when they're in a position like this, will completely strip the chassis back to check anything, send the engine to the dyno to see what horsepower, what torque it's putting out, maybe just start throwing parts at the car as well, trying to find what potentially is the issue.
Over the timing line then goes Nicky Team still ahead of Marvin Kirchhofer by just under 1.5 seconds, and that McLaren close but not able to do anything really about that lead car. And that's been the whole story of the race, hasn't it? The Aston Martin has effectively been the race leader all the way through, and no matter what's been behind, they've been close, but never close enough to challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if the 007 has got some James Bond tricks on it, that when someone gets close, it just sprinkles a little bit of oil or something more drastic, but it's just controlled the lead, and not via pace, but just by being in the right place and stopping any advancements.
Thomas Preining in the meantime, tough day for Lion Speed after that strategy call went against them early on, looking for 14th place overall against Ignacio Montenegro, who would possibly be advised to let him go. But the danger in doing that is the next car that would get up behind him is the silver second place one, so he'd end up in a battle for silver. So either way here, Montenegro's got a fight on his hands, either to keep the Porsche at bay or keep the Mustang at bay.
Yeah, he's kept Preining behind him for quite a few laps now. The problem is if Preining decides to send it and opens the door, that would let the Mustang through. I think if I was the BMW, I'd rather let the Porsche go now while I've got a gap to the Mustang. Just roll out the throttle and slot in behind. Easy for me to say from an air-conditioned commentary box, though.
So the BMW heads up the hill. Big slide by Preining, and that really compromises the exit. So now, look, the Mustang crawling all over the back. Preining has to make that car really, really, really wide, and in so doing keeps Nicholas Callas at bay. But Callas has been a really impressive rookie out of all of this, as Charles Weerts comes to have a look at what's going on. And the answer is, it's getting busy for just about every BMW. His car fighting for a podium, and the Silver Cup leading BMW in a big, big battle here.
Surprising, that drift. It's like he turned the traction control off, knew he was being watched by GT World Live on YouTube for free, and just sent it. It looked dramatic, but look how much time it lost him. Also had a big crowd here this weekend enjoying our GT racing. Got the official figures in already. 28,000 spectators here watching 55 GT3 cars do battle.
And German brands doing well, but British brands doing best. Aston Martin and McLaren the top two. Over the line once more comes the Ferrari. Matis Leishman looking on to see how Ignacio Montenegro is doing in his car, and the answer is still leading his class with Nicholas Callas in second place. Now, the Silver Cup leading BMW needing 28 points to become Endurance Silver champions. That's heading their way, we understand. They're on target to be able to clear that.
And they've been so strong all year, haven't they? Both championships. Real standout performance from me from the whole 30 crew.
They're not going to do the combined, but they are going to be okay, we understand, to do the endurance title. Of course, the combined is the points from sprint and endurance, and that is where Leishman and Montenegro share. So Cordeal can only really win endurance, whereas the others could mop up in silver. Opposition coming from the Ugard, Levy, Mazzola, Audi, and that's a slightly flattered point score given the great success it had at Monza, but it's rather struggled today, in contrast to the sister car of Dylan Pereira, who's behind the wheel of 99 right now. It's taking Preining a long time, isn't it, to get back onto terms with that BMW, and another twitch, not quite as dramatic a slide coming out of the corner at 8 this time, but yeah, he's not been able to get back onto the tail of the BMW.
Yeah, it's not enjoying sector 2, is it? Closes up at the end of the lap and the start of the lap, but then drops loads in the middle. Here are the three Mercedes running in formation, and the Mustang just stalking them. HRT, of course, used to run Mercedes before the switch to Ford, so they'll be well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of that naturally aspirated V8 in front.
So there is then the Mustang, and the Ford snapping away at the back of Fabian Schiller's Mercedes. But as we've seen race long, you can get so close, but because the BOP works so well to equate everything, nobody really has an advantage over anybody else particularly, so it's really hard to find a way through. That said, Pereira is getting away from Magnus now, so having thrown everything at him and finally getting by, he is breaking clear, so it can be done. You can overtake, but you've got to be pretty courageous in how you do it.
Yeah, I think Shearer's going to just have to send a dive bomb into turn 1, but Shearer putting the wool over the eyes of Schiller won't be easy. Schiller's one of those drivers who's not sheepish at all, and Shearer there getting more desperate with the curb usage.
Comes out of turn 4 then, the Mustang way up the curb on the inside and the outside, and he's not near enough, is he? 2-3 lengths back, and equally Schiller dropping away from Auer. So there's the Mustang. We know it's great in a straight line, so yeah, you're right, coming out of turn 17, but even to do that, you've got to be good up the hill and be good through the chicane, so you don't lose a split second coming off 17 and over the line. Behind the Mustang, though, is a flying Dylan Pereira. Could the Audi get up with the Ford?
Yeah, its pace is strong, isn't it? And it has been since the start of the stint. Last time by, the Audi took half a second out of the Mustang in front. So gap coming down and down. That could be there in the next, well, 4 laps if he keeps that rate up.
Arthur Leclerc's been given a drive-through. I know he's a long way back in 28th, but that Ferrari being given a drive-through for causing a collision, as you see there. Kelvin van der Linde, Jules Gounon, Lucas Auer, Fabian Schiller and Fabio Scherer together. Scherer next in the queue ahead of this man, an absolutely inspired Dylan Pereira. Probably feeling a lot fresher than he expected to be, given his older 24 hours didn't last very long. So using all of that energy to good effect, getting the car into the lead of gold and going after the Ford. So he's not done yet, as the race has just over 21 minutes to go now.
Yeah, and just trying to see if anyone's struggling top speed-wise. Sometimes towards the end of endurance race, engines getting a bit warm, but all of these cars, of course, designed for 24 hours, so a 3-hour race is a mere sprint to these cars.
Is indeed, then, as the leaders go by. Marcello and Boccolacci are now, in terms of a stint time, on 51 minutes. So they don't have to think about stopping just yet, but it will be in the team's calculations, and there's nothing they can do to affect that now.
No, exactly. So they've just got to go as long as they can to 69 minutes and 59 seconds of that stint, just to pray for a full course yellow, which would give them a cheap driver time reset and would probably cement them a top 10, would be my guess. It was worth the roll. They were well outside of the top 10 when they did that stop, but that's the only possible positive they can get out of this race now.
Absolutely right. So the cars were nowhere effectively earlier on. They've decided to roll the dice. It's not worked, and the same was true of Lion Speed earlier on, and they've not really been able to buy their way back into the race either, as the cars drop down the hill once again. So you've got there the BMW ahead of the Mercedes. This is the fight going on between van der Linde and Gounon. Lucas Auer is next. Then you've got the Schiller-Scherer battle, and the Mustang, I thought a couple of laps ago, might have looked a little bit more racy against the Mercedes, but now Scherer has fallen back again.
The other thing is a good illustration is our lead 2, which have gone longer, need to stop. I know I'm going on about it, but they're 10 minutes longer, but the tyre drop-off is really dramatic. This car here, Nicky Team, is over a second a lap quicker than those 2 in front, so I think he's going to catch him before the end of the stint, but it does give us an illustration of what the tyres go through. So in 10 minutes' time, are we going to see these cars starting to struggle, and are they going to struggle in a different manner to each other, and that could maybe put this race on its head.
Marco Sorensen, Mattia Drudi looking on. There's the lead car, effectively the lead car. Marcello and Boccolacci then split by 6/10. Yeah, Nicky Team, you're right. He was 12 seconds back. He's now 7 seconds. So I think I'd said anyway he was going to be catching, and there's the increased evidence of it. Look at the way, though, now that these two have broken away, haven't they, from Kelvin van der Linde. The BMW might be third, but it's a relatively distant third compared to what we've had during the race.
Yeah, Gounon is starting to get a sniff of a position here, isn't it? And that would be the final podium position when all things have been panned out. Gounon has been in mega form and will be very aggressive. Van der Linde, again, I seem to say about all these factory guys, but they are all so aggressive. They will fight tooth and nail to keep every single position, but a final podium position for sure, that's going to be an interesting battle.
18.75 minutes to go then here at the Nürburgring, the 4th of 5 Endurance Cup rounds in GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. Next up, Sprint Cup at Zandvoort, and then Sprint Cup at Barcelona before Portimao for the end of the season for endurance. And what a season it has been, with a real spread of winners and surprises. But it looks as though we might have our first double winner in endurance of the year, because the Aston Martin 007 won at Paul Ricard despite a puncture. Here it's had a perhaps calmer race, even though, going back to what drivers have been saying, they've never felt it's been the quickest car.
Yeah, strange that, isn't it, when you get the drivers all agreeing on something that doesn't maybe look correct from the outside, but of course all the data and video they trawl through, they get much more insight to their own particular program, and that's happening 54 other times up and down the pit lane in GT World Challenge Endurance.
Is indeed then, as the cars here plunge down the hill once again. It's going to be a bit more lappery maybe before the end. There's the Rutronic Lamborghini that had that early puncture. Patrick Niederhauser has got that car into 21st place, but a really tough day at the office. Now, in bronze, look, you've got Dennis Marshall there, snapping at the heels of Marvin Deans. This is for second, but look, the Mercedes, the blue one there, just going into the Schumacher race. That's the leading car in the class. So the top 3 in bronze, not that far apart. Dienst and Marshall together as they come now out of the S's up towards 11 and 12. They've also got to get past Alex Fontana in the Porsche. car that Bashar Mardini started, but Dennis Marshall all over the back of Marvin Deans. The two German drivers here squabbling amongst themselves. Just a little bit further up the road is Kian Dewis, the quick Brits in the 2Cs Mercedes. He would like these to keep on squabbling.
Yeah, you can see the illustration there. I was actually just checking the stint averages on HH Timing, and Marvin Deans, his stint average is 0.6 slower than Dennis Marshall, so that's why Marshall's caught up. Kieran Dewis slightly better, but Marshall is easily the quickest in the bronze class, and with 15 minutes remaining, if he could get past this Winwood Mercedes, there's a chance on pace he could catch another Mercedes, that blue 2Cs one, but there is an Aston Martin in the middle.
Yeah, indeed, he's got time left in the race, hasn't he, with 16.5 minutes to go. Over the line then comes Dienst. Marshall again feints to the inside line. Can't commit to it, but he can keep applying the pressure and look to see what he can do on the exit of the corner. And all he can do there is the outside. Can he get an undercut? Coming through turn 2, Marshall tries it, but he finds a Mercedes in his way.
Remember, this car was spun around lap 1, turn 1 as he sends it to the inside. It's been a good recovery drive. He's got the inside that goes to the outside. Can he do a cutback? Does he want a cutback? Where's he going to go? This is great racing at the moment, clean and fair, very close between the two.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall, that car head-butted the spun Audi, didn't it? So it's made an extra pit stop, but even in spite of that, the caution periods have brought it back into the mix, and Dennis Marshall all over the back of Marvin Dienst in that Winwood Racing entry. Down the hill they drop then. Lap 75 here at the Nürburgring, with just over 15 minutes to go. And for second in bronze, it's very much up for grabs, as again Marshall feints to the inside line, but can't really find a gap coming off the corner.
Yeah, Dienst is almost allowing him that sort of dive, isn't he? Because then Dienst just runs the longer way round. We go from the bronze class battle to silver class. This is really live and up, hasn't it? Where's Brian gone in the Porsche? We saw him struggling, but he's really dropped off this battle.
He has indeed. He's dropped behind the Mustang and faded away completely, hasn't he? So now the silver battle doesn't have to worry about a pro car. And what this does now put is pressure from Callas on Montenegro. Nicholas Callas, racing in the championship for the first time, is doing an outstanding job, isn't he, here? And if he could give HRT a maiden win in silver for that Mustang, that would be quite something.
Really would. Shandorf had a few slow laps as well. He's really got into the grasp of these cars. So that could be a problem for WRT30, is now having to get past that Shandorf Ferrari.
And is this coming back to your tyre life point, or is it too soon for that for these cars?
No, this is really at the point where the tyre wants to stop being alive and just wants to go home and retire. But we've still got time for 7 more laps at the end of this one.
So the tyres are going to have to cope a little bit longer, keeping an eye to Marciello and Boccolacci, the top 2 on the road, because their stint time is coming to an end. Not there yet, but it's coming to an end. 14 minutes are on the clock. They've probably got time for another 2 or 3 laps. That's about your lot. As you see here, Frederic Schandorf, Ignacio Monti.
The last 3 to 4 laps is quite dramatic, so Schandorf probably will get out the way, because that will cement his third in the gold class. You can see the classes illustrated on your timing tower. White is the pro, the sort of goldy yellow is your gold class, this blue is the silver class battle, then bronze, you can see Dewis there in 24th overall, the bronze class, and that's what's so important to these drivers in their particular classes.
Yeah, and still the second and third bronze battle rages on Dienst versus Marshall, with about 0.3 of a second between them when they went across the line last time. Ford on the back of BMW as they power up the hill once again, now coming into turn 11 and 12, drop down the hill here, and as they do so, the Ford now starting to mount ever more serious an attack on the back of that BMW. So they drop down the hill. The BMW just stretching its legs ever so slightly, gets away a little bit more from the Ford. But Nicholas Callas certainly is not giving up, and that Ferrari, if they catch it at the wrong part of the racetrack, will give him a chance. Look at the way the Mustang just gobbles up the ground, heading up the hill where it can use all of that horsepower. And the gap that had grown at 12 is nothing at all, really, coming onto the pit straight once again, with 13 minutes on the clock now. A number of cars are being given time penalties for full course yellow infringements, and one of them is 59 Marvin Kirchhofer. I don't think there's anything else significant for the leading group, but the second placed car is the most significant of the lot. So Marvin Kirchhofer, a 10-second time penalty for a full course yellow infringement, and that's going to help Kelvin van der Linde, number 32. So that's going to put the BMW eventually up into second spot, because he's within 6 seconds of the McLaren. So Marvin Kirchhofer, 10-second time penalty for a full course yellow infringement. Other penalties have gone the way of the 177 Mercedes, 88 Audi, 66 Audi, 992 BMW, the Dempsey Chiva Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, and also number 11 Aston Martin. But the most significant out of the list is 59 Marvin Kirchhofer, 10-second time penalty for a full course yellow infringement. So that means Nicky Thiem now is virtually home and dry, and Kirchhofer's task is to try and stretch the margin to 10 seconds and a fraction over Calvin van der Linde.
Yeah, so the time so easily done. The GPS gets sent straight to race control, so there's no hiding. So either Marvin has got down to 80 too late, or has come off the limiter too early, and the silver class battle is getting tasty. The Mustang has just been stalking its prey, hasn't it, over the last stint and a bit, it feels like now. Schandorf seems like he's okay again on pace, but it will still be a distraction for the 30 BMW.
Well, indeed, then, as the cars again head up the hill. So the battle continues on in silver. A bit further back, Patrick Niederhauser has gained a place at the expense of Aurelian Panis. And 11 minutes are on the clock, as you can see the silver fight continuing. But again, as we've seen race long, certain parts of the circuit favour the BMW, certain parts of the circuit favour the Mustang. So here they come over the timing line. And the other battle that's going to be against the clock is not only Kirchhofer's 10 seconds to try and keep his place, but whether or not number 48 then gains a position, gains fourth as a legacy of the McLaren's 10-second penalty. That situation distorted at the moment by Marcello and Boccolacci just running ahead on the road, but when they drop into position after their final pit stop, which is not far away, then we'll get a better idea of whether or not fourth is on the cards for number 48, and that message no doubt will be getting through to the team as well, and Lucas R will have been told it on the radio.
Yeah, that'll be massive for them to cement the championship before the final endurance round. Never have we had a champion crown before the final round, so that'll be a big scalp for them, and really marks 2 great years, didn't they? They finished second last year by a single point, and that was galling for them, but they've seemed to have galvanized themselves over winter and are even stronger.
Yeah, at the moment, 7 seconds is the gap, Kirchhofer to R. So it's possible that that place will change. Marvin Kirchhofer doing his best to get away. There's another incident that's being looked at, and race control continuing to be busy.
Yeah, that was the 99 and the 10, wasn't it? We saw it on Pereira's outlap getting roughed up by Magnus. I thought it was just on the safe side of racing incident, and race control agree. So all fair and love and war at the moment.
This is the other war that's got to be resolved, isn't it? BMW versus Ford. Just over the timing line have gone Marcello and Boccolacci. That's given them 62 minutes of their stint. So there it is. There is the battle. Look at the way Nicky Thiem is right with them. It was 7 seconds the last time we looked, and now it's 3 for the lead on the road.
Perversely, I think those 2 cars going long is actually going to give the championship to 48. Why? Because it's going to bunch up Thiem and Kirchhofer. They're going to be unable to use the pace they've got, and I think that 10-second gap that Kirchhofer is going to drop into will now help the 48. This car is going to be plus 10, and it's where that puts it in relation to the 48, which is currently in 7th place.
But from being a couple of 3 laps ago, 7 seconds adrift, now Nicky Thiem is right on the back of those 2. Talk about tyre drop-off. I mean, that's just been a huge gain, hasn't it, by the Aston Martin? And as you rightly say, he's brought that whole train of cars with him. This is what's going on still in silver, where BMW leads Ford. But Marcello and Boccolacci, 63 minutes. They're going to have to pit this lap, aren't they?
They can go to 69 because they started it under yellow, so it's still an extended stint. But the 30 crew here looking quite pumped up, aren't they? Trying to stay cool, trying to stay relaxed. Still all racing to go in 8 minutes.
Yeah, because they've got a title coming their way potentially as well, the endurance title, if they can hang on to the lead. You saw Mathis Liesmann and Amaury Cordeel watching on as the BMW plunges downhill once again. Heading for the braking area down at turn 8. They'll thread their way around that hairpin, ready to make the climb up the hill. 8 minutes are on the clock, and 54 is under investigation for exceeding the maximum drive time. That's possibly Tanat Safran-Tirakul, who did a very long stint, it felt. Angus Whiteside now behind the wheel, and the Mustang pulls out and has a look, but no way through there.
No, it's just been looking, hasn't it? It's quite a Mustang trait. It can catch, but not overtake. Still, I'll reiterate, the best move is into turn number 1, but if that one's getting covered, then maybe a dive bomb is coming. They've got less to lose in terms of championship, that Mustang. How much do they want the class win?
Yeah, the Mustang desperately would like the success. Equally, of course, WRT would like to wrap up a title a bit like Winwood, with a round to spare. Here they come, nose to tail once more. There's no guarantee, of course, that Portimao is going to be friendly to either of these brands in the way that the Nürburgring has been. Over the timing line they now come, and as they go past the pits, BMW still ahead. The clock continues to tick. Just 6 3/4 minutes to go. Now, up the inside line, dives the Mustang. Thought better of it. Again, the door is closed just in the nick of time by Montenegro.
Don't know if Shandorf had a bit of a lock-up. I thought I saw some smoke in front of the 30 car. Shandorf's still there and A-OK, so maybe not a problem for him in that 71 Ferrari, which really has found its pace again, which was a little bit bizarre. Maybe Shandorf thinking, I just need a couple of chill laps, get the tyres back in a window, and then push once more.
So the field currently on lap number 80 and 6 minutes on the clock as you see Montenegro. He has done an outstanding job here. He may not have had the outright pace to get away, but he's managed to hang on to position, hasn't he, and keep that Ford behind him pretty much all the way through this stint. And he's got to do so for another, what, 3 laps or so, but it's been a mighty, mighty effort.
Yeah, it's been really good and faultless this race, this season, and that's what you need. All 3 drivers in this endurance crew need to be well matched, and that really is a harder job than others. The silver class, the silver grading. Oh, he runs wide there. I'll interrupt myself. This could give the Mustang a run into turn 12. Is he going to send it down the inside?
Let's have a look then. There is a gap. He does go to the inside, and through for the race lead in silver goes the Mustang. Nicholas Callas takes over the position, and now we'll see whether Ignacio Montenegro is going to be able to fight back. Big frustration from Matthijs Liesman watching on, but Montenegro, if he has got the pace, if he has got the tyres underneath him, he will fight back for sure, but he's running out of time. But Nicholas Callas, championship debut, what a way to make a mark.
Really, really strong. I've really enjoyed watching this Mustang from HRT. Nicola Barr as well, very good, I think, for his debut in the car. And yeah, this has been phenomenal. And you see the frustration there. Goes back to my point I was going to make before the move. The silver drivers all bring in budget. They're sort of semi-professional level, essentially. They're not these factory drivers you're looking at right now. So it's very hard to get 3 drivers that fast with the right budget. And yes, there was frustration there, but they're still in a very good championship position, of course.
They are indeed, and the cars continue to squabble on. So there, Nicky Team now in traffic. He's been reeled in, hasn't he, by that McLaren. But the bad news is the McLaren's going to get reeled in potentially by the traffic behind. So this is how we stand in silver. And presumably, therefore, it's going to be down to the wire in Portugal for Endurance Silver and overall silver, of course, as the very final round of the championship. So right now, we've got Montenegro, Cordil and Liesman doing the fighting to try to get back ahead. We'll go back to the abacus in a minute, but more importantly for the overall race lead, the McLaren trying to fight back. But where is the train behind? Kelvin van der Linde's BMW looking to try to get to within 10 seconds, and so too is 48 Mercedes. Out of 12 they come. Marciello Boccolacci being caught by Nicky Team. They owe us a pit stop, remember. There behind is van der Linde, defending from Gunon, defending from Auer, who's got away a bit from Schiller and Shearer, who in turn is being caught by Pereira, who has now got Magnus back up with him. So these elasticated gaps continue to give different images, different laps.
Yeah, exactly. So the 98 and the 2 will have to box this lap, otherwise they will go over their stint. So finally the timing tower will update to how it should be. This is getting interesting. Gunon has now dropped off the back. Auer wants to get the move done. Is he within 10 seconds of Kirchhofer in the 59? Does he need to make this move?
Over the line they come. Let's see whether the move comes first up, because turn 1 is where they're heading for. Jules Gunon hangs onto the line, and he hangs onto the place as well. What have we got left? 3 minutes. So there's time for this lap and maybe 2 more or 1 more.
I think it'll be 1 more when the leaders cross the line. So this and then 1 more.
So we've got the field out of turn 3. If the 2 Mercedes do start battling, that's going to play into the hands a little bit more of Charles Wirtz, who's going after Kirchhofer. So 98. Raffaele Marciello doing his final pit stop. They roll that dice on the pit stop times, and it's not paid out.
Yeah, the 2 didn't pit them. Boccolacci stayed out. His stint time will go over, so they're going to get a penalty.
But maybe they feel they can't win the race anyway. They might as well get a penalty, see what happens. If you can't win the race, well, roll the dice again. no one cares whether you're 6th or 8th or 10th, so they're going to see what they can do. But you can see how far down the order this is dropping Marciello. So good idea, didn't work out, and so that is another car that will find itself badly delayed because of the nature of the full course yellows and the safety cars relative to when they made their pit stops. But of course the big root of the problem was that car never had pace initially to be in the leading group. One more lap then at the end of this, and as you can see, are not yet able to think about making that move.
No, but if we were to finish this lap, they would be within that 10 seconds of Marvin Kirchhofer, so they would become endurance champions.
Indeed so, because the 10-second penalty would drop Kirchhofer the other side. WRT's Silver Cup leading BMW still on for silver success, we reckon, having had another number crunch. So even though they've lost the class lead, the overall combined title they can't do here, but they can claim silver in endurance. And quite rightly, just to back up what Joe was saying, number 2 is under investigation for the maximum driving time now. So Boccolacci, having gone over his stint maximum, being looked at, but Boots and VDS probably just shrug and say, well, whatever, we can't win, we'll just stay out and pretend we can win it by taking the flag on the track. But it's a shame that, because it takes some of the kudos away from Nicky Team.
Yeah, that's pretty unsporting. I don't see, apart from if there was a red flag the lap before they would have won, I still think he might box this lap and do the right thing.
Well, Nicky Team wants to get past him anyway, doesn't he? And here they come, coming off the corner. But it's interesting that Calvin van der Linde in that 3rd place not catching, and now the Porsche does let them by. So Dorian Boccolacci slows coming out of turn 6 into 7, and a round of applause from ComTU for Boots and VDS for doing the right thing there.
Yeah, 2 Belgian squads. I wonder if anyone went up to talk to them just to make sure they are aware of what they were doing.
So here you've got 007 then heading for a 2nd win of the season in endurance, and it's dominated the race. It may not have dominated the day in terms of pace, but it did get that pole position on the average of the 3 drivers. Never topped a session, but it's topped the important part, and that has been this 3-hour race. So 007 it is then. The car of Nicky Tim, Mathieu Drudi, Marco Sorensen. They won at Paul Ricard despite having to come back from a puncture. Here they've had no dramas whatsoever, and it is on target for a race win. And Maro Engel is also doing his computations to work out whether they're going to be the right side of 10 seconds from that McLaren. We think they are. We think it's a championship for them. But first up, the race leader is about to become the race winner for the 2nd time this year for ComTU, for Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen, Mathieu Drudi and Nicky Team win in GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Marvin Kirchhofer 2nd over the line. It's a race win for the Aston, and it should be a championship for Lucas Auer, for Luca Stolz and for Maro Engel as that car comes across the line. So we wait to see where 59 drops to when the 10 seconds are added. There will be a penalty presumably for the Porsche as well, so even though that's going to be number 2 Porsche shown in the mix, because of the stint time, that's going to drop down as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Boccolacci stayed out. He let the leaders go, so that was kind of the right thing, but then still in the mix. But so van der Linde should be 3rd place in the 32, and it's enough for these guys.
Yeah, they've got the message. So they've done it with a round to spare. Well done, Maro, Lucas. A 3rd Endurance Cup win for ComTU, a 5th Endurance Cup win for Aston Martin. And Nicky Tim, the race winner. Marvin Kirchhofer 2nd over the line, but we'll await confirmation and also see what, if anything, the penalty will be for number 2 and whether that's going to affect what we get for the podium. I think there will be a desire to have that cleared out, won't it, to get the right drivers on the podium rather than having to give back trophies and all of that. It just looks wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So it should be 7 from 32 from 3, shouldn't it, with the update there. So a little bit messy, but the complex nature of GT racing, endurance racing, all the rules and regulations that have to be adhered to sometimes do make it a little bit difficult to get the correct result at the checkered.
Bronze won by Cian Jewis, Charles Dawson and Rhys Barr, and gold, Dylan Pereira stays ahead of the Gilles Magnus driven Porsche, and 3rd in gold was Ferrari of Frederick Schandhoff. So yeah, a win for the Aston Martin, and there's your new champion, or 1/3 of your new championship winning crew, Lucas Auer. That car again, never having had mega pace, but enough to give them the title with 1 or 2 penalties thrown into the mix. And sometimes circumstances can be in your favour, out of your control.
Red 1, one, and pick up on the tyres, please. Mega job, boys. Perfect execution all day today. Thank you very much.
So very, very happy ComTU team, a very happy Nicky team, but also a very happy Winward Racing team as well. And there is the Mercedes on its way back, but the celebrations have started without Lucas Auer, who needs to return the car to the pit lane first, but they've done the numbers, and there the overall champions are Lucas Auer, Lukas Scholz, and a very happy Mauro Engel. A drive-through penalty has been given to Boccolacci number 2, and that post-race is a big chunk of time. So that car drops way down the order. So overall, it's the Aston ahead of 32 BMW, ahead of number 3 Mercedes, and 4th, 48 Mercedes. That's enough for the championship. There are your new silver champions as well. Ignacio Montenegro, Amaury Cordial, and Mathis Liesmont.
Yeah, mega result for them. Mega race, lead from start to finish. Probably isn't the true story, is there? We saw strategy calls, win and lose. Some good overtakes, some bad overtakes as well. But always a pleasure to watch GT3 cars here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, it's a shame in a way that penalties had to affect things right at the very end. But, you know, there are teams that will be saying, well, good, it's worked in our favour. Last year we had the Mauro Engel Mercedes, for example, being given a penalty, didn't we? He came up to the booth, I think, in that last stint, and that's when the penalty came, and he had to grin and bear it. Well, this time it's worked out in his favour. They've still not had an Endurance Cup win this season, him, Lukas Scholz and Lucas Auer, but they've been in the mix all the way through. So there, the drivers then making their way out of the garage, ready for the photographs and the podium. For the Winward Racing team, delight. They've done it, and they've done it with a round to spare. So they now wait for Lucas Auer. The team trying to work out whether the car's going to be taken to Parc Fermé or returned to the team, and the answer is it stopped at Parc Fermé, because the scrutineers want to look at that now that it's notionally a championship winner, provisionally a championship winner. It's a second endurance title for Scholz and Engel, who won it with the Black Falcon team way back in 2018. First time the endurance title has been won with a round to spare. Let's get to the race winners, though. First of all, let's hear from the Aston Martin crew. Let's get to the pits.
You then, Marco, because you started in the car and you had to get the job done. It was a real strange race, ebbed and flowed with the safety car, but one thing was this car, it looked great.
Yeah, I think as soon as the race stabilized a little bit and we kind of could see that we could stay in front, the others definitely had a little bit more race pace than us, but if we were in front, they couldn't, let's say they couldn't overtake, so that was what we had to do today, and we managed to do this perfectly fine, so really happy.
Really happy. Mattia, you must be pretty relieved. It's been a while coming for this car now. I know you had one success earlier on in the season.
Yeah, it took a long time before we could finally be consistent in our results. It's a shame for Monza and Spa, but that's part of racing. I'm really happy. I mean, we did a super job. Probably we were not the quickest car, but we did a really good job this morning. And having clean air helps a lot, our car especially, that has a lot of downforce on the front. Yeah, I mean, we were not the quickest, but we did a clean and flawless job, and then we took the win, so I'm really happy.
It was a great job. And Nicky team, let's get Nicky in as well. Nicky, you're smiling, beaming from ear to ear. It's been a tough season for you personally as well. You've had some tricky times, if we remind you of what happened at Spa and how disappointed you were then as well, but this one must make up for it.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I know you have to do the dirty job. You know, obviously now it's all forgotten. It's always looking forward. Yeah, again, just shows the team keeps the spirit high even after a lot of beating, beside Paul Ricard, obviously. Yeah, tough race, proper GT World Challenge, I think, with some strategy calls at the end, so it was really close with the Porsche and BMW, but yeah, here we are. Fantastic job by everyone and the teammates. It's just so much fun, so yeah, another big trophy on the shelf. Looks good.
You didn't know what to do after pole position, but you know what to do now. Go and celebrate.
So 007 victorious, and Lucas Auer becoming the 7th driver, incidentally, to win all 3 titles from that overall class. In other words, he's done sprint and endurance and the combined now. So adding that to his CV as well. But well done to Nicky Tim, Mattia Drudi, and to Marco Sorensen, the combination that won the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, of course, 2 years back. Let's get to the gold winners next. Let's get to the pits.
A huge congratulations and a well-deserved victory. That overtake on Gilles Magnus at the end there was the key to your victory. There was some contact, but nothing doing there. You still maintained the lead. Talk us through that stint, Dylan.
Yeah, first of all, basically when I went out of the pits in turn 1, I already lost my position. Then I tried to fight back, and the car was really amazing at the beginning of the race until the middle. So yeah, we were really great pace. So I took the chance to pass him and close the gap to the front. At the end, the tires were just at the end of the life, and we could not do for more. But P1 in class, really happy.
I mean, Dylan spoke about what great pace you guys had throughout this race. It wasn't an easy race, but I mean, this victory must feel good.
Yeah, it feels good. I hope you guys also had something nice to watch inside the race. We tried to make some battles, you know. So I think we managed it quite well. Yeah, did some nice moves, had some fun out there, and Dylan finished it off in style. So I'm more than delighted, and huge thanks to the team and everyone around.
Well, we absolutely loved it. You put on a great show, and we saw you run over Andre and give Dylan a huge hug. What does this mean for you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Honestly, after 3 DNF on the start of the year with in the Endurance Championship, it was really good to be back on the podium, be back finally with a team with Alex on the first place. We knew that this weekend will be difficult, but I think with the work of the sport and Treasure attempt, we managed to improve the car, and I think it worked.
Well, congratulations. I won't keep you. Enjoy this, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're heading for the podium, and they're also, of course, going to go there for the first time this year. It's another different winner within gold. 4 different victors out of the 4 races, 4 very different races, with 3, 6 and 24 hours. Let's get to silver next. Our race winners first up.
Yeah, making your series debut. What a way to do it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't believe it. Great job to the team and to the guys for putting me in the position to be able to overtake them.
Eduardo, for yourself, I mean, it's nice to be in this position and to watch what was going on as well when the overtake happened.
Yeah, for sure. Nicola and Niklas did a really good job in their stints. Really good team effort, and really happy to be here.
And Niklas, who spoke to you about joining this team as well, unusual for you to get into a different car, but it worked.
Yeah, it did indeed. Yeah, super proud of the whole effort, the whole team effort. I think we didn't do any mistake, basically, just try to survive out there. The car was amazing pace for my teammates. We had this guy taking his first start ever, and he did mega him with the final overtake, and couldn't be more proud of the job we all did together as a team.
A lot of first times and a great result. Well done.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for HRT, Hound Racing Team of the Ford Mustang. It's been a tough project to really get on top of and to have as competitive as it has been today. So well done to everybody involved. They're still looking for, of course, an overall win. They've had an overall pole, but a silver class win, a great result, and could be a very popular one, that, I think, in the paddock. And 222 for 2Cs wins bronze. We'll hear from those drivers next.
The bronze crew.
Do they need
Kieran, you
Pirelli
brought
caps?
the car
Like-
home. Talk us through that final stint.
Yeah, look, we obviously had racing at the start, and look, we did think we were going to get stitched up a couple of times, but Charles done a mega job to put us in a good place, you know, and we managed to undercut the Porsche, and obviously the penalty from the 87, we managed to capitalise on that, and yeah, just bring it home, so very overdue this year.
I mean, it was quite a stop-start race. There was a lot going on, yellow flag, safety cars. You did the opening stint. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. You know, we were able to put it on pole in quali, so it was nice to have that kind of breather. But yeah, as any time in this championship, you have 55 cars going into the first corner. You never know what's going to happen, but we managed to get through, kind of maintain position. And yeah, you know, it was basically just a train. We were all so fast at that point, so yeah, it was just about holding position, which we managed to do, and then I handed the car over to Charles, and he did a mega middle stint, and then an awesome closing stint with Kieran at the end, and yeah, the guys did a mega job getting the undercut. So yeah, all around pole, P1, couldn't be happier.
And it's such a team effort, isn't it, Charles? I mean, there's so much effort that goes into winning this race, especially around a track like this where there's so little margin for error. You did the middle stint. How was that for you?
Yeah, tough start. Got swamped a little bit in places, but then came back strong in the second part of the stint. And yeah, you say the word team, like, you know, these guys to be able to do it with Reese here as well, and you know, been working with Kian now for a couple of years, and to come and get a win here from our winning, you know, the championship in British last year to this it's a good story. And yeah, I've just honestly, it's been we got close in the sprint races, and to do it here, yeah, just so happy. I'm going to go celebrate now, have a beer, and enjoy this.
A well-deserved drink. Enjoy. Congratulations, all of you. Congrats.
So our bronze winners, Charles Dawson, Reece Barr, Ian Jewis. Meanwhile, Lucas Auer has been celebrating with the Winward Racing team. That didn't look possible, did it, yesterday? But with Maro Engel and with Lukas Stoltz, the celebrations are underway. We can hear from our overall endurance champions. Let's get to Bryn down with the Mercedes drivers.
Watching your faces was an absolute picture, particularly as you started doing the maths there, Maro.
Yeah, obviously we're looking, let's say it was an exciting final 10 minutes, but big thank you to Mercedes-AMG, to Winward, to these two guys. It's been a great pleasure to share the car with them, and we've been really consistent. Today was tough, was difficult. We had our work cut out, and just, yeah, super happy that we managed to clinch the title.
And coming into it as well, it was a tricky one because of the penalty from the previous round in sprints. It was always hanging over the team too. For yourself, coming into this one and knowing what you had to do?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in Winward we have this never giving up attitude, and I think that's what we showed this weekend, because, to be honest, it was really difficult from Friday onwards, but in the end it worked out, so we are really proud and happy. And yeah, it took Mara and me 8 years to gain another championship. But yeah, right now it's a lot of pressure coming down for me.
Missing out by a point last year. That's gone now. That's all gone. For yourself and Lucas there, you had to bring the car home. Simple job, right?
Yeah, very simple. It was just cruising around. No, but very tough. Difficult conditions out there for everybody, but really I have to say a big thanks to those boys, to Winward, Mercedes-AMG. What a season. Cannot get any better.
What's the party going to be like? Wild?
Well, let's say we feel quite at home here at the Nürburgring, so we know the place well, and I think we know where to go tonight, and we'll make it a memorable one.
Look out, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nürburgring has been kind to Maro and Luca this year, because of course they were part of that Nürburgring 24-hour winning team of drivers as well. No race win today, but a championship success instead. Right at the podium, he's getting ready, I can see, as you see in super slow-mo, the Mercedes 7th on the road for much of the race, but right at the end with penalties and other drivers having to pit for one last time, elevated to 4th position, and that's enough to give number 48 the title. So let's have a look first up at the provisional race result. Mathieu Drudy, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Thiem, your winners, from Kelvin van der Linde, Jordan Pepper and Charles Weerts, and Danny Junkadea, Chris Lallam and Jules Gounon taking 3rd. Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, Maro Engel 4th, ahead of Martin, Gotts and Schiller. 6th, Maini, Scherer and Drouet. 7th, Dylan Pereira, Andrea Frasinetti and Alex Alka to win gold. 13th, you're winning silvers, Nicholas Callas, Nicolas Bart and Eduardo Cossetang. And the winning bronzes, 23rd, Kian Jewis, Reece Barr and Charles Dawson. 55 we started with. We did lose quite a few along the way, either with mechanical maladies or with damage, and quite a number of penalties, as we've been discussing late race as well, just to shuffle the order again. Still, there are cars I can see being brought back into the paddock after incidents and those 4 caution periods, but none of it seemed to affect the ComTU Aston Martin. Good start by Marco Sorensen, good middle stint by Mathieu Drudy, and Nicky Thiem bringing it home. A 2nd win of the year for Aston Martin. Feel sorry for Christopher Hauser, his 60th Endurance Cup race. He never got into the car. The car never did more than turn 1, and even then it was going backwards. So there are our champions from the overall competition. Meanwhile, on the podium, the top 3 crews are already stepping forward, and there for 3rd place, Danny Junkadea, Chris Lallam and Jules Gounon. The 2nd place drivers from 32 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde Jordan Pepper. Charles Weerts will be next. They step forward to lots of applause from the teams. And then there will be Vincent Vos looks on, the boss of WRT, representative of the winning team. And then to the top step will come the Aston Martin drivers from number 7. It'll be Marco Sorensen, it will be Mathieu Drude, it will be Nicky Thiem for the second time this year for the top step of the podium. And then once they are in position for the ComTU team, there will be the national anthem of the winning team. Matteo Braga from Pirelli is set to make the presentation of lots and lots and lots of trophies. So the drivers are there. Matteo Braga steps forward. The third place trophies for Mercedes drivers Danny Hunkadea, Chris Lallam and Jules Gounon. Then the BMW drivers, again, the car that yesterday we thought really wasn't going to be in the hunt. And of course, it had a 3-place grid drop anyway, but coming through strongly. Jordan Pepper, Calvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts. Calvin, then Charles, then Jordan receive the trophies. And then the top step of the podium, Nicky Thiem almost getting a face full of trophy there. They will be, of course, the team's trophy. The ComTU. And then the winning drivers, Matteo Braga once more forward with the trophies. Nicky Thiem gets the trophy. Then Marco Sorensen, and somewhere there should be one, hopefully for Mathieu Drude as well. There we have the final trophy. The drivers will get together. There will be trophies in the air for the cameras, for the photographers. And then the champagne awaits for some to spray and some, like Nicky Thiem, to run away from. So the gold podium is going to be next. Nicky Thiem arrives back, having let everybody else run out of champagne. Sneaky move, that Nicky. But as far as the championship is concerned, well, we know who the champions are, but second is still being fought over. Lucas Sauer, Mauro Engel, Lucas Stoltz are your endurance champions from currently second. Nicky Thiem, Marco Sorensen and Mathieu Drude. And then Calvin van der Linde, Jordan Pepper and Charles Weerts. Louis Prep, Tom Fleming, Benji Goethe are fourth. And then Ricardo Feller, Bastian Bus and Thomas Priming fifth from Augusto Farfus, Raffaele Marciello and Jake Dennis, who of course had to make their final pit stop, and it put them 38th in the race. So the strategy call that the Rover team made didn't pan out today, but again, it's always worth trying something. So the drivers for the overall podium still having photos taken. And once that's done, then the gold drivers can be brought forward for their celebrations. Got some happy team members in the pit lane. And you'll be finding our cameras. This has been the car of the day, the 007 Aston Martin, coming through ahead and doing a grand job. First stint by Marco Sorensen, never really able to get much more than a second away from the opposition, but coming through to claim honours and a good middle stint, much interrupted by Mathieu Drude, but he was able to cope with all of those full course yellows and safety car interruptions and convert that for Nicky Thiem into a lead that he could consolidate to the end of the race. Looking down from the drone, you can see the paddock starting to empty as the support race teams have already headed for home. And just to the right of the race control tower, the dead car park, lots of injured GT3 machines that have been put there for the teams to come to retrieve. So drivers coming onto the podium for gold. Third place there you can see Malte Ebdrup, Simon Birch and Frederick Schrandhoff. They make their way onto the third step. Then for second, the Boots and VDS drivers. A good debut for Nico Menzel along with Gilles Magnus and also Robin Knutsen. And then the winning team in gold, Trezor Attempto Racing, Arkin Arka's squad, German team. And it's going to be a German brand, of course, winning. There's the team rep. And then for the top step of the podium, there will be Andrea Frasinetti, Alex Arca, and Dylan Pereira. The drivers now step forward. Handshakes all round. Alex Arca and Dylan Pereira, as hats off, they all quickly scoot up onto the podium.
The trophies will be handed over once again from Matteo Braga, Pirelli Track Activities Manager. For third place, Frederick Schandorf, Malte Ebdrup.
Trophies go then again from Matteo Braga to the third place crew, Frederick Schandorf, Malte Ebdrup and Simon Birch. Then the Boots and VDS drivers ready to receive their trophy, Gilles Magnus, Nico Menzel and also Robin Knutsen. A car that was suffering so much bad luck, so much damage at the start of the year, but they've turned that round of late and could have been on for a win, but Dylan Pereira able to sort them out. Then it's going to be a winning team trophy for Trezor Attempto Racing. A good reception for that. There the Audi mechanics for Attempto Racing in the pit lane, a team that made its name initially really winning in one-make Porsche racing, but then the race winners from Trezor Attempto will get the trophies. So Andrea Frasinetti, Alex Arca get theirs, and Dylan Pereira, the Luxembourgish driver, will be next. Somebody else that started really as a Porsche specialist, Super Cup champion, but he gets his trophy, and they're the top three in the Gold Cup.
And then time for champagne.
The champagne awaits for the drivers, and trophies go flying. Frederick Schandorf leaps off the podium. Alex Arca well versed in how to do this, and having sprayed, then runs away. But that's 4 different winners in gold across the 4 races, proving just how competitive a class it has been this year. And the third place in gold, the best result that Ferrari had all race, because it was a very, very tough weekend for the Italian brand. And the selected car racing squad, operated really by AF Corsa, but humbling the so-called works cars, the AF Corsa cars. So look down into the pit lane. Interviews are going on, and this is how we stand in gold right now. The championship being led by 3 points, Hugo de Wilde, Jens Klingman and Tim Tramnitz from Benji Goethe, Louis Pret and Tom Fleming, who had good pace early on but then a gearbox problem, and Simon Birch, Frederick Schandorf and Malte Ebdrup now not that far behind in third, ahead of Arthur Rougier, Simon Gash and James Kell, who got a penalty early on, and Gilles Magnus, Robin Knutsen are now up to 5th, ahead of Antin Locquin, Dennis Lind, with Freddie Tomlinson and Adam Smalley next for Optimum Motorsport. So the silver podium will be next. The drivers for that, of course, in part celebrating a race result and also a championship win, because don't forget, Mathis Lismont, Amaury Cordial and Ignacio Montenegro are second in the race but are the champions. Here though is the car that was second within gold, riding the curves spectacularly, the number 10 Boots and VDS Porsche, as it flicked its way through the chicane. Gilles Magnus doing that stint behind the wheel, and at the time had not only a gap over Dylan Pereira but also had the Dan Harper BMW between him and the opposition. But the Audi able to come through and take honours. So drivers on the podium already, I can see for silver. Third place crew of Aurélien Panis, César Gazot and Anthony Bartone are there. There are the second place drivers and the silver champions, no less. Mathis Lismont, Amaury Cordial and Ignacio Montenegro, the WRT drivers, taking the championship with a round to spare. Second in the race, but winning the championship. WRT represented on the podium as well. And then the class winners. A really, really good result this for the Haupt racing team. Out they come, and it is going to be from the HRT squad, newcomer Nicholas Callas, Nicolas Bart and Eduardo Cosseteng, who will go now for the top step of the podium. So Hap Racing Team take honours. It's the winning team, our first Ford win, and a great result. So now the trophy is to be presented by Peter Moskop, member of the State Parliament of Rhineland-Palatinate, the chairman of the Committee for Media, Volunteering, Sport and Europe. And there he is on the podium, handing out the trophies for the third placed drivers, for Cesar Gazo, for Aurelian Panis and for Anthony Barto. Then Ignacio Montenegro, Amaury Cordeel, Mathis Liesmont. They take their trophies as second in the race and as the Silver Cup champions in endurance. And the applause coming not only from their team but from HRT, Hap Racing Team as well. The four drivers on the top step. And they are getting ready to celebrate as well. There's the team's trophy. And then the silver trophies, or the Silver Cup trophies for the winners. Nicholas Callas, along with Nicolas Bart and Eduardo Cosseteng. Two trophies emerge for Peter Moskop, and he will go first to Nicholas Callas, then I think to Eduardo Cosseteng in the middle, and a third trophy will present itself to him in a moment, I hope, and that can go the way of Nicolas Bart. Just because your dad's got a different team, you can still have a trophy. There you go. It nearly went to Mathis Liesmont, but for a very, very happy Nicolas Bart, he gets his race winner's trophy at the end of a really, really interesting 3 hours here at the Nürburgring. Champagne awaits. And for a very, very happy Ford team, Solis comes. Our cameraman scatters out of the way. The photographers stand their ground, getting soaked at the end of a long race. So there you can see atop the podium, the Ford team. You can tell that Nicholas Callas has been a late addition to the ranks, different overalls, but with different races around the globe for GT cars this weekend, with Asia and America running as well as Europe. 1 or 2 changes to the regular driver lineups have been necessitated. So drivers make their way off that Silver Cup podium. Nicolas Bart, I think, has quite enjoyed himself in that Mustang. Good debut. And he will also now make his way off that podium, ready to go and celebrate with his team. So as far as the Silver Championship is concerned, no argument here. Champions already are Ignacio Montenegro, Amaury Cordeel and Mathis Liesmont ahead of Eduardo Cosseteng, and then Alex Malikin and Max Hoffer ahead of Jeff Machiels, Matthias Agazeta and Gilles Stasbader, with Ariel Levy, Sebastian Ogard and Rocco Mazzola coming next. And then third in the race, sixth in the championship, Aurelian Panis, Anthony Bartone and Cesar Gazo. But for Mathis Liesmont, Amaury Cordeel and Ignacio Montenegro, job very well done indeed. A championship secured with a race to go still. And that will leave us then with the bronze podium to come. That's going to be next, for which the drivers are almost ready. The podium is being dressed, champagne placed, the trophies made ready for our presenter, and the drivers are going to be called forward very shortly indeed. The bronze podium awaits, and again Peter Moskop will be ready with trophies. So champions overall, champions in silver, gold and bronze will go down to the wire in Portimao on the weekend of the 17th, 18th. It's a race on the Saturday evening as well, because of the date clash now with WEC being reallocated. So the number of drivers that do both is a significant one, and so it's going to be that you can race in this Saturday, go and race in WEC on the Sunday. So we'll know our champions by Saturday evening. There already on the podium are the bronze drivers. For third place, Dennis Marshall, Konstantin Dresler, Lorenzo Petresi. Out for second place, Count Gabriele Piana, Marvin Dienst and Renat Salikov. Winwood Racing is the team there. Then you have for the winning team of the category 2Cs Motorsport and its drivers, Charles Dawson, Rhys Barr and Kian Jewis, and they will make their way onto the top step of the podium. The Anglo-Bahraini team takes honours here at the Nürburgring. So we ask again that the trophies be presented by Peter Moskop, the member of the State Parliament and big enthusiast of the Nürburgring, and he will make his way forward then with those trophies for our winning drivers. First of all, for third place, Konstantin Dresler, super sub, coming in for Dustin Blattner. Get well soon, Dustin. We hope to see him back very, very soon indeed, along there with Renzo Petresi and also Dennis Marshall. It's going to be interesting to see what all that has done to the point situation. Trophies for second to the drivers from Winward, to Marvin Dienst. That's Renat Salikov first. There's Marvin Dienst and Gabriele Piana sort of hidden at the far end, but the trophies given now to the drivers, and then we await the team's trophy for 2Cs Motorsport, and then the winning drivers' trophies will be next. There, Peter Moskop hands over the trophy to 2Cs, and he jumps out of the way as we get the drivers together, and there the winning drivers' trophies ready to go the way of Rhys Barr, of Charles Dawson and Kian Jewis, whose trophy is on its way. 2Cs then having third overall with the SteppenRacing.com car and a bronze category win. So a good day all round for 2Cs. Drivers have the trophies. They have the chance now for photographs, but also there will be the champagne to be sprayed as well here for the last time on the Nürburgring podium. So the winning drivers in bronze celebrate. Others now creep back for a sort of group photograph now that the champagne has dissipated. Let's have a look at the championship though, because Dennis Marshall on 102 points ahead of Dustin Blattner, absent of course. Darren Lung is next with James Kellett, then Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikov and Marvin Dienst ahead of Kian Jewis, Rhys Barr and Charles Dawson catapulting themselves into the mix. But Dennis Marshall, I think, will feel a bit strange if he wins this without Dustin Blattner, his regular partner, doing every race with him, but that's the way it has fallen to be. Let's hear next from our silver champions, because Amaury Cordeel, Matis Lismont and Ignacio Montenegro have taken the title.
Here I am standing with a champagne-covered Silver Cup Endurance champions. Guys, congratulations. Matis, we came here this weekend knowing there was a real chance to clinch the title. You didn't quite get the win, but when we spoke before the race, you said the main aim was to bring it home clean. You got a podium, that's exactly what you did. What does it feel to be the Silver Cup Endurance champions?
To be honest, it's quite amazing. Going into this year, we went off super strong in power car with a P2. And then after that, a P2 with Spa. Monza was our weakest up until now, but we were just so consistent during these races that we just racked up the points and were able to secure the championship even with one round left. So very pleased with my performance, with his performance, with Amaury's performance, with the team's performance. We never had any technical issues. Every race we ran like almost a perfect race, so this is a big thank you to WRT for this. Yeah, not much to say. It's just very happy with our own performance and how we are delivering this season.
Nacho, it was your responsibility to bring the car home and bring the championship home, essentially. You had to withstand that pressure at the end. Talk us through that final stint.
Yeah, well, from my side, I'm a bit upset just because of P2 in class. Yeah, of course, we couldn't take any risk because of the championship, zero that it was in risk. But anyway, I mean, the Mustang did a good job doing that overtake. I mean, they were stronger in the last hour. But anyway, in terms of championship, I'm really happy. Just Matis and Amaury did a mega job during this season. I'm really happy also because WRT,
they were teaching me a lot, also pro drivers, my first year in this GT3 car, so I'm really happy. For sure, it's quite different thing compared to TCR, especially sharing the car with another driver, but it's really nice, and also with these two guys, so I'm really happy. Also, I want to say thank you to my family, who is always supporting from Argentina, and all the people who is from my country that is a mega fans, actually. So really thank you of them, and yeah, really proud.
It's also your first year in GT World Challenge, and quite a way to do it. Silver Cup Cars champions.
Yeah, obviously it's really nice to be champion. I think thanks to the team, thanks to Matisse, who did a mega job, Nacho did a mega job all weekend long. We stayed consistent the whole season, and I think that's the most important. Okay, we didn't get the win today, but I think we stayed consistent, and that brought the championship. We still have one round to go, so I think we give our full potential, and we'll try to bring the win home in Portimao. So yeah, thanks to the team, and thanks to my teammates.
Congratulations, boys. Celebrations tonight? Yes?
Yeah, well, we'll celebrate with the team, of course.
Yes, good. Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Endurance Cup action at the Nürburgring in GT World Challenge Europe began with Marco Sorensen converting pole position into the race lead, but it was drama at the very first corner. Nicholas Nielsen getting involved, he was turned around, so also was Marcus Winkelhock, who was then hit by Konstantin Dresler, but they all managed to get themselves more or less sorted out. The road was clear, the battles raged on up front, with one of the real star cars of Stint 1, the BMW of Jordan Pepper, who was carving his way through the field after the car had been given a grid drop, and there were plenty of other battles, such as this, Thierry Vermeulen getting involved with Max Lynn. Tommy Pintos was an early casualty, just being clipped by back-marking Mercedes as he lapped it. He ended up in the gravel, and we had an interruption to the race. And full course yellows suddenly started to affect not only the strategy, but the order. After James Caddett had led in bronze, Darren Lung in 991, the red BMW got shuffled back in the queue, and he wasn't the only one in strife. Ricardo Perra tagged by Jaden Ojeda, and then he harpooned David Perel's Ferrari. That triggered a safety car. And then the tyre off the rim for Guillermo Oliveira meant that the McLaren could not get up the hill. It lost drive and then got collected. Jaden Kelly that hit him in the same McLaren that had caused the original stoppage. And then we had another interruption when off the road went Roman Andriolo. Great battle in goal, Dylan Pereira in the Audi carving his way through, catching and passing Gilles Magnus with the Porsche. That put him into the lead of the class, as we also had a change in silver. For the race, Nicolas Callas managed to get the lead away from Ignacio Montenegro, but he was still good to win the championship. For the race, it was the Aston Martin, though, for the second time this year of Nicky Team, along with Marco Sorensen and Mathieu Drudi, who came through to take the race victory. And the Endurance Cup season continues at Portimao in mid-October, with the overall championship won by Mauro Engel, Lukas Stolz and Lucas Auer.